Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Indeed. Hey, how's everybody doing? What up, Charlie? Oh shit, I think I need to reset the chat box. Yep, that's what needs to happen here. Give me 1 second. Let's just delete chat box and add chat box. Yeah. Hope you're doing well. Should probably just say, yeah, yesterday I was planning on doing a stream. And yeah, you know what? It turned into a bit of a thing. I quit vaping. I'm on the nicotine gum. It sucks a little. Oh man, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to start coming hot and make you like. This is not your normal vape, if you know what I mean. So, hey, what up, Anna? How you doing? How was your movie premiere last night? Hope that went well. I know that I told you about my D&D game, which, man, I had literally the most epic, like the most epic session, personally, of D&D that I have ever had. I don't know what the hell was going on, but one specific dice was just like, you're gonna roll like a god today, and it was just... I couldn't have written it better. It was kind of like the episode Stranger Things, where because of my whole thing with my my car, where we only have one vehicle right now, so I had to take my wife to work, and it turned into like this whole thing where I was not sure if I was going to be able to go to the campaign, and I was just like, maybe I can ask him to postpone, and I had that scene just like playing through my head where it's like, over my dead body, you will not be postponing the end of the campaign. It's just like, shit. And yeah. So it was really, really cool, though. It's the culmination of 3 years. We have been playing this every I want to say one Thursday per month for at least for 3 years, and man, it was cool. I rolled 3 nat 20s. I play a rogue ranger, so I got to use a thing called Hunter's Mark, which if you know, you know. And I also got to use sneak attack. If you know, you know. And it was awesome because we were facing the Demigorgon, which even if you don't know D&D, you by this point you have to know what an idea of the Demigorgon, even though it looks completely different in D&D. Definitely more scary, I'll tell you that. It has two heads that are just terrifying, tentacle arms and chicken legs, and it's the weirdest thing, but at the same time, so scary. And yeah, because my party was in melee the entire time, I got to use sneak attack, and it just made it so awesome, where I rolled 3 criticals and did more than 50 damage each. Oh, it was awesome. Okay, so I'm gonna just say it, like, probably the best D&D session I will ever have, and I'm okay with it because it was a good one. And the campaign ended so awesomely, and I did so well that we're basing the next campaign, like we're doing a little side quest where we're basing it with my character, because my character made a really stupid move where I trusted somebody we should not have trusted, and he stole our bag of holding, which happened to have a lot of our important stuff in, including a tome that really mattered. So I am going to start this, Yep, that's what's happening. We're ending where I'm the only carryover character, and I'm the one starting the quest. I had the option to start a new character. I was like, hell no, I'm going with you guys. It's like, no. This was my fault. I must go get my stuff. So, get it back. Oh yeah. No, it was so embarrassing when it happened too, because our DM was just like, are you sure? He did the warning, and I'm like, there's no way that I can roll a nat 1. It was the worst. That was the worst session I think I've ever had. How did you handle the myconoids? I think that mostly the barbarian did most of that work, because I hate to say, like, that one, I might have been turned to stone for like half the session. Like that sucked. We also oh god, what's that final wizard's name? I forgot. Did you kill him? Yeah. That might have been my fault too. The thing is, this is what really sucks. I was the smartest in my party. I have no idea how that, and like, we had a druid and he was just like, are you serious? Are you serious? I'm like, yeah, shit. And I like to go for like the unconventional things, and I don't like, okay, so this happened after the bag of holding incident, so I was kind of like, I don't trust anything or anybody. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I am so sorry. Stool was your son? Oh no. Glip gloop and glop glop, or whatever those, yeah, we totally left them in a cave to get crushed. Yeah, they weren't happy with us, man. That might have been one of those, like at the end of the quest, we ran for our lives, because that wasn't cool. As I said, and it was totally my fault. I'm sorry. I do apologize. Yeah. My character volunteered to stay with the myconoids and become a spore servant to defend them. Really? Yeah. Again, I mean, I somehow also lost a sentient like cube, like a, oh my god, why am I blinking? Fucking, and it sucked because I was just like, oh no. And his name was Globby. He was part of our party, and I guess I had the responsibility of making sure that he like was used ever. And at one point, I feel like this is unfair because it was a session that I wasn't part of. They decided to sell him. I wasn't very happy about that. Yeah, I found out literally when I went to go use him. I'm like, wait a minute, don't I have Globby? He's just like, no, you don't. I'm like, the gelatinous cube. I had a sentient gelatinous cube. I also, I was a Beastmaster with a, I used the Space Hamster. Did you find him after the Pudding King? Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And again, we named him Globby. But I already had a Space Hamster. Yeah, he's really slow. Yeah. It was really difficult to, yeah, you left him behind. Okay, cool. Then, all right. You know what? I don't feel that bad. Okay, that actually, that helps me. Oh, sorry, man. Charlie, Ruben. Oh my god, I just realized that my chat was completely off. I'm so sorry about that, guys. All right. Yeah, Ruben, shoot. Also, Charlie, how you doing, dude? Oh yeah. Oh wait. Oh, okay. Now I turned down the earlier my local gas station lady. Really? Wait. Well, okay. Wait a minute. Some people would be like, "Ooh, that's like a interesting." It's like, I don't know. I will avenge my son. Oh no. Well, you can tell them that you are after Davin Rao, because yeah. Although I'm a shifter, so good luck. That was the first thing I did. Was as I left the Underdark, I was just like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna make sure that I have somebody else's face right now. It's just like I pissed off a lot of people, and even if they're not like, even if they're still in the Underdark, they're probably coming after me. Aliana was an Asmir Ranger monk. She will find you. Oh no. Yeah, I swear to God, yeah, the Ranger monk class. I think that what I'm going to do is since in this new like little one-off story that we're doing for my character, I get to start at level 20. So that's awesome. So I think I'm gonna just, you know, multi-class it, go Ranger monk, and yeah. Oh yeah, I'm OP mode. I mean, come on, I just came out of a 3-year campaign. I might as come on. Yeah, I'm gonna be beefy. I just hope that I get to keep like half the stuff that I have, because I have the Cloak of Eyes, which is unfair. It's just, especially when you're a ranger, giving you essentially like pure sight is just insane. It's I think that my like I could see up to distances over 100, and it was like either 120 or 150 feet. It was nuts. I could break through anybody. I could see through magic. That was another one. Dude, our DM forgot about that, and he forgot I had it. That was awesome. All right, guys. I am sorry. I'm still locking a little too hard on Dungeons and Dragons. Tends to happen here occasionally. Would your character rely on dark vision to see? We were in the Underdark for the entire time, so pretty much like. But our DM was very fair with that, because he was kind of like, since we were all in the same prison, he was just like, yeah, you guys like have really good dark vision. It's like, cool. To them, I'm functionally invisible. Man, that must be nice. Oh God. Oh God. Wait a minute. See, now that's, ooh, go with a rogue with that one instead of the like either the monk. I don't know. I really liked playing a rogue ranger. That was fun. Getting sneak attack and then having some, you know, a little bit of hunter's mark and then some sharpshooter if I wanted it. That was cool. Anyway, yeah, YouTube is just like, dude, enough. Okay, we get it. All right, so let's talk about the shit that's going on in the real world, because this is the whole reason I play Dungeons and Dragons and enjoy it as much as I do, is because our reality is a little rough. So when we get into these fantasy realms, it is very enjoyable, despite the fact that it is like, I can just say it, like the last few campaigns we played were not chill. Like it was always, yeah, you're like this close to dying. And yeah, potions were scarce. God, I'm going for it again. Okay, sorry. So Trump and this judge. Okay, so I looked into the So I looked into this like for the past few hours, because as the updates were coming, I noticed that I was getting mixed information, even on like from leftist sources, where I was like, oh, okay. Like none of this is okay, by the way. I hope you I'm not playing devil's advocate for any of this, because the fact that ICE was even like trying to go into the courthouse, that in itself is kind of crazy. Because for them to use like courthouses where due process is literally being carried out, and then to just do away with due process, that's kind of like a little too on the nose kind of thing. And I also think for as much as the Trumpers are like going and just rallying like behind Trump with this decision, I do think this is going to bite them in the ass. I have a feeling that this is going to be one of those things that's going to push the Supreme Court to go, no. No. Because their reasoning is beyond like fickle. I would say like they didn't really present a good case from my understanding, which we only know what we know because Kash Patel made an oopsie tweet where he was trying to, you know, flex on the fact that they arrested a judge, and then everybody in the State Department just went, hey, dumbass. Like, maybe, just maybe, don't go telling everybody that we just pulled some shit like that, because that's not exactly, you know, great. Like, even they know that they just really, like, they did another, like, constitutional crisis on top of another constitutional crisis, which involves ignoring the courts. So now it really is like the ball is in the court's court. Because think about it. Like, is the Supreme Court going to just lay down and legit just be like, no, you know what? He can do whatever he wants. I don't think so. Because even after I read the presidential power thing, this is one thing that is kind of bothering me, just as an aside, is how we only get half of the information. And I understand that it's because like they got to get like the clickbait out there. They got to get the articles out there too. But it's such half info. And it's also that thing where, yeah, again, clickbaity. So it's not as bad as they like always make it out to be in the article, but Thomas and Alito will for sure. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Again, I'm not sure if I'm 100% on even saying Alito will just roll over. Thomas, yeah. Although, again, man, the fact that they were 0-9, 9-0, you know what I mean? Like, no dissenters. That is telling me that this court is already surprisingly ready to push back against some of this shit and just be like, no. Like, if you want to push the Constitution to the, like, brink, we're not going to allow that to happen. And that's kind of where now, like, as I said, the ball's in their court because they're going to have to choose, like, who are they holding in contempt? Because once lawyers from the Justice Department do start getting held in contempt, I do have a feeling we're going to start seeing some moves. And on top of it, like the American people, once his most sycophantic even start waking up to this shit where it's just like, wait. So you're telling me that if he doesn't like a decision, he's just going to go arrest this judge? Because there's a few of them out there. Again, for every time he does this, you get like maybe 0.1%. I'll even give a 1% kind of shift on this where they start going, okay, that's not normal. Like, that's not cool. Ooh, we are 2 minutes away from my local 420, so let's get nice and toasty together. Also, if you are just checking in, I just want to say, welcome. How are you? Let's not one thing I do want to address is let's not do the doomer thing that I've been seeing a lot of. Even Vosh, I was watching a little bit of his stream today. Man, he was losing his shit. He was watching the same thing. Funny enough that I was watching Angry. So because of my wife's situation, I got to sit and actually enjoy Angry Ginger's stream yesterday, and he was watching the Andrew Schultz interview with Pete Buttigieg. And yeah, it's literally like rage bait. It is just insane because it's like he's so on the cusp of saying some stuff where you're like, yeah, and then just goes, nah, you know what? Keep it corpo. It's like, oh God. Like you had to go and do it. Oh man, I just realized I left my lighter upstairs. All right, well, let's cheers you with this. Stop. Is that a Luigi can? Yeah. All praise our saint. That's the one I got from Comic-Con. Yeah, it was funny. I went back to that candle shop the last day of Comic-Con to see, and yeah, they were sold out, so. That one went pretty fast. All right, let's go. Oh, man, I love this thing. All right. Well, cheers, guys. Oh, man. How you doing, Bloodstone? I hope you guys, as you keep filing in here, you hit that like button. Is that... Oh, you are! Look at you guys. You rule. All right, so there's some things that I need to say. Like, my last video, I was not happy with the way that it turned out. I thought that I did something different in my editing that... I don't know what the hell was up with me, but I totally edited the wrong parts out and somehow kept the wrong parts and just shipped it out. So it's the first video that I have that I'm kind of debating, like, just taking down and then re-uploading it. It's like, oh, shit. Kind of did it in a little bit of a hurry because I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to stream. So, yeah, apologies in advance for that one. But... to make it up to you guys, I do have a exclusive video that's going to be dropping. Can I I could. Yeah, I could. You know what? And just, yeah. You know what? That's what I'll do. I'll just do, like, yeah, I'll call it oopsie or whatever. Or the bloopers. Yeah, because it totally was. It was totally the, like, for some reason, every part that I edited out ended up being the video. I was just like, oh, shit. So, whoops. About to talk or take a walk in the sun. Oh, nice. Just chilling, lurking. Hell yeah. Well, I appreciate you lurking. Hope that, man, I got a little too much sun yesterday. It was one of those rare times where it was beating down and I just totally forgot, like, sunscreen, which I never do. I never forget to put sunscreen on. And this was it. This was the time. Because it didn't feel that hot when I went outside. It was one of those situations, and it like, I got home and I was just like, oh no, I'm sunburned, crap. Yeah, that sucked. Oh, also, guys, check this out. I took a chance, and it was one of those situations where I was just like, ooh, if this doesn't happen, it's actually kind of okay. But I took a chance and went to a GameStop and ended up getting the Switch 2 pre-order. So we're gonna have the Switch 2 streams. Woohoo! Because it's Mario Kart, guys. It's Mario Kart. I had to chase that. So my wife was just like, I'll make sure that, you know, I'll gift that to you. I was like, oh, really? Thank you, Uniboogle. But she did point out, she's like, yeah, you could probably, like, use that for the stream. I'm like, oh, well, now I have to make hard decisions. I don't know how that works. I got too much sun on 420 in New York City, Washington Square Park. So many people, so many puffs of smoke everywhere. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh man. Oh shit. Cool. Well, that also changes things. Hold on, I just realized that I have to just change to next week. Okay. Yep, we'll just do that. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, but my new video is going to be pretty cool, man. I get to talk about a little bit of a personal situation with me where as much as there is kind of like a funny bit to it where I talk about how WWJD as just like a whole like concept and when it got started in the 90s, I'm going to be giving a little bit of history behind it too. And just like how it did genuinely lead me into leftist politics, and how it started showing me like making me ask, what would Jesus do? And then applying that to politics and going, So I really am like a case where, yeah, the Christians really screwed up by just, you know, really getting me into that Jesus guy. So, but yeah, no, I'm looking forward to getting that out there to you guys, and I'm gonna make that one a members only for a little bit. So Jesus would feed the hungry, house the homeless, heal the sick. Exactly. And I think I've told the story here like plenty of times about it was either a debate class or my civics class. I can't remember which one, but the same teacher was talking about how he thought that Jesus legit would be a gun-toting American. You know, he really thought that. And this was before Trump, guys. This was well before Trump. So they've always kind of been in that camp. Just a reminder. All right. I didn't even realize you weren't in your bed, bud. Here, you know what? Let's get the stream up and start it off right. Let's get the good boy a good boy treat. Since Mitesh is not here yet, that one's just for all you guys. Yeah. All I can say right now, though, is how it is getting frustrating to see all of this. Like, I'm not sure if I could even say it's a trigger, but it's more so like, I guess it is a trigger. Fuck. Yeah, because it makes me angry. So I guess it's a trigger. That the right-wing evangelical branch of everything is getting everything that they wanted. You know, the Betsy DeVosses of the world. I came not to bring peace, but rather an AR-15 chamber. 5.56. Bless you, my child. Bang. and with thy magic bullet. Oh God. Man, you could arm Jesus. That's kind of scary in itself. Anyone saying Jesus would be a gun-toting American is using religion to be as an excuse to be in it, not to be a meanie bomini. Oh, yeah, they are using it to be a meanie bomini. Yeah, sorry, I missed. My brain did the thing. Yeah, they are, and they suck. You know. But this is where I'm always a little confused about how, like, effective their messaging is. The fact that they can bastardize something like Christianity and, like, the entire religion against the founding member of it. And then you kind of look at America and then really kind of do a little parallel. You're like, oh. Yeah, no, that was one of my first arguments that I brought up to my teachers, was that Jesus was not actively hanging at, like, I was like, he would not be here. Like, because I remember we had this really wacky guest come up, and their whole entire message was about how if Jesus were to come back, it would be essentially kind of like the Flash, where he would be omnipresent. So it'd either be like a hologram, or like he does that thing, like, you know, I don't know, but somehow, some way, he was going to pop up, like, at our church, like in the auditorium, and like we were in the auditorium that this was this would have happened in. And she just said, when Jesus does return, we will all know, because he's going to broadcast it like Charles Xavier, like with Cerebro, where it's just like, my children. I'm like, what? Wait, what? But they were specifically saying that he was going to be hanging out with, like, the Christian elite, and how there was this guy, Bill Hybels. He was the kind of mega pastor in the area that I like, in the church that I was in. And man, yeah, they were talking specifically about how, like, you know, he would be a modern prophet. And it was, when you connect the dots, it was essentially a bunch of these, like, millionaire-billionaire assholes that grifted off of their congregations to even be where they were, talking about how, oh yeah, you know, Jesus would be amongst the elites that give the most to him. Where it made, the more they would talk about it, it made less and less sense to me. And yeah, then I just remember bringing that simple point up to my doctrine teacher, and that was like the start of all of it, because I saw his reaction, and he wasn't like, he didn't have a good answer. He just got mad at me for asking the question, and I was just like, oh, okay, I get it. Oh shit. I literally everything about their messaging makes me not want to know more about Jesus if these are his followers. Exactly. And that was also kind of something that I remember being, like, annoyed with when I went on like a missions trip, which I went on like a lame missions trip, I hate to say, because we just went to like the, you know, it was like another church, like I hate to say this, it was like a poorer area. So like it was a smaller church in like in Bufu, Wisconsin. But our whole thing was during that week we were going to do an outreach, and you know, while staying, dude, they put us up at a really shitty motel, by the way. Just an aside, it was like the first time I had ever been in like a really, really sketch motel. But dude, it was so weird how the more aggressive we were with our messaging, they were just like, nope, nope. From LHTR. Wait, what's that? You know me and acronyms. Come on now. Stop asking me questions that make me question the way I'm living my life. Oh yeah. And then, so if he went into prayer, what he would do, like, because we would have like public prayers, Lighthouse Trails research. I actually don't know that. Surprisingly. Was it called something? Because this is the thing that I also started realizing, is that things were called different things within my school and my religion than other things. Oh, guys, get this shit. So, like, I had this really organic thing happen because I went to a private school my entire life. I didn't know how, like, lunch periods worked. It was one of the more ignorant moments I've had in my adult life where me and my wife were just, and, like, we drive past, you know, one of these schools, and I point out, I'm like, hey, so like when you were in school, like how did your lunch periods work? And she was just like, well, you know, they would block them out where, you know, freshmen through, you know, juniors would eat, you know, at certain different times. Sometimes they would mix like freshmen and sophomores depending on how many you had in your school. I was like, wait, what? And like it never dawned on me that it's like, oh, you guys never just ate all together. And she was like, that'd be impossible. Like, that, what are you talking about? We had thousands of kids in our school. It's just like, I never like could just, yeah, that's it. Yeah. If you're saying like Willow, yeah, it's the same guy. Yeah. He actually baptized me. Like, I have pictures of my christening, and yeah. As I said, guys, I was a part of all of it. And I share a B-Day. Weird. Yeah. Isn't that always funny when you find out that you share? Like, I feel bad for the people that share a birthday with Donald Trump, who wants to make it a national holiday. Where it's like, you'd think, like, hey, they're making my birthday a national holiday, and they're like, for that asshole, pass. Like, also, as somebody who has a birthday near a holiday, overrated. Although it's not everyone is like Christmas. That's for sure. God. It is so weird how I have so much in common with people that literally have a birthday on Christmas. Just because I don't know what it is about that season where everybody's just like, you know what? Nah, we don't gotta put any effort into this. No, but that, yeah, the mega churches are wild. Like, I went to his house, right? Like, they had this huge party for people that worked in the church, and my mom, she worked in the church. So God, I had to be like 6 or 7 at this point. I was really young. It was right before Walter Payton died, because he was there. And I went to Bible school with the Paytons, like with Brittany Payton and Jared. Jared was a little bit older than me. And I just remember he had a really cool, like, and I mean really, really cool, like Batmobile that was just like, it wasn't like the normal Batmobile. It's like, I think his dad got him like one of the models from the damn movie. It was so cool though. I remember being so jealous of it as a little kid, just being like, I want that. I don't know. It's just total aside, but yeah, he had a house that I could only say is just, it would make you throw up. Like, in realizing that he's the head pastor is just like, wait, what? Like, what is going on? And then our homeless problem. And the fact that Willow, they do, when you find out that they do contribute to some of the shit around us that makes it harder on the homeless. So that's also a little messed up when you think about it. Somebody just said that. I actually just watched a short about that where they were talking about how you should technically make it illegal to have the homeless like in public spaces like in the city. But he was like, he's like, trust me, I got you with that rage bait right there. He's like, no. And you make it to where it would actually be illegal for churches to not put them up because they're not paying taxes. It was just like, oh, I like that. So it's like, okay, so it gives them a little protection, also kind of forces the, religious institutions to put their money where their mouth is. Okay, kind of like that. Forces them to reconcile with their hypocrisy. Because, dude, the fact that you have so many people in my area, like, it's scary. And I've been getting off of social media more and more. I'll be honest, like, it's been a mental practice to just not activate it or like have it on my phone even. But yeah, it's to see the just blatant brain rot it's scary. But also they try to convert vulnerable people. Oh, always. They always gun after the most vulnerable people. They always gun for people that have either gone after a major breakup in life, like something major just happened, like they'd be gunning after me. Death was a big one, where they'd just be like, it was almost like a sidekick, where it's like, do you want to do you want the the comfort of knowing that your loved one is in a better place, and you can understand what that better place is only through us, though. And you have to understand, like, you have to accept them into your heart. Otherwise, then you don't really have that comfort, because then, like, how do you know? Like, it was always so weird. Which, again, if you actually read the Bible, in the book of Matthew, Jesus, like, this is one of the most misunderstood things about Jesus, is like they take it and they're like, no, he says that you have to believe in him and that's it, otherwise you're not getting into heaven. It's like, no, because there's another parable there about how if you assholes go on telling people that shit and then don't live an actual godly life, then you're the ones not going into heaven. So and what is possible? Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I think I brought this up. Like, I noticed because of my, breaking from the church, that right when the military was trying to recruit me, that they were using the same exact techniques, where I was just like, oh, so you're telling me that I'm not good enough? Oh, you're so only through you can I actually find, like my value? Oh, okay. Weird how that works. I just realized that this was all the way off. Hey, Tesla. That's actually not a bad name. Tesla. God, it was so funny when somebody like started recoining swastikars. I just kind of pointed out like, but if you drive a Volkswagen, then you are driving the original swastika. Which, hey, you know what? I'm a hippie, so I'll be damned if I don't like me a VW bus. I looked into one of those electric ones. They're too minivan-y. Looked into. I looked at the Auto Trader, or like the Auto Report. Yeah, if I'm looking into a bus, it's going to be one that's somewhere that's gonna be one of those ones that's like all rusted. It's like half buried in the ground. It's like, hey, I'll give it to you. It's like, you will? Oh, I gotta dig it out and also like hopefully just rebuild the entire thing. Okay. I'm not kidding though. That is like I want a old ass Vita bus. I don't know. Like, as I said, I play into the aesthetic, but at the same time, it is legitimately something that I've always wanted. It just has to have one of those like little built-in sink thingies. I like those. One of my buddies had one. Like, he had a perfectly converted one, and it was cool. But yeah, and expensive. Yeah, they're expensive. That's for sure. Well, not actually. Hold on. they weren't as bad as I thought. Because, like, let's put it this way. They're expensive for cars. Because cars now are insane, bro. Like, when I first started driving, like, getting a job and making $2,500 to go buy a little beater was not unheard of. Like, not just not unheard of. It was literally the norm. Like, every one of us did that unless you had a parent that, like, bought you a car. My car cost me $5,000 cash, but it's 30 years old. Okay, yeah, see, yeah, like my very first car was a, oh my God, a Chevy, not Corsica, Cavalier. It was a two-door Chevy Cavalier. It was a 91. It was missing a mirror, but it had like a cap on it, and I was like, why don't I have a passenger side mirror? They're like, oh, this model didn't have one. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah. But it had this giant, like, European style, like, long ass rear view mirror where I was like, this is a weird ass design. That thing was a tank though. Pontiac Grand Am. I had one of those. I think it was an 01. Pretty sure it was an 01. I liked that car. Did yours have the little stow box where the passenger side airbag was supposed to be? Yours was a 92. Nice. Yeah, but did it have that? Because I know that, yeah, I was about to say, they totally got rid of it when they got called out for safety hazard shit. But yeah, I had that. I used to keep my pipes in them. The Green Beast. It was green with khaki interior. But that was the other thing. Like, when you were buying cars as a kid, like, you didn't really have much of a choice. So most of us had the tackiest fucking cars. I remember this one girl. She showed up to school with a yellow, like a bright-ass yellow Ford Explorer. She was just like, we got a good deal because they said that it was, nobody wanted it. And I was just like, it's kind of cool. My buddy, I could just call him, you know, he's my buddy Walter. He had a bright-ass yellow Aztec, the exact same model as the one that was in Breaking Bad. That one. It was bright-ass yellow. Yeah. Yeah, race car yellow is a great color. Yeah, S2000. God, the S2000. You're like, I was also like, I was about to buy my own, like, Mazda, because Mazda was like huge at that point, and people were just like, yeah, come on, man, you need to get the RX-7, you need to get the RX-7. Like, and then the RX-8 came out, and I was like, I want that. And then I found out how much it was. I was like, oh, well, that sucks. My wife's car was I think an RX-5, but her car was like, it literally had so much rust on it that it had a spot that you could just like drop cigarettes in just through the hole. Just okay. Also, her door barely worked. So good. There was no RX-5. Then what was? Okay, so it was the MX-5. No, that's what it was. That's what it was. It was the MX-5. It was the two-door MX-5. Yeah, she. I'll never forget when I got in that thing. I was just like, oh. She was driving manual at that time. I'm like, really? No shit. And she's just like, my dad wouldn't let me not have a manual. I was just like, she was so mad about it, but I wanted to be like, smart man. Wait, if you have a mega church and are making a lot of money as a pastor, that should be investigated, and they need to actually either pay taxes or help their communities. Yeah, because that's also what really pisses me off is they do get personal exemptions for being a fucking pastor. If they can like claim the shit through the church, and no, dude, it's shady. And that's why I get Anna, I think that's why I got kind of shitty the other day about like calling out JB Pritzker's thing with the toilets, when literally every other person in the state of Illinois that like has like, it wasn't just like billionaires either. I'm talking like, let's put it this way. If I had an opportunity where I knew my house was about to get appraised, and I also knew that I could get a tax rebate that was worth like over $60,000 just based on ripping the toilets out of it, I might do that. especially if everybody else is. I don't know. Like, I've been questioning that one. Because how much is that not just, it's not really a moral thing at that point. Because, like, who's that hurting? Really, realistically, who's that hurting? Like with them, it's a little different because they're billionaires just continually taking and taking and taking. But in our situation, it's like, no, if you're of a certain class and you're doing things for tax write-offs and, you know, little loopholes there, here and there, and you're just like, what did Donald Trump say? Hey, you can't hate me just because I'm smart. Yeah, if we do it. Yeah. Okay, so if we do it, that's what I mean. Like, but that's where I think that I was also kind of getting argumentative about it because I was kind of thinking along those lines of like, yeah, but what if I were to do it? Would it be as bad? But JB Pritzker isn't one of the. The thing is, when I found out what they were doing and what they were using that to smear him with, it was a literal nothing story because this is what always pisses me off when people put out these news stories when they did the same thing. Because just looking into it, the Bruce Rauner, the governor before J.B. Pritzker, did the exact same thing. Like, it's a very, like, my pops let me know this. He's like, dude, that's a common ass practice. He's like, especially if you can schedule your appraisal. He's like, fuck yeah. He's just like, if you don't get caught, if you're not getting caught into a state one, he's like, that's the best time to do it because he's like, yeah, you're going to get a huge check, like a tax write-off or a huge tax check or whatever. But this is, I don't know. This is also where I'm a little ignorant because I always thought that was just like, that's how you do, that's Chicago. That's like, you know, they call us the Windy City for that shit where it's just like, yeah. But, God, I can only imagine what it must be like in New York. I don't know. I like what JB did just yesterday. Oh, shit. I actually have something to play. Because he signed another trans protection bill. See, this is my point. That shit right there. Actually, the fact that if I was to harp on, and I think we went through this, but that's where I'm saying, that's why I don't care. I'd rather not give a shit about him ripping out a few toilets and then in the future have him sign a trans protection bill. You know what I mean? So, here, let me find this. Where did I put it? Not really tonight's. No. Here we go. Oh, that's right. Midas Touch covered this. Here, let's cover this as my first one. Screw it. Governor's based. Oh shit! Just realized I gotta turn that off. Give trans people more guns. Yeah, we actually. I know that we just did something too, where we actually kind of loosened our gun laws, but in a way that makes it easier for us to, like, as homeowners to get them. I don't know. Like, the way they made it sound was that there's now a loophole that if you own a home, then you can bypass like FOID card regulations and shit like that. Because we have a totally different system than most of y'all. Like, we do have a pretty like hard time getting these things. That's why, honestly, like, if you're in the middle of like mental health counseling, like myself, yeah, re-upping my FOID card was a bitch. I essentially had to get my therapist just to be like, no, he's here for like grief counseling and shit like that. It's like, no, he's fine. Yeah, y'all are super strict. We are. But to be fair, you know, we didn't earn the title of Chirac for no reason. You know, the people that like to armchair quarterback about like our communities, like back in the day it was Cabrini Green. It's just like, it's kind of the same. Oh my god, I almost call it the Yards. O Block. Like, if you go to O Block, it's kind of the same shit. Like, you don't want to be an ignorant, like, you don't want to play political activist there. Trust me. It's not the time. And there's definitely a huge difference just between like, oh, it's just because you're scared, white boy. It's like, no, there's a difference between being scared and being knowledgeable. So we have universal carry concealed. That is insane to me. That's crazy, dude. Like, that's crazy. You just have to be over 21. That's fucking nuts. Like, that's the wild. See, now that's where I see it as literally Wild West shit right there. Like, that's wild to me. Hey, cool. It's fine in your opinion. Okay. Well, I mean, as long as you're like, yeah, if you're cool with it, like that's. I don't actually like study like gun crime statistics from Florida or anything like that. Obviously I get the scaremongering from our news sources. Fuck, man, like they love to play that game. But here, actually, let's do this JB Pritzker thing real quick. Oh, did it again. That was me. I just totally forgot to bring it up. There we go.
Take to the streets, protest, show up at town halls.
It's gloves off right now. That was Democratic Governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker.
You couldn't re-edit that one, guy?
At a recent
Come on, Beck.
speech that he gave. I want to highlight Democrats punching back right now and just showing that they're angry. They're mad as hell. They're telling people it's time for mass activism, and they're not mincing words. I even want to show you Al Gore just gave an incredibly impassioned speech. We haven't heard much from Al Gore in terms of just publicly.
That's the problem, and I think this is where we fundamentally disagree. It's not all class. It's not all based in class shit. Some people are just vicious sons of bitches that want to take advantage of other people.
Ripping
those people exist, man.
Trump to shreds
like,
recently.
I'm not even kidding. And there's nothing that you can do about it.
This was incredible. Take a listen to this portion of the speech that we clipped.
Some people are just fucking like, I know that we've had this argument before about people beyond saving. Trust me, I'll watch a video about an infographic video. And at the end of it, you can tell me if this guy can still be saved.
Play it.
We've already seen, by the way, how populist authoritarian leaders have used migrants as scapegoats and have fanned the fires of xenophobia to fuel their own rise to power. And power seeking.
Damn, he ain't looking good.
Is what this is all about. Our Constitution, written by our founders, is intended to protect us against a threat identical to Donald Trump. Someone who seeks power at all costs to get more power.
Yeah. He's not wrong.
I understand very well why it is wrong to compare Adolf Hitler's Third Reich to any other movement. It was uniquely evil, full stop. I get it. But there are important lessons from the history of that emergent evil, and here is one that I regard as essential. In the immediate aftermath of World War II, a small group of philosophers who had escaped Hitler's murderous regime returned to Germany and performed a kind of moral autopsy on the Third Reich. The most famous of the so-called Frankfurt School of philosophers was a man named Jürgen Habermas. Best known, I would say, but it was Habermas's mentor, Theodor Adorno, who wrote that the first step in that nation's descent into hell was, and I quote, the conversion of all questions of truth into questions of power. He described how the Nazis, and I quote again, attacked the very heart of the distinction between true and false. End quote. The Trump administration is insisting on trying to create their own preferred version of reality. They say Ukraine attacked Russia instead of the other way around, and expect us to believe it. At home, they attack heroes who have defended our nation in war and against cyber attacks as traitors.
Then, of course, we have
sweet Sylvie,
Democratic Senator from Georgia, John Ossoff. Here's what he's got to say. Let's play this clip.
The president has really backed himself into a corner, Lawrence. This whole thing has been so slapdash, so chaotic, so poorly conceived, without any clear objectives.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I just had this conversation with somebody about tariffs where they were just like, so are you like blanket against tariffs? I'm like, no.
And business investment.
Thank God for guys like Kyle that have made it way easier to articulate and just be like, no, because like when instituted in like a proper way where it's kind of like you do targeted tariffs and you do like certain percentages and you do the negotiations, and yes, they serve a purpose. However, what Trump is doing and his obsession with it and his obsession with using them as a negotiation tactic and not recognizing how much damage they're doing with these negotiation tactics
is
like, come on.
Frozen consumer sentiment.
And the fact that he just doesn't recognize that China is not going to, they're not backing down.
Has been tanking. Investors in the United States and around the world are withdrawing investments, not just from
this guy looks like he's from Central Casting,
American stocks, but also from Treasury bills. And in fact, it's been very worrying action in Treasury markets that I think has really spooked the White House. The president's economic team is at war with itself and leaking against him.
Well, also they pulled a surprise move with the minerals
and each other
and their defense contracts.
And I think the only people who are happy about this
Gotta give it to
are the congressional Republicans and the Mar-a-Lago club members, who I can imagine
they're not backing down because they've isolated themselves by doing protectionism. Well, I mean, what are they? I think it's 2 billion people now, or is it? Yeah, I think it's 2 billion.
Doing pretty well on stock tips and getting advance notice. I would not be surprised about some of these announcements.
Insulated. Yeah.
I did a whole video highlighting Governor Walz's state of the state.
Well, it's almost like having a communist nation that isn't built on, unfettered capitalism does actually have some merits where it's like, oh, look, they are not worried about getting cut off from the world.
Address, one of the best state of the state addresses.
Yeah, centrally planned economy.
As I've seen in a while. He wasn't holding back. This was one of my favorite portions from
that's kind of basic shit right there.
From that speech that he just
again, that's why I'm kind of like, wait a minute, I'm not an economist. I'm a high school dropout and I can fucking just go, yeah.
Delivered this week. Play this clip.
I came up with that by myself.
Now, in this land of the free and home of the brave, we have university students being swept up, shoved into unmarked vans, and fathers being tossed into Salvadorian gulags without a hint.
I'm still mad that he really, I'm just, what did he call himself? A knucklehead?
So I want to be real clear about this.
If you knuckleheaded yourself right out of that.
You say you love freedom, but you don't believe freedom is for everybody, then the thing you love isn't freedom, it's privilege.
Now going back to Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker from this week. Here he talks about how farmers and veterans in his state who voted Trump are pissed, are livid, are turning against Trump because Trump is destroying their lives. Play this clip.
Here, I talked about agriculture just a minute ago, but
again, don't take my governor.
I want to focus on
Stop
veterans
it.
just for a
I don't like seeing him getting all this national exposure because I'm like, no.
second. Let's face it.
I'm already losing Dick Durbin, and they're putting up his freaking lieutenant governor, which it's not the worst.
Many of the people in the rural areas of my state,
not what I was hoping for,
veterans and farmers, voted for Donald Trump, who gave us Elon Musk. And many of those people are now showing up. They were at the Medicaid forum that I held.
Anna, do me a favor and look up Daniel Bess and let me know what you think of him.
Wait a minute. You're taking away my health care. What's happening? The Republican Congressman Darren.
He ran an independent presidential campaign not too long ago, and I think he is the mayor of Longmont.
Hood didn't show. He was invited to be there, and he didn't show. And that's what's happening. The Republicans are hiding their heads. They want Elon Musk and Donald Trump to do the dirty work for them when they know that this is the job that Congress is supposed to do. But Republicans don't want anybody to know that they're the ones doing it. They'd like to leave it to the unelected, the wealthiest person in the entire world.
Oh, Biss.
That's Elon Musk.
My bad.
There's another clip right here from J.B. Pritzker at the recent event that he spoke at, Watch what he had to say. Powerful stuff right here. Let's play it.
Most right now is, so what can I do? What can I do? And I'm going to be blunt about this. Never before in my life have I called for mass activism.
3 out of 10 way less attractive.
But this
not that
is the moment.
No, just his platform. He's been one of the few guys on the my local stage that has been really consistent in his platform and just trying, to get out there. And when he won his mayoral election, I was kind of like, oh shit, he's still doing it.
Take to the streets, protest, show up at town halls. Jam the phone lines in Congress, 202-224-3121, and afford not a moment of peace to any elected representatives who are aiding and abetting Musk and Trump's illegal power grab.
Oh, we're on YouTube.
This is not a drill, folks. This is the real thing.
So yesterday I had the opportunity to interview Governor Gavin Newsom of my state of California.
Oh, great. Let's see what he had to say and how he can put fucking ice cold water on this.
The point he makes here, I think, is an important one, and I want to hear Democrats talking more about this. That blue states...
Republicans know they sold out and are in the wrong way, or in the wrong, and now they are hoping that they are still on the winning side while ignoring the angry public. Yep. Well, yeah. Why do you think that they're pushing back so aggressively against the protests, saying oh, do the babies need their bottles? Oh, look, it's just a few of you. It's just a few young people. Oh, are you all paid? Dude, they literally tried to say that over 3 million people were freaking paid actors. Come on.
California,
including myself,
are donor states. They're giving to the federal government. Texas and these red states, by and large, are taker states. They run their states into the ground. They are taking from the federal government, not contributing, and then they're trying to act like, oh, we're doing so good here, when you're actually not. That narrative is BS. Governor Newsom cuts through the crap. Watch this incredible portion from the interview we did together. Let's play this clip. Governor, California just passed Japan as the 4th largest economy in the world, which of course sounds like a big deal. You posted about it. Why is this just an important thing for us to all, recognize, more broadly, geopolitically?
Well, it's a point of pride. I mean, it's a big blue state with $4.1 trillion a year economic output. We're 14% of the GDP in the United States of America, 50% more than the next big state. But I also want people to understand that this is a donor state. In 2023, Californians contributed $83.1 billion more than we received from the federal government. And by the way, for your viewers, they may be interested in this. That state, Texas, took $71.1 billion more than they provided the federal government. California, $83 billion, contributor, taker, Texas. And I say that to make a broader point. 71% of the economic output in the United States of America, blue counties, blue metros, blue states with lower deaths of despair rates, higher wages, more productivity, greater growth, lower death rates as it relates to murder. It is a mythology that somehow red states are dominating and blue states are struggling. It's factually untrue. And I think today, as it relates to the illumination from the International Monetary Fund that did the analysis that we highlighted, is just a proof point of states like California, big blue states all across this country that continue to be the tentpole of the U.S. economy.
Sorry about that. I had to use the restroom.
Now, of course, I got to give a shout out to Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, Democrat governor in a ruby red state. And
not a bad way of putting that.
When I interviewed him before too, he was like, look, I believe strongly in uplifting people, and the state that I govern appreciates it. Here's Andy Beshear at the recent Semaphore World Economy Summit, and he's like, of course we should be doing universal pre-K. What are we talking about here? Here, play this clip.
But taking politics out of something is so important. Somehow, pre-K has become political in Kentucky. We have 50% of our kids that show up not ready for kindergarten. We can afford universal pre-K.
No way you can dethrone Trump in the midterms.
But it's somehow become that.
I mean, if he keeps going with this, if his approval rating is anywhere near what it is sitting at right now towards the midterms, yeah, dude.
This back and forth red and blue battle in Kentucky, maybe it's that I'm for it because I am. Every child deserves that good start.
You have Governor Healey of Massachusetts talking about how Trump's tariffs just don't make any sense. Play this clip.
As a governor who cut taxes, as a governor who's working every day to lower costs, including by building more housing, I've said, Mr. President, this makes no sense. Our lumber for housing comes from Canada. Gypsum and other materials come from Mexico. You have just made housing more expensive for us to build in this country. That's in the wrong direction. That's about making things more expensive for people in our country. And it's not delivering on what I thought was the fundamental promise of the Trump campaign, which was we're going to lower costs and make life cheaper for everybody.
Here's another clip from Governor Healey. I think she's a superstar governor. Play this clip.
I was in a hospital here just the other week, and this is a hospital, Boston Children's, where some of the sickest kids in the country go for care. And there have been cuts to Boston Children's and other hospitals as a result of Donald Trump's actions, because these are part of a teaching hospital system. These cuts to universities have significant ripple effects because they result in people being laid off, scientists being laid off, doctors being laid off, clinical trials for things like cancer treatments have been shut down, and this is really bad. It's bad for patients, it's bad for science, and it's really bad for American competitiveness.
Of course, our friend Governor Shapiro made this video about the disastrous impact on tariffs in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But he also, I think this video is really smart in that it just highlights the various component parts in the supply chain that Donald Trump is just destroying. Let's play this clip.
I want to talk a little bit about how these tariffs are going to impact you. Because when people think about tariffs, they think about international economic policy. They're not thinking about local craft brews, but they probably should, right? Tell me what goes into literally getting this beer in this can and how the tariffs are going to impact you.
You've got to get beer into some kind of package.
She's still the Dems representative. How does that work? We don't. I keep doing that. I'm not even a fucking Democrat. They don't have a clear leader of the Democratic Party right now because they're trying to play this weird safety thing. They don't want to necessarily back AOC and Bernie too much right now because they're just like, well, there might be somebody else who's a little bit better, a little bit more friendly towards our corporate interests. Because, for instance, I might be covering this later, but Pete Buttigieg was just on and really pissed off a lot of people because he decided to go on the record and just say, no, listen, I'm not going to really go after, we shouldn't be going after corporations. We should just be raising taxes on, certain rich people. And that's that. It was like, wait a minute. So you're not even going to try and change the corporate tax code? Just giving credence to the whole, if we tax them, they're going to leave. And if they leave, then,
whether it's a glass, a can,
it's
a keg.
It doesn't make any sense.
Cans have been a huge expense for years now, since COVID.
You're paying about 22, 23 cents.
Yeah, it's correct, for a can. Now, that, adding on additional cost to that somebody's got to pay for that. Whether we eat that as a company or we pass some of that on is a big debate because there's...
Well, for you, because, you have to still sell your stuff and you're in a competitive market where people can just choose different beer.
The consumer has a lot of choices, especially in the beer industry and everything else. There's a lot out there to pay extra for... beer.
Someone reaching back to Obama. Well, yeah, that's with the whole, if he tries to gun for a third term thing,
maybe.
Which I hate to say it, if he wants to play that game, I do think, at least, let's put it this way. The politics suck. But the whole, comedy that would come out of that situation and seeing how much, Trump would just absolutely lose his collective shit if Obama won...
not in their future.
So that's
got to be real.
Yeah. They've got everything, So we've got to be super price sensitive, and you don't want to, take away something, whether it's you cut down on some quality to make a lesser product, then you have no consumers coming back. You know, we want to make great beer, give them a great product.
One more clip here of Governor Healy talking about something really
Dude, if I had the last name Healy, I would wear nothing but Healy's.
important. And that's as Donald
Hey, where's Healy? Zing!
Trump guts and
I'm here for my press conference.
destroys our universities.
All right, guys. Thank you for the questions. I'll see you later.
China is actively recruiting students and investing massively in education. Play this clip.
The ones benefiting
Okay,
from
forget my
Donald
lighter.
Trump's
Shit.
misguided attacks on our universities and on research are benefiting China. China is recruiting right now on our campuses all those scientists and faculty members and students who've been laid off or had their offers rescinded and say, come to China, we'll build you that lab, we'll give you staff. So for a president who is about America first, he's making America last, he's making us weaker, he's making us less competitive. Patients will suffer. They're already suffering, Mika, because we've had clinical trials shut down as a result of his dismantling of NIH funding, and that's compounded now by his effort to attack universities and compounded by the attacks on our foreign students, right? He's scaring, for a guy who wants to reshore American talent, right? I mean, he is driving everyone, including American students and faculty members, out of this country because they want
Oh my God, he has his own red, white, and blues.
to be able to do their research somewhere. So
That'd be cool.
It's a very dangerous situation, totally destabilizing, and it's really pointing America in the wrong direction.
Now, Congresswoman Mikey
No. There was this bill called Citizens United that happened during Bush 2.
Sherrill, not the governor of New Jersey yet,
Essentially made it so they had the same rights as us, covered by the First Amendment.
but I think she'd make a great governor of New Jersey. Here is Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill. She was also,
And that essentially gave them like the ability, like, because that played into it, right? I know that played into like how they could contribute financially.
a former Navy helicopter pilot. And here she talks, she's looking at Pete Hegseth here, and she goes, Hegseth, man up and resign. Man up and resign, Hegseth. Here, play this clip right here.
When you're a plebe at the Naval Academy, you learn the...
How are they the biggest fucking podcast? How? When he has this energy to like give to his broadcast, how?
5 basic
God, this is
responses,
so
one of
confusing
which
to
is
me.
no excuse, sir.
What the hell is going
This
on over on YouTube? Seriously, like...
sense that you have to take responsibility for your actions. And what we see here again and again and again is Pete Hegseth trying to avoid any sense of accountability, but he should be fired. So he needs to man up and actually resign right now because he can no longer protect our national security.
And folks, we've been showing you the recent polling of Trump. It is a dumpster fire, a Trump dumpster fire. The recent Ipsos Reuters poll has like his approval at like 37%. The Pew Research poll has him at 40%. The Fox News, I put news in quotes, poll has him at 44%, the lowest in Fox history for 100 days of modern presidents. At this time, former President Biden's approval was about 54%. Trump in his first term was 45%. This is supposed to be the honeymoon phase, and America wants an immediate divorce from Donald Trump already. Also, when you look to our neighbors in the north who Donald Trump attacks with annexation, with conquest, 51st state rhetoric, the despicable, vile rhetoric from Donald Trump, Canada's standing up. Canada's gone elbows up. Canada's gone over the boards. A record turnout there in the early vote that they have over there. Their elections are coming up. It's a few days away is the election. Early vote seen record turnout, and you've seen a complete flip there where a few months ago, everyone expected the Conservative Party to win. Now everybody expects the Liberal Party to win, led by Prime Minister Carney, since Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party, went full Maple MAGA. You don't go full Maple MAGA. He was working with Trump and Danielle Smith, the premier of Alberta. try to interfere with the elections there, going on all the right-wing podcasts like Jordan Peterson talking about woke this, woke that. You know, it's so fascinating because Canada's getting the do-over election that we want here in America. Canada got to see where all of these ridiculous MAGA ideas take you. And they were like, do we want Maple MAGA? Nah, let's go with a banker like Prime Minister Carney, who knows what he's doing, versus bankrupters.
Maple MAGA.
Like
Jim
Trump, or in the case of Maple MAGA over there, Pierre Poilievre, who...
make maple syrup great again, yeah?
I'm going to get a
Come on,
security clearance over there. Anyway, hit subscribe.
All right. Well, that's the one Midas touch story because, dude, I'm trying to be nice here, but holy shit. How the hell are they the #1 political podcast? Not even political, strangely enough. Like, I'm not sure if you guys saw this, but they're like the #1 podcast, like, over Joe Rogan in just general podcasting. That's kind of crazy to me, man. Which is wild to me because I didn't even know they had like a main show. Like, I never knew that. I thought that they were just a YouTube channel that just broke up a whole bunch of different shows. And the one piece of credit that I will always give them is the way that they did prioritize having lawyers on their payroll to explain some of the legality of everything going on. Well, you know, even going back, I remember like the Johnny Depp trial, they were kind of part of that too. You know, that was, it was kind of refreshing to have people just be like, you know, no, this is the actual, you know, law, and this is what they're trying to accomplish. And I love that. I love that type of coverage, you know. But as I said, guys, don't try to take my governor here, man. Like, he's doing the right things. He really is. That whole trans protection thing, that was a big deal. I was like, oh, that definitely put him in a little bit of a more favorable light with me. Although he was never really underwater with me, I'll be completely honest. But all right, here, let's get to the big news. And again, Brian Tyler Cohen has taken a page from the Midas Touch, and he has made it a point to have on legal experts when it comes to this like type of stuff. So let's get a legal take on what's going on with this judge arrest.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown. Glenn, we have a massive, and highly disturbing story that just broke today. A federal judge has been arrested in Milwaukee. First and foremost, can you explain what happened?
Yeah, what happened is Kash Patel's FBI arrested a Milwaukee Circuit Court judge, Judge Hannah Dugan, for allegedly interfering in immigration enforcement matters. What happened was there was somebody who showed up for a court hearing in that Milwaukee Circuit Courthouse, and ICE agents showed up. Apparently the judge, at least according to the reporting thus far, we're still waiting for court documents, the judge told the ICE agents to speak to the chief judge, and when they returned, this immigrant who had appeared was gone. And the allegation, Brian, is that the judge basically helped this person slip out a side door. Now, we don't know if the facts will bear that out or not, but, you know, Kash Patel did some things that are beyond unorthodox. For example, he instantly posted on X, "We've arrested a judge. We believe Judge Dugan intentionally
and he immediately
misdirected federal agents away from the subject to be arrested in her courthouse, the subject being Eduardo Flores Ruiz, allowing the subject, an illegal alien, to evade arrests. Thankfully, our agents chased down the perp on foot, and he's been in custody since. But the judge's obstruction created increased danger to the public. Now, Brian, to my career prosecutor's eye,
the way that they use perp for somebody that's literally just here illegally is insane too.
I have at least two concerns with what Kash Patel posted. First of all, he said expressly, "We believe Judge Dugan did those things." Let me tell you, sport, that was directed at Kash Patel, you better have more than a belief that Judge Dugan did these things. You better have sufficient...
What did the judge say? Nothing. It wasn't what the judge said. They're accusing her of protecting a person that she was overseeing an immigration case for when ICE was trying to come into her courtroom and arrest this person. She decided to direct them away from ICE because she
evidence to
she hasn't
satisfy the
commented on
burden
anything,
of probable cause to arrest a judge or anybody. The standard is not different to arrest a judge or arrest a career drug dealer. Probable cause is probable cause, and Kash Patel's belief doesn't cut it. He didn't say we have an arrest warrant issued by a federal judge to take Judge Dugan into custody. Now, I am assuming
The thing is, this is so ballsy because once you arrest a fucking judge, dude, you don't understand the Pandora's box you just opened up. Because this is also the thing. The courts are eventually going to push back against every one of these assholes if they keep pushing it. Like, you don't think that they're going to start, like, allowing some investigations into this insider trading bullshit? And again, even with the idea that, oh, Trump might just pardon them, let them test the, like, see how far they go. Because honestly, we might be that fucking cooked to where if everybody just ignores it, then what, guys? Then what? Like, we do need enough people to fucking wake up to this stuff and go, hey, this isn't cool.
his agents must have had an arrest warrant because, you know, that's kind of criminal.
Brian Tyler Cohen's eyes are just like, I feel we're all at this point, dude. I was watching Angry Ginger yesterday. He has fucking had it. Vosh fucking has had it. I have been going off for the past, week and a half. I have definitely not been able to watch some of these stories with my just
procedure and
able to contain myself.
Police Investigations 101. Not that I would expect Kash Patel to know about that, but, you know, equally horrific is he then, you know, posts something like he's, you know, in a Jimmy Cagney movie and other, we chased down the perp, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe one of the reasons he instantly deleted that post, which makes things seem a little bit fishy, is one thing we never do, Brian, not law enforcement agents and not prosecutors. We don't begin to disclose the facts of how the arrest went down. Why? Because we are now poisoning the well of public opinion and the potential jury pool. So maybe that's why somebody pulled Kash aside and said, look, Mr. Director, you need to delete your own post. So those are some minor quibbles. But the bottom line is the judge was presented in court today, and she was released, I believe, on her own recognizance. I don't think a bond had to be posted. And what we really have to do is await additional information by way of court documents, not what Kash Patel says did or did not happen.
Glenn, will we know if a judge did sign off on this arrest warrant? Because that seems to be the thing that jumps out at me first and foremost, that clearly they would have had to follow proper procedure, and you're not able to just arrest somebody unless you have a signed warrant to be able to do so. And so that would require a judge's signature. Will we eventually see that warrant if it does exist?
We will. It will become a public document. Ordinarily, when somebody is arrested on a warrant, that warrant is made public once the person is presented in court, because now these become matters of...
So wouldn't that have already been presented then?
It should have been, but we haven't seen anything released. I mean, this literally is breaking news. The judge just walked out of the courthouse, you know, in recent hours. So we have to wait for that. But let me just add one thing. You can arrest somebody without a warrant. So, for example, if you are in hot pursuit of somebody fleeing a bank robbery, you obviously don't have to stop and go acquire an arrest warrant. You arrest that person in hot pursuit. But this is not a hot pursuit case. Police can make what are called probable cause arrests, which means a warrantless arrest because there is some exigency or some need to make that arrest without a warrant. I can't believe in a million years, even the Kash Patel, which equals the Donald Trump FBI, would make a probable cause arrest of a judge without a federal judge, because Judge Dugan is a local judge, without a federal judge issuing an arrest warrant. But more to come on that. There's something else that jumped out at me, though, Brian. And this is a horrific circumstance, regardless of what actually happened. The reason I say that is because either a judge committed federal felonies to help a potential arrestee escape. That would be horrific. And judges can commit crimes, and if they do, they should be held accountable, arrested and prosecuted and given a fair trial. Or the other thing that might have happened is this is just yet another example of dozens of examples of lawlessness by the Trump administration, of abuse of power, abuse of office. We know Donald Trump has been signing unconstitutional executive orders one after another, and judges from coast to coast are telling him so. So this would be part of a pattern of lawlessness by the Trump administration if this is not a legitimate and righteous arrest and prosecution.
Well, look, we have seen the ways in which the Trump
Yeah, well, I mean, like, dude, the fact is, Glenn Kirshner, for instance, he's one of the guys that I became very aware of during the Trump trial, and then all of his expertise just being whittled down to, meh, you know what? He knows his shit, but it doesn't matter because the courts don't give a fuck, and it, like, all this procedural bullshit does tend to just go out the window when it comes to Donald Trump because it seems as simple as he can go, you know what? I don't want to do it. You know what? No, I'm above the law. And then sure shit, he's above the law. And this was before he was even fucking president. Like, that's what's insane to me is the fact that he was able to do that. It's a witch hunt.
Himself
you can't
has
do this
been
during an
looking to wield
election.
his
Like, dude,
power against attorneys, and
we're all just sitting here like tail between our legs, looking like Brian Tyler Cohen here, just with fucking sad eyes, just like, again?
Largely gotten them to bend the knee to the tune of $1 billion in pro bono legal work that he's got just sitting there on the table for him to use. Now he's kind of shifted his focus toward the judges. Do you think that this is going to have a broader impact
Pep up when you pep down.
in terms of a chilling effect
What
on
up,
the
dude?
judiciary more broadly?
Yeah, that's a great question, and one that only...
Hit that like button as you guys get in here. For some reason, YouTube is doing some weird shit with the algorithm.
The thousands of judges nationwide, state, county, local, and federal can answer. I would love to...
Notice that the last 2 days.
In knee-jerk fashion say no, because judges understand that their work is not always going to be easy. And, you know, there are risks attendant to being a judge today more than ever. But I would like to think most of them will kind of divorce this incident from their day-to-day duties of judging without fear or favor, particularly without fear of a potentially corrupt presidential administration misusing the powers of their law enforcement agencies to go after judges who truly have done nothing wrong, but their decisions displease Donald Trump. But Brian, there's one other thing I want to touch on because, in fairness, we need to, pay attention to both sides of the equation with respect to what Judge Dugan did or did not do. And what I want to do is just quote a very short statement that Judge Dugan's lawyer
where are you going?
Gave to the media after this first court hearing at which Judge Dugan appeared. Here's what the lawyer said, quote, Miss Dugan wholeheartedly regrets and protests her arrest. It was not made in the interest of public safety.
No, I know.
And we asked the court.
I'm kidding.
The judge.
No, that time that was me. I was actually kidding.
Release. Here's why I bring that to our viewers' attention. In fairness, because ordinarily
this is my favorite part. Now I get to do that.
You see on the steps of the courthouse after a defendant has first been presented in court, the defense attorney will say something like,
I actually legit feel good about that.
My client is absolutely innocent. My client committed no crime, did nothing wrong, should not have been arrested, should not be prosecuted. But if she is, we welcome the opportunity to defeat the prosecution's case in court. This attorney for Judge Dugan said the exact opposite. Basically said, well,
I can't believe you didn't go live yesterday. Picking up a wife from work is not an excuse. That's a perfect time to go live in the car and talk about the age of...
My client, Judge Dugan, regrets and protests her arrest. I'm sorry, as a career prosecutor, that is a red...
No, actually, it was one of those times Angry Ginger was live, so I just kind of hung out in his chat.
Flag to me. Now, it may be...
It did suck, though, because the whole plan was I was supposed to be home an hour earlier, so I would have been able to broadcast from it would have been 9 o'clock my time, but it didn't work.
That the judge, the defendant, said to her lawyer, listen, no grandstanding. I want to be circumspect. I want to be understated in the statement you make. But ordinarily, if a judge has been wrongfully arrested, having committed no crime or done
off to work with me, I shall listen.
Nothing wrong. I would sure want my attorney to make that crystal
Yeah, I'm excited. Just so you guys know, I'm really excited to get to the majority report bit because I only got to hear a little bit of the show today, and I just happened to tune in while they were in the middle of a segment. And I was like, oh, I want to go back and watch that. So
here from the very first statement my attorney gave
you guys get to watch
the
it with
press.
me.
So, as we said a few minutes ago,
Man,
Brian,
you get to see the show.
Judges
Man.
can break the law. And
the days that I don't.
If they do, when they do.
I got to check in and chat like a few times, and then the fun half started, and I was like, I got maybe 5 minutes.
They need to be held accountable, but we really have to wait to see exactly what the evidence is, because Kash Patel can talk about his belief until he's blue in the face. I need to see the actual evidence with my own eyes before I'm inclined to believe him.
Now, in terms of Kash Patel commenting on an ongoing investigation, is there any exposure for him breaking protocol or even further?
Usually there would be.
Or is there some law in
usually there would be.
place that would prevent?
I mean, think about this. If this was the Biden administration, they would do it out of pure embarrassment.
Tampering with the jury pool, for example, by virtue of making these statements.
Yeah, he may have engaged in an ethical misstep by beginning to talk about, the chase. We had to chase down the perp. I can't tell you how inappropriate that is for any law enforcement agent to say, disclosing information about the arrest, never mind the FBI director. But, is he likely to face any sanction? Very unlikely, because who is going to examine the unethical conduct of Kash Patel inside the Department of Justice?
That's part of the problem right now.
Pam Bondi. Why wouldn't it be Pam Bondi?
And she's all over that because goodness knows, she is just a straight arrow following the law without fear or favor.
Well, at this point, then, I guess the last question here becomes, what are next steps and when will we learn more?
Yeah, we're going to hear something, I think, very soon. We may see some court documents released. We will probably have a next court appearance very soon, within a matter of days or perhaps a couple of weeks. So we'll begin to learn more about whether this, one, was a righteous arrest, and two,
Tommy Troll,
whether a prosecution will go forward or not.
Welcome to the stream. I'm Pep. Nice to meet you.
At least as of today, the federal prosecutors stood up in court and were prepared to support the charges of, obstructing this immigration operation. But we're really going to need to know more about what the actual evidence is, not just what mouthpieces say about what the evidence is.
Right.
Right. Like if she was actually if she was going and doing obstruction of justice, I hate to say, if it's a clear-cut case of that shit, then that makes it a little more complicated. But from my understanding, it was there was one attorney that was talking specifically about how it was the way ICE came into the courtroom and were trying to they were trying to subvert her when she was in the middle of essentially prosecuting this guy.
Plenty of that. No shortage of mouthpieces.
It's all good. How are you? I'm good.
We will, of course, stay on top of this. This is a major story that's just broken
Doing
right
well,
now.
all
So
things
for those
considered.
who are watching, if you want to follow along, please make sure to subscribe. The links to both of our channels are right here on the screen. It's a great way to support us and independent media more broadly. I'm Brian Tyler Cohen.
And I'm Glenn Kirshner.
You're watching The Legal Breakdown.
That was actually a good one. They haven't been doing many of those because we haven't really needed many. But when they put those together, I'm really glad they do. Hey guys, I actually am doing I had a good day today. I had a good day yesterday too, mentally. So, because when I say that, it's not like I'm doing this like a daily journey. Unfortunately, it is that situation where it's a grief thing where I'm just taking it day by day. And I can tell you right now, on Monday, yeah, I hope you guys are going to be here, hang out, and definitely keep me company, because that's going to be a rough one. That is my mom's birthday, which that was going to be her, the actual memorial, but a few things happened, so, gotta love life. But real quick, here is the link if you guys are able to donate to my mom's memorial fund. I appreciate it. If not, hey, I understand. And also, but I do appreciate the fact that you guys are just here watching, supporting. But hit that like button because it's free. And it makes you awesome. Honestly, man. I had another YouTuber say that one time, and they were very right, because it is something you should just make part of your YouTube diet. So when you like somebody's channel, go and just hit that like button, because it really, dude, it helps. Large, small, doesn't matter. I'm so sorry for your loss. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was unexpected too, man. Like, hey, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Yeah, she passed away the first week of March last month, and it was completely unexpected. You know, natural cause, heart attack, from complications. She had pneumonia a little bit before that, so it sucks. And it was pneumonia caused from COVID, so unfortunately, we don't know if that really contributed as much, but God, yes, feed the algorithm gods, please, guys. I really do appreciate you guys liking the stream. Also, share the stream wherever you guys can. If you have other channels that allow promotion of other channels, please let them know that I'm out there, because yeah, just really trying to get myself out there, guys. Want to grow this channel. What age? She was 73. I consider it young. It's weird because I'm 38 myself, so I kind of get this thing where I'm just like, At Pep Talks TV, I get the raids. No, I appreciate that, man. No, you have. You actually, you have brought a few raids here. You know, you brought Sansol's community, which they vibed pretty well, man. So I gotta thank you for that. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, did you also bring RTPS? Cool. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. There's another one I thought you brought too. All I know is that Kid Not Kin and Resevere, or I think that's how you say it. Yeah, I've been looking into their stuff. I'm gonna be looking to be doing some collaborations with some people. I already talked to Angry Ginger about this, so that's just a matter of timing. I'm gonna be doing a interview with him on this channel, hopefully. Honestly, if it's on his channel, I don't care, but no, I'm banned from Kid Not Kin. Well, behave. What the hell? Oh, wait, actually, you know what? Here, what got you banned? Because honestly, knowing you, you're one of those guys where it's like, you push buttons, so I could see. But if it was one of those things, way too soon, so sorry, pal. Yeah, no, it was. It was. She was also kind of part of this community, which I'm lucky. I am lucky enough that my mom got to watch me kind of come up as a streamer, find a very, very modest success in it, which is cool. I've only been doing this for a short amount of time. I started streaming full-time full-time. I consider it full-time because I put in 6 to 8 hours, but I started doing that in November. So it was really cool to have her see that. And then also to, you know, like to have her in this community. That's what I miss the most though, is because she didn't know how to work chat. So she would text me during the show and just like tell me things, like if there was a chatter that she thought was funny, she would tell me about it. There was one time we had a chatter kind of playing a game where he had a alt account and he put it as his mom. And then she got a hold of me and she's just like, "Oh, hey, another mom's in the chat." I was just like, "Oh no, how do I explain this to her?" It was cute. Like I miss that the most. She was awesome with that, and she was really, really funny. But thanks, guys. I appreciate it. It's rough. And then yeah, I think I've mentioned this enough here. I don't want to go too deep into it for everybody that's already heard it, but it sucks, man. Like the one thing you don't think about is when somebody dies. Like you don't think about how expensive it's going to be. You don't think about all the just the little things that they try, like that they try to get you for, that they do get you for, because it's it's also shitty that she died in another state that has totally different laws than my own. Just found my place. Want to tell me more about it? Love listening to people's stories. Oh, hey man, cool. I appreciate that. Yeah, going right for it with the mom story, but I'm becoming more okay with it. It hurts. I'll be completely real with you guys. Like it does take a lot for me when I'm talking about these things. Like that's also why I fidget and do these things, because I am still going through it, man. It sucks. But no, welcome to the channel. This is I like to do news and politics here. I try to do it with a degree of journalistic integrity that I learned in broadcasting school, because I'm one of the last vestiges of somebody that actually went to broadcasting school to learn how to be on the radio, which was, in hindsight, pretty stupid. It was it wasn't a waste of money as much, because like the technical aspect of it, yes. Like I would say the time that I did, that was stupid. It's good for you to talk about it. No, it is. I'm in therapy. And Mitesh, what up, bud? How you doing? Hope you're doing well, dude. Happy Friday. Fuck yeah. I keep forgetting that it's Friday. Happy Friday. Hey, can I just say, Angry Ginger's show yesterday was fire. Like, dude, he was on point. I gotta say that that segment with the Pete Buttigieg thing, I'll be real with you too, Mitesh. This is the reason that I'm not tackling it today. He really did a good job. So, you know what? Maybe if I can find it in his VOD, I'll just go to that segment, because he cooked on that, dude. I have to say. That's also why it was kind of nice, like, despite the fact that I was kind of freaking out, I'm not going to lie, while I was sitting in the parking lot not getting any answers about, hey, you said you'd be off at this time. What's going on? Kids like, can we go now? Can we go? It's kind of funny. But it ended up working out. It just sucked because, yeah, I really wanted to come home and stream, man. I was in such a good mood. You have no idea. After getting the confirmation that Switch 2 is definitely going to be here and I'm going to be playing Mario Kart on stream, like that put a smile on my face. Oh man, that was cool though. I actually got to go physically wait in line, and I'm not sure if I've ever told you guys, but I used to work at GameStop when it was like 19 to 22. It was my favorite job I've ever had, except for the fact that it's where you learn that they will take advantage of your passion. And that was the first time that happened to me, where they totally took advantage of that. I got paid like ass. My hours were just absolutely insane. And I got to work the fun release of the PS4 and the Wii. That was awesome, because you don't know. Like, that was like the little taste of like the Black Friday crowds and all that kind of stuff, but just seeing like how mean and petty people get over shit like that. Like, dude, there was a person that was legit going to fight this guy over a wristband, because this other guy, this is what really pissed me off. He walked up at midnight just expecting that he was going to be able to get in line and just get a system. And it was like, dude, we handed out wristbands like a half hour ago, and he could not wrap his head around that. But that's kind of what they did. It was so weird to get there. I did a head count. I'm like, okay, so I am 24th in line. Usually their stock rooms, it doesn't matter. Like, it's based on like the dimensions of the box. So I'm like, the box can't be any bigger than, the Wii. So they're either going to be able to fit like 30 to 50 systems. And, yeah, it was kind of funny when, I got up there. I was like, oh shit. Totally, I nailed that. But dude, yeah, working at GameStop though, it really did suck that they took advantage of me the way that they did, because my passion for that job was there. I absolutely loved that gig. Even, doing like scanning in games, that kind of shit, was the most tedious part, because you had to scan them in manually. You literally had to walk around with a program scanner and scan each game in. That sucked. But God, yeah, working like the midnight releases I got to work were awesome. The Wii one, we had a party. We actually had like a party in store for the Wii release. It was awesome. Like we had a raffle where we had they called it a basket, but it was in a backpack. It was like a Nintendo backpack full of shit. It was so cool, man. Call of Duty. Like I remember when Call of Duty Modern Warfare came out, I worked that midnight release. That was insane. I'm in Chicago. Yeah, it's okay. No, people, I can barely hide where I'm from because it. Sometimes the accent just gets me. Sometimes I love where I live so much that I'm just like, no, I live in Chicago. I love this damn city. I love this damn state even. Illinois. Muy accento. Yeah, a little bit. Even I hear it sometimes, guys. Occasionally, I'll just be like, whoa, you went a little thick there, dude. I remember the days of calling GameStop to hope FromSoft games had a midnight release. Really? So you were one of the guys that was calling for like PC midnight releases? Oh no. Dude, I will never forget. We had one guy that like he ordered his PC games from us, and because of him, we had to have like this little tiny freaking computer, like a PC gaming like resale thing, because he would bring them in and he would resell them. So FromSoft is Dark Souls. Oh right, is it? I don't know. I honestly, publishers, all that kind of stuff, I kind of know them. Like I know like the basic ones, Blizzard, and how Activision owns Blizzard now. Like I knew about that. I know like about the big ones, and how I also just know EA is a fucking. They really are a mess. They how many times are they gonna screw up Star Wars games? Although Force, what is it? The Force Awakens or the one with Cal Kestis, the second one, the Jedi one. It was all right. Fuck EA. Yeah, Again, I'm not a big fan. They haven't done much, in my opinion, that's great. I stopped buying all the sports games, all of them, because how many times are you going to give me the same damn game where it's like, oh, look, we changed the roster. It's like, you know what? I'll play the old roster. Fuck it. They screwed Harry Potter up. What? What are you talking about? Oh, like the Harry Potter games? I don't know, guys. Listen, I'm one of the guys who played Hogwarts. Listen, J.K. Rowling sucks. Like, she absolutely sucks. But the fact is, people kind of took her franchise from her. Like, that's part of, like, when I understood the deal that she made, where she's not actively continuing to make money off of, the stuff, like the business dealings of the property. No, she is. She sucks. She is the worst, but letting her just take stuff that that we all enjoyed, that honest to God is not really steeped in that. And listen, the goblins have always been problematic. Yes, that is true. Let's just be fucking real there. But nah, man, like there's nothing wrong with liking a little just fucking fantasy stuff. Dude, the problem is if we apply this to a lot of people, then there's so many sci-fi novels that you'll never be able to enjoy. There's so many it's all over the fucking place. Like Orson Scott Card. Like that one sucked. Like that guy was one of my literary heroes growing up. Like those were some of the bigger books that I learned how to read when I was like in 4th or 5th grade. Again, this is maybe why I am the way that I am, Anna, is the fact that instead of reading, theory, history, I was reading, Ender's Game. And a bunch of just sci-fi books. But they say J.R. Tolkien was a... What? What? Yeah, Ender's Game's good. Ender's Game is great. I loved Ender's Game, especially the first one. God damn. Like that, it's the original one where if you didn't know the ending, you were just like, what? Like, Man, that's such a that was one of those books. Like I remember putting that down, and I had a teacher who recommended it to me, so it was kind of cool where I'd be able to go and talk to him about that stuff. And I remember not being able to wait to go to school that day, where I was just like, I can't wait to just tell him. It's like, oh, how, like, it's the same with Brandon Sanderson though. Like a lot of people either love or hate Brandon Sanderson. I personally have not read a single one of his books. I have so many friends that love him that I'm going to give it at least a shot. They recommended enough, like he's written enough books where they have like trilogies. They have the ones that are like 7 books, but then they have the ones that are like, no, it's standalone. This will get you into the overall world. It's like, okay, cool. Look at the Disney cartoons from the 50s, man. They were straight up racist. Yeah, so was the time. No. Simply Steve, this is something that I've always been like, you have to understand this. Just because we are like, based now, that doesn't mean that you can always go into the past, like, especially with the fact that we have all this stuff so easily accessible to us, and then judge it with the modern frames. Like, I don't agree to a lot of that bullshit because I remember this was a big deal when they were trying to re-edit Tom and Jerry cartoons instead of like giving context, and then they learned from the outrage and they re-released the original Tom and Jerry cartoons with a preface from Whoopi Goldberg that it's like, hey man, yeah, this came from a different time. Yeah, you know that character? That's not cool. But she's like, I grew up with this show. I understand that it had some racist connotations, but honestly, this art is something that I still appreciate. And it's like, this is something that we shouldn't just bury. I don't think that it's that much anti-LGBTQ as protecting biological female rights. Well, long real fight. Don't want to get political. Well, you're on a political show. Like my show is called High on Politics. Actually, I did get a little stun locked. I should have just told you, like, no, I lean left. Most of my audience, I would say, are left leaning, most, but I don't know, because I feel like we're starting to get a large mix here. Even in the Discord, I've noticed this, where it's just like, no, guys, like, we got some centrists in here, we got some leftists in here, we got some right wingers in here. We actually have 1 or 2 Trumpers that watch, and they're respectable. Like, they're respectful, they're not trolly, they admit they're just like, oh, you know what, I still kind of think Trump is cool, but, you know, I feel like, when they told me, they're like, I feel like you're not like your average leftist that's just gonna ban me just for having a contrarian opinion. It's like, all right, you get to stay. I mean, I'll be honest though, Tommy, we do have a rule here, trans rights are I bites kind of thing, because, like, I have, like, a trans best friend, I got, one of my best friends is trans, I should say. And then, yeah, I got many trans community members here, and it's honestly, really, who cares? I do respect opinions. Good. That's all I care about. And respect thy mods. That's the main rule. Don't go after the mods. Other people have learned that the hard way. Damn, that was out of place. Didn't realize I wasn't caught up. Oh, don't worry about it. I love you too, Kaz. The U.S. states that have done similar things, it's most cis women that suffer from these laws. Yeah, no, exactly. Because, like, we've already seen that. God, Anna, I'm not sure if you've seen a lot of, like, what's going on in the Crystal and, like, Kyle and Friends chat, or their comments threads. Oh God, have you seen the shit that they're saying about Crystal? Like, it's insane. Like, I always, like, because I made the observation where I'm just like, yeah, she has very broad shoulders. She probably played basketball in high school. They took that and they were just like, she has an Adam's apple. Look. It's just like, holy shit. Now, I will have this opinion. I don't know how Zach somehow is like a prettier version of her as a dude, where it's like, how'd that work out? Because I'm not sure if you've noticed, they look very much alike. I watch your streams and 2 other streamers. I appreciate that. Thank you. The transvestigators are absolutely insane. Well, dude, they were, yeah, like, I'm not sure. That's not new, though. No, she is. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've always, like, Crystal has always been one of those, women out that I get uncomfortable saying this because I don't like saying these types of things usually, but she's very beautiful. She's, when I was about to say, when I found out that they were together, I was kind of like, go Kyle! And then I also found out that, like, the thing is, when I found out me and Kyle, like, I'm older than Kyle. I'm like a year older than Kyle. And then I found out her age, and then I was like, oh. It was almost like that, that stupid thing that we all do where it's like, you're saying there was a chance. No, there wasn't. But yeah. Yeah, no shit. Sylvie. Yeah, are you saying hi? Like, hi, that's me. He's talking about me. No, as I said, guys, and I know that I've repeated this maybe almost too much, but we do really have one of the best communities on YouTube, on Twitch. I'm part of 2 other communities that, like, I would say that I'm like a regular there, and yeah, even there, like, yeah, it's way more stressful. Like, this is not. We definitely have, like, a lot of fun here and good conversations, and even sometimes, like, when it does get a little heated, it's like, yeah, gets solved pretty quick. She's much younger than him? No, she's much older than him. Well, not much older. What is she, 43? I think she's 43. Here, let me see. Crystal Ball is 80. She's from 81, 43. Aha, I nailed it. Oh, boom. I love when I do that. Yeah, she's 43. Man, I just saw a picture of her when she started. Jeez. Who are we talking about? I'm confused. Crystal Ball from Breaking Points. You're my mainstream I watch right now. Sylvie. Thank you. Man, that shit's surreal to me. It still is. I'm not sure if, like, how that guy makes you guys feel. I feel a little, like, I don't know, cheesy, but whatever, man. It's crazy. Like, it really is genuinely crazy to me that not even a year ago, I was not even doing this, and I was just a stream consumer kind of thing. Like, that. It's wild that I'm doing this, and I love it. I absolutely love this. I love you guys. I love just all of it. So, I hope that comes through, guys. I hope you guys are having fun with me. So, honestly, if Crystal was trans, her name would make so much sense. I couldn't believe. I mean, as somebody who has a last name like that, where it's just like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that I should have named my kid Saul with the middle name Tand? Like, what? Like, that's literally how on point that is with her. Where it's just like, that's insane. Or just even like Salty. Sergeant. Yeah, Sergeant. Name my kid Sarge. Yeah, Sergeant. He has hippie parents. She has hippie parents, I think. That would make a lot of sense. It really would. The thing is, like, let's be real. I'm a bit of a hippie myself, if not the modern equivalent, but I mean, listen, as somebody who does not plan on having kids, Ghost. See, now that's a good one. That's a good one because you are so white. I'll allow it. I was like, I had that half moment where I was just like, am I insulted? I'm like, I can't be. Look at me. I got sunburned being in, like, literally in the sun for what, an hour? Not even? No, I was in the sun for probably 30 minutes. Like, it made no sense how I got this sunburn, but it's bad. It's like right here. Love how it's on my hat line. Black crystals. Oh no. Well, yeah. Crystal is not. It's not the fact that her name is Crystal with a K. That's not the problem. It's not even a problem. It's just. But her last name is Ball. Like, Crystal Ball. Like, what? Call your kid Belle? Oh, if I had a girl? Yeah, name her Belle. Bell Pepper? Actually, see, there it is, though. Anna. The thing is, I would totally entertain that one, because that one, pretty name. It is a little funny, but I hate to say it. You know what? No, that would work, and I love that name. 11 out of 10. No, I'm not even. Yeah, okay, guys. So we're just gonna say this. If I were to have a daughter, which we all know, if that were to happen, that it's kind of like, oopsie. Just an aside. But yeah, if it was a girl, yeah. Unimoogle's gonna pop in here and just be like, "Excuse me." It's like I did not sign off on any of this. Let alone, especially the kid part. She's just like, no. Everybody wins. I mean, it's a win-win. Yo, Kirk, I just saw that you snuck in here. What up, dude? How you doing? I'm personally not against LGBTW. What's the W? What? I thought it was Q. Whatever. We were just talking about humans, geez, but this has become a us against them thing. And besides this not being what the world needs right now, the party thing makes facts easily become propaganda. And I want people to look into facts and not just adopt social media opinions and news headlines. That's all. That's actually, you know what, Tom or Tommy, that's a really fair take. I'll give you that. And that's a good thing to want. Like, wanting people to break from their bubbles and interact with the people, like with other people, that is a big deal. And that's something on this channel that, like I was saying, I have a mixed audience for that, because I want to entertain conversations. I want to entertain good faith debate. The fact that I'm not just into politics, so it's something like where I can recognize like how, you know, the left and the right are into things like, you know, comic books, Pokemon, Godzilla, freaking Star Wars, especially Star Wars, jeez. When it comes to bathrooms, etc., I'd say solution is female. Yeah, gender neutral. It literally, that's how you, no. All right. Yeah, you're base. You're fine. Well, at least that opinion was. No, because like the thing is, in Chicago, like we have a lot of like these public spaces, and that's what they did. They just made them gender neutral bathrooms, and it works way better because it doesn't create, there is no scene to be created. Now the thing is, if you go into a bar and you see the this is strictly a female like there are a few bars like that where I've like I'm not going to patronize them anymore because they want to make it a fucking thing. So it just makes no sense. Funniest names I've heard were Orangello and Lemon Jello. Wait, like that? That was their name? No, they had to be nicknames. For real? No way. I'm actually kind of surprised that, like, I didn't have a nickname that led to that. Like, I got kind of lucky in that regard, where most people have always called me Pepper. Like, it was weird. I've always been one of those guys, too, where, like, when people call me by my first name, I'm like, like, my friends are the only ones that really do that, and obviously my family, but yeah, anybody else, like, especially in school, like, dude, my own teachers, would call me that, so. I thought it was kind of cool that they were twins. Oh, no shit? Okay, that's even funnier. That's wild. But what about the boys who want to see girls pee? They be lurking? Dude, what the fuck? I mean, that's literally what the conservative, like, thing is. That's why they care so much. They do think that's just what they're doing. I agree. As capitalists, why do I have to have 2 bathrooms or 3? I mean, as somebody that's always, like, had that thing where I'm like, how come we just can't all be handicap stalls? Like, just big ass handicap stalls. Gender neutral, you know, just I told you guys about that, right? How I had my worst nightmare actually happen to me. I was at Comic-Con and I used one of the handicap stalls and I just hear a squeak and I just look down and I see a pair of wheels underneath the door. I'm like, oh, no. I did the walk of shame where I was just, I'm sorry. I made sure it was real clean in there, though. I was like, oh boy, do I feel like a goose? Oh no, that sucked. Yep. Not sure if you guys ever had it, but when it does actually happen to you, it's like your brain does the like, oh, did I just win the worst lottery? That's not good. Gone to a Halloween party as salt and pepper shakers? No, we have not. We have not. No. Actually, the thing is, we've never really done couples costumes as much. Because, like, the thing is, we cosplay, like, other stuff, so... Oh, no, I take that back. I take that back totally. 2 years ago, we were Eddie and Chrissy from Stranger Things, and we knocked those costumes out. Here, actually, you know what? I'll make this special for you guys. I will post this in the Discord here. I will give you guys a little look. Let's see. October 2024. There we go. You also get to see a Pep without a beard, which is not something I'm very comfortable with. But here, why not? Come on, what the hell is this picture? What the hell is it? All right, here. It should be there. And nope, it didn't transfer. Beardless Pep. Yeah, beardless Pep. Here. I've got to get this out there. Where the fuck did it go? I just added it to all this, and now it's just disappeared, like, into the ether of everything. Ilirda just called you a bitch? Call me a bitch? She called... What'd I do? Wait a minute. The thing is, I can't even get mad because I'm just like, wait, was it my fault? What'd I do? What was it me? It must have been me. What'd I say? What is this? There. Right. You have, oh shit. I just realized that totally just reset. I like how you're trying to get her in trouble. Oh, here, guys, you know what? Let's go through this real quick. And then, yeah, I'm going to make sure that this is posted. But, yeah, George Santos got 7 years in prison. So let's take a look.
Federal judge sentencing Santos to 87 months in prison after the Long Island Republican accepted a plea deal to aggravated identity theft and wire fraud charges. Santos expelled from Congress in disgrace after serving nearly a year of his term back in 2023. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles is with us with the very latest. Ryan, what penalties did Santos also receive?
Well, essentially, Jorge, Jose, I should say, I'm sorry, George Santos is facing the maximum penalty that prosecutors were seeking as a result of this plea agreement. He was hoping by pleading guilty to a long list of these crimes that he would be given a degree of leniency by the judge. He was hoping for as little as 2 years in prison, but the judge thought differently and sided with prosecutors and has given him 87 months in prison, which is equivalent to more than 7 years in prison. He's also being forced to pay back more than $300,000.
That he got the pretty much the maximum, man. He'll be pardoned so quick. I don't think so, dude. I don't think that Trump is going to pardon him because he wasn't as useful to Trump, and on top of it, his podcast, he was throwing Trump and Trump officials under the bus. So, I think Santos is fucked, guys.
In restitution, almost $380,000 in restitution, and also forfeit more than $200,000. This sentence is far beyond what Santos had hoped, but it's important to keep in mind, Jose, the way that Santos conducted himself after initially agreeing to plead guilty. You know, he had fought back, said that he was going to take this case all the way to a jury at one point, claimed that he was not guilty of any of these crimes against him, despite the overwhelming evidence that prosecutors had. And then he made an abrupt about face, decided to plead guilty tearfully outside the federal courthouse in August of last year, admitted that he was guilty of these crimes, and in many ways throwing himself on the mercy of the court, asking for a lenient sentence. But in the days after that, he used a number of different social media platforms to try and argue that perhaps he wasn't.
You're Swedish, so it's not
as guilty as federal prosecutors claim, that he was the victim of a witch hunt because of his conservative politics. He used the platform Cameo to raise hundreds of thousands of dollars, bragging that he was making more money on Cameo than he ever would have made as a member of Congress. And there was no doubt that the judge took this into consideration, that a part of the reason that they were looking for a more lenient sentence was because that he admitted that he had done something wrong and that he was trying to change his ways, and that he felt guilty and felt remorse for the victims that were impacted by his crimes. Clearly, the judge felt that explanation of his remorse and his admitting of his guilt was not authentic, and they have sided with the prosecutors completely with this.
By the way, I did get everything into the Discord, so I'm going to link the Discord into the Twitch chat now.
87-month jail term.
If you haven't
the
already
other interesting thing in the back of all of this, Jose, is the effort that he may be attempting to try and receive some sort of clemency or a pardon from President Trump. This isn't something that he's explicitly asked for, and it's not something that President Trump has even indicated that he'd be willing or open to doing so. But Santos has said in the past that if it was offered, he would certainly accept it.
There you go. Well, it's kind of nice that Santos kind of got what was coming to him. I mean, that whole thing was really frustrating, especially when you found out that he not only stole somebody's identity, but he also committed voter fraud and all this shit. He really went for it, man. And then on top of it, he was just an odd guy. He was a weird fucking guy. He lied about the weirdest shit. The weirdest shit. So, no trolling, my friend. I'm offended right now, and I can't figure out why. Because you thought that you were about to have a troll conversation, and you're just like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, he's talking about, trolls, mythical creature trolls. That was quite the swerve there, Tommy. I got to say, that's kind of funny. Here we got George Santos is done. We got a real quick news story here about Trump's approval rating. Let's take a look at this, and then we'll go into the the majority report.
Well, recent polls are showing voters are not satisfied with President Trump's performance so far on the economy, inflation, and tariffs. But the president says new trade deals are in the works, including with China. Caroline Shively has more from Washington.
President Trump heading off to Rome to attend the Pope's funeral and talk.
Wait, so am I under the misconception that they lived under bridges? Wait, so are they Bridge trolls or wood trolls? Where do they actually live?
To foreign leaders about tariffs.
I think the tariff plan is doing very well. We're resetting the table. We're going to make our country very rich.
While back at home Friday, revised consumer sentiment numbers for April came in slightly better than expected, but still signal Americans are cautious about the economic outlook.
The biggest strength is U.S. consumers employed, has money in their accounts, their credit quality is good, and they're spending well. The biggest weakness,
I mean, you did put troll in your name on Twitch.
not here yet, but could happen, is that changes.
A new Fox poll shows 56% of voters disapprove of Trump's handling of the economy, 59% on inflation, and 58% give a thumbs down on tariffs.
Everywhere.
People think he doesn't know what he's doing, and any observer who watches
pot, meat, kettles.
what he says, what his advisors say, how it changes from day to day, would agree.
President Trump tells Time magazine he expects to announce several trade deals with China over the next 3 or 4 weeks after speaking with Chinese President Xi Jinping.
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times.
But on Friday,
Not about this, just in general. He's not technically lying, but you know what? If they hook me up to a lie detector test, I'm going to pass with flying colors. I have talked to President Xi many times.
the Chinese Foreign Ministry said the two governments had no
I mean, that is covering his ass, I guess.
ongoing negotiations, and the U.S. should stop creating confusion. Some
I just like how China's response to that is, no, Trump no talk to us, no.
business experts warn any comments from China could be negotiation tactics.
China loves to mess with our markets.
That was my best Consuelo, by the way. I hope you guys didn't mix up that accent.
They love to drop a bomb at the right time.
As for how long those tariffs will last, President Trump told Time magazine that he would consider it a total victory if the U.S. has tariffs as high as 50% a year from now. In Washington, Caroline Shively.
Quick bio 39. Hey, we're only a year apart. Nice. Male, Swedish, but live in Italy. 5 sons. Jesus.
Fox 32 Chicago.
Or natural
Sylvia,
kind. You have 5 kids?
back to you.
Crazy. I got goose egg here. None. And quite happy about that. That whole, don't you get lonely? It's like, not really. I really don't. I have a wife and we're very happy with not having kids. I'll also be real with you guys. Some of my friends have kids and they don't seem exactly thrilled. So I was going to go out on a limb there. Cold winter. Cold winters, my guy. I live in Chicago. We get cold winters here, too. We may get them a little colder, but yeah, we get them. Join the smoke circle, always to the left. Community challenge ended today. Oh, really? Shit. I didn't realize that. Yeah, guys, over on Twitch, just so you know, it's a little bare bones right now because, as I said, it's only been a few months since I've been on Twitch. I have a friend coming to help me out with the channel, and there's going to be a lot more incentives. She had some really good ideas for me, so it was one of those situations where it was much easier for me to just be like, can you just, like, I don't know, do that? And I'll promote your channel because she is also a streamer. So, yeah, we're going to, hopefully, if everything works out, next Friday, I will be having her on as a guest. And then, if everything works out on Wednesday, I will also be having a guest. So, the weird part is Trump's tariffs actually play into this and whether or not they're going to be on the show. It's kind of weird, but I don't want to bury the lead too much right now because I want them to talk about that. So we'll go for it. All right. Do I have anything else quick to get to? Yeah, I do. Sweet. There we go. Let's do this and then we'll get to the majority report. Small business owners are grappling with the uncertainty over the tariffs and how to react to Trump fluctuating the markets.
We're continuing with our series, hearing directly from small business
Jake Tapper's kind of annoying. I'm just going to go on a limb.
owners. from coast to coast about how Trump's tariffs have affected them directly. Some have been happy with the tariffs, many are not. My guests today are Ed and Becky Morgan, who own and operate Quicken Farms in West Virginia. Ed and Becky, thanks so much for joining us, and thank you for introducing us to your cattle over there. Your farm is the only livestock producer processor in West Virginia. What products do you sell that are most impacted right now?
Just about any meat product, any protein product, and it's impacted because of the excuse me, because of the packaging. We have to basically it's plastic bags or some of the equipment is it's definitely raised the prices. For example, we just placed a bag order. We buy the bags once a year. Typically, our bag order is between $1,500 to about $1,750 a year. Just here, like 4 days ago, it was almost $2,600. And we're going to do the very best that we can to not pass that added expense on to the consumer. But I'll tell you, it's going to be tough. It's we don't work on these huge margins, so it's going to be rather difficult.
Well, what is your margin, if you don't mind asking? Because most of the business owners we've talked to, their margin is somewhere between 5 and 8%.
That's generous. I think you'll find most people are going to be like us, and we don't get a paycheck. There is no paycheck to us. We just kind of have to figure ourselves into part of the budget to keep the lights on.
Well, that's technically part of the. That's taking a paycheck, but yeah,
it's not a separate.
It's kind of like this. Like, yes, this is technically a paycheck to me when I get paid from stream. Like,
business. It's our way
but
of life. So, yeah, our margins right now before the markup is probably 5, maybe 6%.
Yeah, President Trump is hinting at a deal right now that would come soon with China. Would lower tariffs make a significant difference for you, or has so much already happened that it's going to be tough for you to recover from this year?
I think I appreciate any forward movement myself. I definitely appreciate it. I think, unfortunately, it's not just the tariffs that are causing the problem. It's just overall uncertainty. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 hours. Something absolutely could change 180 degrees, just like what we're seeing right now. He's talking about all but removing the tariff from China.
Trump administration. Go ahead, keep going.
Go ahead, keep going. Oh no, just like it's just so hard because everything is up in the air. Like, we're having calves right now. We don't know whether to hold them back or sell them. We don't know what to plan on. And for us, everything has to be planned so far out in advance. The uncertainty hurts more, honestly, than what the individual prices do. We stand a chance of overcoming prices. We can't overcome uncertainty.
Yeah. And meanwhile, obviously, the Trump administration cutting a lot of programs. They slashed the budget for the Department of Agriculture's Farm to School program recently, which I understand.
So dumb. Dude, why? Like, the thing is, he can't even answer why. Like, this is all Stephen Miller just railroading because he's a fucking evil son of a bitch. And he's controlling all of this.
You were part of...
that fucking Pee Wee Germans, for real. When it comes, it's going to be him that I hope people do go, like, they start just pointing the finger at and going like, hey, Pee Wee German up there, he was the one that was actually, like, really hurting us.
What parts of your operation have been hit because of the...
Not saying that Trump isn't part of it, but
the funding
he's
cut.
Definitely not the fucking brains behind the operation. Because, like, I think SEDER brought this up today where there was something that happened and, like, Trump genuinely seemed surprised when all of a sudden Stephen Miller is just like, oh, no, this actually was how it went down. And he was just like, oh, yeah, you know what? He knows more than me.
For Farm to School.
About 45%. We were fortunate enough to be able to supply several local school systems, districts in our area, and unfortunately, some of them aren't able to continue because they don't have that additional funding. It makes it very difficult.
it stops any expansion too. We had hopes of building ourselves up with the school systems because that's a good steady paycheck. You know, it's fulfilling a contracted order that we can rely on.
It's
and now,
manageable.
yeah, any chance of expansion now though is gone without the funding.
Becky Morgan from West Virginia, thank you so much. Keep in touch with us. God bless.
The new jolt of optimism is running through U.S. financial markets this morning. The Dow has surged deep into positive territory after the president and his Treasury Secretary have suggested that the trade war with China may soon ratchet down.
CNN business and politics correspondent Vanessa.
The thing is like, this is what's bothering me is this, like, how dumb are these investors? It's all happening based on Trump's lies. Like, holy shit, guys. Like, how in the fuck are they not going to put the pressure on him to be like, hey, man, can you not? Like, the fact that they continue to play the game means that he's never going to stop.
Vanessa Yurkevich is in New York. Vanessa,
Why would
Treasury
he?
Chief Scott Bessent spoke just moments ago. What was his overriding message?
Yeah, well, the Treasury Secretary speaking at the IMF, he said that there was an opportunity for a big deal with China, and that is encouraging news.
Yeah, but then you hear China and they're like, we haven't talked to him at all. So it's a lie.
For investors on Wall Street, you can see markets holding steady during the entirety of his speech and the Q&A that followed. He did say, though, that he had some... He did say, though, that he had some criticism for China about their trade practices.
Refrigerant prices are jumping too. 25-pound bottle of R22 was $800 last year. Now it's $1,800.
Essentially saying that the country is in...
Yeah, and people are going to... Dude, they're going to feel the shit out of that.
...economic troubles. Listen to more of what he said.
Hell, my HVAC guy was just telling me about how much how prices are essentially like they might force him to go under.
China's current economic,
because nobody he has this thing now that's happening where they keep opting to just fix their old units. He's not selling any new units.
Model is built on exporting its way out of its economic troubles.
But he's a much smaller operation than you.
It's an unsustainable model that is not only
I think it's literally him and like two guys.
China, but the entire world. China needs to change. The country knows it needs to change. Everyone knows it needs to change.
All right, so what is the leader from Whoville telling us to do now?
And we want to help it change because we need rebalancing too.
Oh, yeah, man.
Now, the Treasury Secretary did not...
Yeah, I like that. I'm sorry, but with a leader like this, the USA will become a third world country with a Gucci belt.
...expand
I like that.
...on his comments yesterday.
That we spent way too much on. No, the thing about that Gucci belt is, yeah, we got the Gucci belt, but we don't have any food. Can't eat that Gucci belt. And that's usually where Americans tend to fucking start freaking out, where they're just like, oh, because somebody had brought that up where they're like, okay, so even with these tariffs and even if all of this goes right, we're still looking at skyrocketing food prices. So it's like, great, we have a prosperous nation, but our fucking food is dangerous, poisoned, and we don't have enough of it. Great.
That he made to investors in private, saying that the trade war with China would de-escalate soon and that it is unsustainable, but he also did not walk.
Also, this shit that has been happening in private and then the public fucking bullshit. Like, guys, again, the fact is, no,
walk anything back.
I can't stand the fact that we have a stock market that can do this based on backroom speculation. That's insane.
Is encouraging for investors on Wall Street. Traders are also
do they ever hear themselves? Do they?
So holding...
they really are some self-important assholes that legitimately, they're just like, oh, so you don't get how the stock market works. It's like, you know what? No, I kind of do. It's really dumb.
On to Pamela, what the president said yesterday about the head of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. There was so much concern about whether or not the president would actually try to go through with removing Jerome Powell. That absolutely rattled markets. But the president saying yesterday in the Oval Office that he had no plans to terminate Jerome Powell, and markets really continue.
Man, did she walk into her hairstylist and just go, "Give me the most boring hairstyle on the planet"?
Continuing that rally, coming off of yesterday into
Even I have more hairstyle than her.
today, and
Damn.
encouraged by what the Treasury Secretary just said, that there is an opportunity for a deal with China, but he did
I see the prices right back there. I see the prices right back there. Big whammy. Wait,
criticize
no whammy, right?
the country, saying that they need to change their
No, that's not
trade
it.
practices, but the U.S. would try to work with them on that, Pamela.
Which show is that?
And also, we should note Elon
I'm
Musk
mixing that up. I
told
know I am.
investors yesterday that he plans to focus more on Tesla, rolling back his role from Doge after a plunge in profits. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so there was a plunge in income for Tesla, 71% plunge compared to last year. That is absolutely significant. This is a company that was posting profits every single quarter, and a lot of people were looking at Elon Musk thinking that you're spending a lot of time at Doge and not enough time running your company. So we heard from Elon Musk yesterday, who said that he is planning to spend more time at Tesla, and look at shares right now up over 7% as investors are encouraged now that Elon Musk will be back to running his company again. The stock price of Tesla from the high when President Trump was inaugurated fell 50%. But as you can see, investors on Wall Street encouraged that he may be stepping back into that role. Elon Musk also talking about tariffs, though, saying that he thinks that there should be less tariffs. But of course, he said that it is up to the President of the United States, Pamela.
All right, Vanessa Yurkevich, thanks so much.
Kind of weird to watch CNN like not be like the centrist bastion of news anymore, where they really are. You can feel the tension as they walk that tightrope to not piss off the fucking Trump regime.
All right, Pamela, there's more breaking news coming into the Situation Room right now. President Trump's shift in tone on his trade war may have been the result of a warning from some of the country's largest retail companies. CNN has learned that CEOs from Walmart, Target, Home Depot, and Lowe's sent a very blunt message to the president during a meeting in the Oval Office.
Gee, you think that like made him change his tone?
CNN's chief national affairs.
No, they literally said that our shelves were about to be empty, and he finally went, okay, you know what? We got to do something about this, because they said they're like, within 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to see empty shelves. If that happens, this problem that you have created is going to cascade, and you're not going to be able to save yourself, because the American populace then is going to fucking start doing something drastic. And good luck culture warring out of that one.
Correspondent Jeff Zeleny is here with us in the Situation.
Seriously, good luck culture warring. Like, if you thought the fucking egg shelves being empty was bad and the toilet paper being bad, dude, see what happens when Americans can't get their fucking deli meat and cheese.
So what's the message?
You know, to get their little kids their Lunchables.
That got through to the president.
Well, it's very interesting. We've all noticed the president's change in tone over the last day or so. I'm told it's the result of a meeting in the Oval Office on Wednesday with those CEOs who are talking specifically about the warning for the supply chain disruption. And they said that the store shelves in some of the America's biggest stores could be empty in the coming weeks. And I'm told that that is one of the things that got the president's attention on this. And he really has ratcheted back his language against China on tariffs and other matters. And we're also just learning now that the president is actually taking a walk on the north lawn of the White House, kind of unusual. We're told he wants to put a flagpole there. I believe we have video of it. Let's take a look.
Losing $2 trillion a year on trade. Now we're going to be making money, a lot of money. So that's very good. Every country wants to partake, even countries that have ripped us off for many, many years. China is an example, but it's not just China. European Union, they ripped us off for many, many years, and those days are over. We're going to make a lot of money for our people. We'll be able to lower taxes substantially, and we're going to be proud of ourselves. We're not going to be a laughing stock that got taken advantage of by virtually every country in the world.
So we thought you said you were going up to the lawn for a flag. What was going on?
We're putting up a beautiful, almost 100-foot tall American flag on this side and another one on the other side, 2 flags, top of the line. And they've needed flagpoles for 200 years. It was something I've often said, you know, they don't have a flagpole per se. So we're putting one right where you saw us, and we're putting another one on the other side on top of the mounds. It's going to be two beautiful falls.
I hope that whatever person wins the White House next, just an aside, undoes every single thing he did just to be as, like, I'm sorry, you have to meet Caddy with Caddy. Like, fuck, dude.
Paid for by Trump.
No. Paid for by Trump? Paid for by the American tax dollars, you fucking ass.
When are the flags going?
What?
They arrive in about a week or so.
Can you clarify, Mr. President, on China?
Yeah, we are going to have a fair deal with China. It's going to be fair.
Are you talking to them actively now?
Actively. Everything's active. Everybody.
Everything's active. Technically, I mean, everything's active as long as we're here. I didn't know that this was going to be a philosophy class.
What we're doing. They know that they can't get away with it any longer, but they're still going to do fine. And we're going to have
You didn't answer their question. You're just rambling at this point.
a country that you can be proud of, not a laughing stock all over the world for many years, you know. And
because you're really subtracting from that. You're bringing that whole respect for America thing all across the planet. Is this guy? Is he like? Here's the thing, guys. Is he actually this fucking delusional? Is he? Like, holy crap.
1913, they traded to the income tax system. We used to be all tariff, and we had no income tax, and we had the wealthiest country.
Somebody told him that, and he didn't understand how to apply that to the context of history and how we have built this country since then.
Had proportionately from about 1870 to 1913, it was all tariffs, and we had more money than anybody. They had committees how to spend the money. They had so much money they didn't know how to spend.
Because I do a political talk show?
Then some brilliant person said, let's
I
go
mean, hot take?
income tax.
This is why I have to watch this?
Now, we're going to be able to substantially lower tax.
Believe it or not, Talon, I actually don't watch as much Trump content as most left-wing streamers.
This is when this is finished.
Because my mental health can only take so much.
It looks good. Yeah, no, it looks good.
It looks good.
It looks good. We were losing.
You know what I also love? I love the fact that we have these cement windows. Look at the cement windows. They even kept the hinges. Why'd they do that? I don't know.
Anywhere from 3 to...
It's almost like they could have just taken the windows out, but they kept the windows. I kind of like the Art Deco style.
$1 billion a day. Think of it. We're losing billions.
Trump will cause the next ice age. I don't know how, but he will. Little did we know that his actual pet, this is the reason he doesn't have a dog, is it's because he actually owns the squirrel from Ice Age.
A day under Biden and other presidents, frankly. But
he looks like a testicle that was slammed in a car door.
Under Biden, it got really worse. China got out of control.
You know how your pubes, they wisp a little bit. Yeah, you know what? That's what it looks like my hair.
Losing $1 trillion a year. Trillion, not a
I call it a little nut nest.
billion, not a million, a trillion. And now we're going to be making money with everyone, and everyone's going to be happy. But we're no longer going to be the country that's ripped off by every country in the world. Thank you very much.
A few words about the Pope, sir.
We are, but that also plays into the if you do not learn history, you're doomed to repeat it. And America's learning that real hard right now because we haven't had exactly the greatest education system.
So the president doing a familiar refrain there on the reason for tariffs. And Pamela and Wolf, you all know this is something the president has long believed in, the idea of tariffs. He said once again the country was better off with tariffs before income taxes. That is an
I was going to name my first kid Tariff.
entirely different time in our
But he just looked like he was going to be a disappointment, so I named America instead.
nation's history a century ago.
Wait, is he the oldest?
No. The challenge here for the president is getting these tariffs negotiated. What we're seeing right now is just in real time, a difference of advisors giving him a difference of opinion here. He supports the idea of tariffs, but he's been unable to sort of implement them. So on China, his softer tone on China also very important. The Treasury Secretary and others are trying to get him to make a deal with China. He's blinked in a respect. That's certainly what we're seeing there. But he was outside the White House looking at a place to put a flagpole.
Don't
of
you
course,
dare!
We know there's
Don't
a
you dare say
mighty
it, blink.
flag
I don't
on
blink.
top
I have a staring. I'm the best at staring contest.
of the White House, but now
I always squint. That's why I always squint. My eyes are never tired.
apparently there'll be one on the North Lawn as well.
He says he's paying for it too, out of his money. That's what he says. But he's clearly moving away from
That's
the
what
high
he says.
tariffs.
Yeah, let's
that
look
were
into it
imposed
after
on
it's done
China,
and then see if it
that's
came from the national
encouraging
budget.
It certainly seems to be. I mean, look,
If
that
it
is
did actually come from him, then I'll just be like, okay,
something.
fine.
This trade war we saw really ratcheting up day by day, and we saw the
Oh, he was gonna name his first kid tariff literally
fallout from that. So that's what his advisors, some of them, are trying to steer him back from. Also, a shift in tone with the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell. He's been talking about wanting to fire him. That rattled the markets. Now he's saying
I call him J Powell.
He has no plans to do so.
And that's
I'm
encouraging.
like one of the cool kids. Become J Powell.
He pays attention to the markets, even though he suggests sometimes he doesn't, but he really does.
Sure.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thank you very much.
A big question this morning here in Washington and on Wall
God,
Street
Dana
is
Bash, here we
whether
go.
the president has been convinced to ease up on his trade war with China and how long that could last. The markets think that the answer, at least in the short term, is yes, because look at the Dow, it's up about 600 points. That is
Green
after
good, right?
the
Run go up.
president said yesterday he's likely to roll back some of the tariffs on China. And then his Treasury Secretary said this morning that he sees, quote, an opportunity for a big deal. CNN's Kevin Liptak is at the White House where,
You know, I'm a big fan of nicknames, and I kind of like the nickname.
moments ago we did hear from
This guy looks like he's currently taking a crap.
President Trump himself.
He just squeezed out a fart. Look, guys, totally.
Talk about that.
It turned out to actually be a little bit of a squeaker.
But also about your excellent reporting.
Oh my God, it literally looks like he's taking a dog.
That tells us how we got to the point where
he's even doing like these little winces, like.
the president basically blinked.
All right, add fart noises for real to that, and then tell me that guy.
Yeah, and you're really seeing on two fronts here the president starting to ease.
It's just so unfortunate if he just always looks like he's just, ripping them.
He's up, at least in his rhetoric, on some of those harsh line comments that had been causing so much turmoil in the markets, and it all seems to be a result of this internal
If we're going geothermal, I think you can self-power the entire planet based on this guy.
campaign.
Puts just a little plug up to his ass.
To talk to the president about some of the real-world effects that his rhetoric had been having. On the first front, this question of whether or not he would fire the Federal
I'm the almighty Don. I say things and the line go up.
Reserve Chairman Jay Powell.
And I can also make line go down. Don't threaten me.
Powell, the president, saying yesterday that he has no plans to remove him from the post. Well, that came after some warnings from some of his top advisors about not only the market ramifications, potentially, which could be worse than the trade war that he is now waging, but also some of the legal battles that would be ahead that no one in the White House was necessarily confident that they would prevail on. And so yesterday you see the president really easing up on that front. And then when it comes to China, you heard the president say that he would potentially be willing to lower substantially that tariff rate, which currently sits at 145%. Well, that came after a meeting with top retail CEOs here at the White House on Monday. People like the CEO of Walmart, of Lowe's, of Home Depot, who all warned about significant disruptions to their supply chain if this trade war with Beijing is allowed to go on for quite a long time. And so all of these kind of coming together and resulting in some of softening tones that we've been hearing from the president. Now, we did see him here at the White House earlier this morning. He was out on the North Lawn. He was actually surveying a position to build a 100-foot flagpole. But we talked to him on his way back into the building, and he sort of updated us on the state of these trade talks. Listen to what he said.
Tariff negotiations are going very well. We're dealing with many.
I already saw this. See it? I don't like how they do these little packages where it's just like repackaging the same clip and shit. It's like, look, we got another guy to comment on it though, so we can totally, like, it's the same guy, or it totally fits in. All right. Well, we made it. We made it through that. That was the news there. We got a Luigi story that I want to cover real quick from Ground News. If you guys are new here, I am sponsored by Ground News. I love Ground News. Helps me break through the algorithm and all that BS, kind of get the details on who I'm reading and what conglomerate they work for and who they're paid by. So if you're interested, you can get yourself a 40% off discount from Ground News if you use this link. I appreciate any of the support. It really helps the channel. So check it out. And now we'll check it out. Luigi Maggione, or Maggioni, still don't know how to actually say it, pleads not guilty as prosecutors pursue death penalty in United Healthcare CEO's killing. Let's first... Oh, my lord. Wow. Damn, that's a lot of people reporting on this. And only 6% of them are sourced from independent news. Raw story... Independent. Nice. All right, so let's take a look at AP then. I still love the fact that he wore the green sweater. I mean, come on. Luigi Maggione pleaded not guilty Friday to a federal murder charge in the killing of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Prosecutors formally declared their intent to seek the death penalty, and the judge warned Justice Department officials to refrain from making public comments that could spoil his right to a fair trial. Nice. Maggione, 26, stood between his lawyers and leaned towards a tabletop mic and entered the plea in Manhattan federal court. He said yes when the U.S. District Judge Margaret Garnett asked if he understood the indictment that the charges him with gunning down Thompson outside of a Midtown hotel last December. Asked how he would wish to plead, said not guilty, and sat down. A cause celebre for people upset with the health insurance industry. Is that how that's said? I think so. Maggione's federal arraignment drew dozens of people in the court, including Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning, who served prison time for stealing classified diplomatic cables. Some lined up for hours in front of the courtroom steps, trying to snag a seat inside. Others rallied across the street as a pair of advertising trucks drove around playing videos denouncing the healthcare CEO and the health industry and the death penalty. Maggione, an Ivy League graduate from a prominent Maryland real estate family, faces separate murder charges. We know all about that. Maggione held in a federal jail in Brooklyn since his arrest, arrived in court on Friday in a mustard-colored jail suit and chatted with one of his lawyers, death penalty counsel Avi Moskowitz, as they waited for the arraignment to begin. Last Thursday night, federal prosecutors filed a required notice of their intent to seek the death penalty. That came weeks after the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that she would be directing federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty for what she called an act of political violence and a premeditated, cold-blooded assassination that shocked America. Good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. Because then the funny part about that one, Pam, is the fact that then you're admitting that the whole, taking advantage of the American people is a political situation. Weird how that, it's not a private issue. Do they really have I don't think they have strategies. I think they really do just go based off, their emotions and then just, they get lucky. But goddamn if they don't get lucky all the time. So. It was the first time the Justice Department said it was pursuing capital punishment since Donald Trump returned to the White House on January 20th with a vow to resume federal executions after they were halted under the previous administration. Maggione's lawyers argued that Bondi's announcement, which she followed with a post on Instagram on her Instagram account and a TV appearance, was a political stunt that violated long-established Justice Department protocols, corrupted the grand jury process, and deprived him of a constitutional right to due process. Exactly. It's almost weird that this fucking lawyer is single-handedly providing Trump with here's another piece of due process that you can get rid of. She really, dude, after this, if we make it out of this, Pam Bondi needs to lose her fucking law license. After Maggione lawyer Karen Freeman Agnifilo, there we go, raised the issue again on Friday. Garnett instructed federal prosecutors to convey to Bondi and other Justice Department officials that the court rules prohibit any pretrial publicity that could interfere with the defendant's. Yep, Maggione, defendant's right to fair trial. Maggione's federal indictment includes a charge of murder through a firearm, which carries the possibility of the death penalty. The indictment also charges him with stalking and gun violence. Shows a masked gunman. We know that. Blah, 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 blah. No. No. Among entries, prosecutors said was one from August. It said the target is insurance because it checks every box. And one from October that describes an intent to whack an insurance CEO. Said that Maggione had a 9mm handgun that matched the one used in the shootings and other items, including a notebook. See, that right there. I mean, yeah, she was on the Minus Touch Network. Yeah, I know. I'm going to just say this. That's sus as fuck. I mean, the fact that, number one, he didn't look anything like the surveillance videos, except for the one where he's smiling, where he looks like a totally separate person. And then, on top of it, the fact that it's like, bro, you had your fucking manifesto on you. Like, what was the point of running? Like, seriously. Because think about this. If, even based on their logic, it is what they say it is, then why didn't he just shoot him, then knees down, hands up, and just wait? Huh? Like, why? Why go through all the things to get caught at a fucking McDonald's in Pennsylvania? Yeah. Not sus at all, guys. But here we are. You know, he's on death row, but we still can't get even the fucking Epstein files. Weird. Weird. And they don't even talk about that anymore. Weird. Weird. She was on Midas Touch Network. Is she not anymore? I mean, she is on one of the most high profile cases like in America, so I could see that being like he is innocent. Personally, I'm not even kidding about this. I don't think he's the same person that we saw in the video. She's on hiatus for his case. That's what I thought. Yeah, her husband also works for the channel, I thought. Or is he on the case too? Are they working the case together? Because I know that they usually do that. They're like one of those husband-wife duos. Which, that's got to be wild. Could you imagine getting divorced? Damn. That would be wild. You're two of the most high-profile attorneys, and it's just like, yeah, you have a law. You literally practice law together. Like, ooh. All right. Well, we did the Maggione story. I hope I'm saying that right. Here, I also want to cover this. Ukraine says that a Russian bomb kills 3 in another drone attack after Trump rebukes Putin. Ukraine officials say that 3 people were killed by a drone strike on Friday, less than a day after Trump urged Vladimir Putin to stop the assaults and focus on peace negotiations. The drone hit her. Listen, I told everybody that it would be day 1. It's day 100 and something. I don't know, but once I get to say I got it done. That's all I want. He wants to take credit for that. Doge is building a master database for immigration enforcement. How about you build a database and build a fucking court system that actually helps process these people and get the, gets them through legally, makes them legal citizens. It's almost like you do not, honestly, guys, this is what's really fucked up to me. They just want us to, this is the great replacement theory, and it's real. And it's all coming from Stephen Miller's insecure little bald white ass. The fact is, they do not want anybody of color to keep procreating. And they do not want us doing mixed race babies anymore because they legitimately think that we're going to be we're going to force the white man out of existence by 2060 or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, they actually believe, like, they not only believe this shit, but they're like, this is them pushing back against it. Like, ugh. And as I said, it's all because of an insecure Pee Wee German fucking Steven dipshit. I forgot his last name for a minute. Miller. What an ass. Ooh, Dan Abrams calling for release of the Epstein files.
February 20th.
Really? I'm not usually a big Dan Abrams guy, but I think I might actually give him the time of day on this one.
21st.
Yeah, here. I just brought it up. Let's get some details on it.
She says, I have got the client list on my desk. So what is the holdup on the Epstein files? Could it be because Donald Trump and RFK Jr. were both very friendly with Jeffrey Epstein? I wonder about it.
Oh,
Mitesh, $5. Reappropriating some snacks.
All right, well, let's do that. Thank you
Where
for the $5
are
donation,
the Jeffrey
Mitesh. Let's
Epstein
reappropriate
files?
some snacks.
Now, those of you who listen to the show regularly know I've talked about this before. And it's not because I'm so interested in getting them, and I think they'll reveal something particularly important, but because many of the president's allies in the media have been clamoring for their release. And, you know, when it came to other file releases, they've moved quickly.
I appreciate that.
Right?
Here.
JFK, RFK. So what is the holdup on the Epstein files? And so I continue to wonder, could it be because Donald Trump and RFK Jr. were both very friendly with Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know that, but I wonder about it. And I'll tell you why a little bit in a moment. But
okay, that's a way to frame that. We may not know that they have like an extended relationship, but we know that they have been pictured together and that they have been in the same place, same time, and that they're like, even not without the Epstein files, they have literally been in public with this man. So I don't know, guys. I don't know. Is a bridge too far?
President Trump was asked about it again yesterday.
So when can we expect the Epstein documents to be released? The rest of them?
Which documents?
The Epstein files?
I don't know. I'll speak to the Attorney General about that. I really don't know.
Oh my God, dude. See, that's exactly it. Like, watching that little pause, he's usually so quick to just be like, no. But like that little pause right there, that's damning as hell, just knowing his little, like, you know, his tics and what makes him work. That's honestly, like, guys, we've had this guy in front of us for 12 fucking years. I think that it's pretty fair that, like, the general American populace can just tell at this point when it's like he's telling a white lie, a dangerous lie, and one that it's like, oh shit, that's a lie.
I know that we've done the RFK.
We did the RFK one.
Kennedy, Martin Luther King is out there very shortly, so we'll find out.
But here's the reason why that's suspicious, right? According to the FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, a few weeks ago, he claimed that, quote, the director and I are working through many of the transparency issues. We're focused on getting this done the right way and as quickly and efficiently as possible. Many of these cases involve victims, both young and old, who we will not allow to be re-victimized by a rushed and sloppy effort. Okay. It makes sense, but it just doesn't feel consistent with what we've seen from this administration. And it is also so different than the way Bongino was talking literally the month before he said that.
And now with the DOJ flipping over, folks, if we don't uncover the full Epstein story, there is a huge hole in the follow the money, follow the influence picture.
Maybe. Look,
again, Now here's the fun part. Now that you don't have a Biden or anybody to fucking point fingers at and go, maybe Biden was on there.
FBI Director Kash Patel went even further, vowing in an interview with Glenn Beck late last year to release the Epstein files on day one.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
But who? That is I mean, there's
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
the Black Book. It's not just sitting.
Hey, look.
I mean, that's
Kash Patel.
That's Hoover.
That's who's talking right
Power
now. Right here.
times 10.
That's Kash Patel.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on day one. Roll out the Black Book.
Okay. So that was before he became, of course, the FBI director. Now, President Trump said he would ask his Attorney General,
Kinda
Pam
just
Bondi,
went
about
in the middle there.
But we already know some of what she has said about it, right? Here's what she told Fox News' Jesse Waters now close to 2 months ago.
There are well over, this will make you sick, 200 victims. 200. So we have well over 200.
All right, Pam.
50 actually.
Release the files then.
So we have to make sure that their identity is protected and their personal information. But other than that, I think tomorrow, the personal information of victims. Other than that, I think tomorrow.
I'm actually surprised to see somebody like Abrams doing this, and he's
Jesse.
doing it with Mediaite. So, like, this is
Breaking news right now. You're going to see some Epstein information being released by my office.
What kind? Are we going to see who was on the flights? Are we going to see any evidence from what he recorded? Because he had all of his homes wired with recording devices.
Yeah. What you're going to see, hopefully tomorrow, is
oh my God, she's so full of shit.
a lot of flight logs, a lot of names, a lot of information.
Oh man, I mean, just knowing in retrospect that she was full of shit, but it's like, dude, just listening to her, it's like, oh, see, the other thing about this is just like, take this for what it is. These people, when they lie like this, like, we can train ourselves just like any other relationship we have to be like, okay.
Except we didn't see almost any of that, right? She released almost nothing. And that led to a lot of backlash, mostly from the right. But think about the timeline, right? February 21st, she says, I have got the client list on my desk. 6 days later, she says the FBI withheld documents from her. Why? And then about a month later, so we're now coming to end of March, the Attorney General said this on Fox News.
Tens of thousands of pages of documents and hundreds of victims of Jeffrey Epstein. So the FBI, they have been working round the clock at my directive, at Kash Patel's directive. Now Dan Bongino's there, who is a great asset for all of us at the FBI as well. But yeah, we have to protect their identity, their personal information to make sure they're safe.
Yeah, it's literally the same stuff that's been released over 5 years ago. Like when they released that big ass binder to all those influencers, that was literally what kind of what they were trying to accuse Biden of, where it was just like, oh yeah, it was just a bunch of fluff. It was it was just to get people off their trail. And then it's like, this was in regards to Hunter Biden. Then this happened. It's like.
But other than that, we are releasing all of these documents as soon as we can get them redacted to protect the victims of him, of all of these horrific.
Well, he's going to have to. The thing is, he's just hoping that the public forgets about this, but he also forgets that, like, even QAnon, they want this. They want to know.
Crime.
So, like, that's like the crux of his base. Like, this is the funniest part, and this is where I get a little bit of Schadenfreude, was the fact that he created this monster, and he underestimates just how dangerous and how dangerously stupid, but also motivated these people are. He doesn't get it. And this is my favorite part, is that he's literally showing these people he does not respect you.
I'm committed.
Right around the same time she said that, late March, there were numerous reports about FBI agents supposedly working through the night to redact material and get that material out. That was a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
literally a month ago, and then they're flooding the zone, like they said, like using the Steve Bannerism.
I don't know that means anything. We may get the release tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
And some of you will call in and say, "See, Dan, came out.
All right.
They just needed time." It may be.
My mother-in-law likes this guy, so.
But here's what we do know, right? We've seen video of Donald Trump and Epstein chatting it up and laughing at a party in 1992 at Mar-a-Lago with a room full of NFL cheerleaders talking about how hot one woman was. There's a photo of the two at Mar-a-Lago in 97. Another in 2000, you see Ghislaine Maxwell, his co-conspirator, and Melania Trump in that one. And then there are the flight logs, right? That's what was supposedly going to be released.
Which
Last year, Trump said on social
on.
media, "I was never on Epstein's plane or at his stupid island."
Nope, I just bought the thing.
Except that flight logs
And then let my little boy, Donnie Jr., take some flights across the world on the Lolita Express.
2021.
Just branded Trump Lolita Express.
As part of Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, showed Trump flew on the plane 7 times over the course of the 9
Needed time to change the documents to continue to lie to the American people.
in early 2000s. Why would
Trump forgot he was on the plane?
he lie about that? Now, Trump told New York Magazine in
Time to call his cognitive ability into question the same way we did with Biden. Fair is fair.
2002, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy." That was before there were any public allegations against him. "He's a lot of fun to be with," he said. It's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. Now, not surprisingly, he's since distanced himself from Jeffrey Epstein, but are they trying to figure out how to release certain material without potentially embarrassing either the president or some of his allies? I don't know. I don't know that to be true. But it wasn't just the president who flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. was on the private jet on at least 2 occasions, once in 93 and then again a year or 2 later, according to Kennedy. Both, of course, are downplaying their ties, right? And by the way, I'm not suggesting, there were prominent Democrats. Clinton, apparently more than 24 flights on Epstein's
and the funny
plane.
part is you're not going to see anybody on the left trying to protect these people. Like, that's the biggest thing that gets turned around on a bunch of these people that are just like, well, what about Bill Clinton? Like, the whataboutisms that they just completely fail with because they do not comprehend that we, honest to God, do hold our politicians to different standards. It's the same thing that I've been saying about Biden. Anytime somebody tries to do the gotcha with that, it's like, yeah, but Biden was old. It's like, yeah, he was. He shouldn't have run. I'm pissed that he did. He swore he wouldn't. And then on top of it, to find out that they were, in fact, lying to us about his mental acuity. Yeah, surprise, surprise. It's like, I'm not okay with that. And that's the thing. I want more. I want better. I want better from my politicians. The problem is these Trumpers, they will never look at things objectively like that. And they will never ask for more because of it. They will never expect more from Trump because they are convinced that they're getting what they want. That's the biggest fallacy. And that's honestly the one thing that I have to just give them. It's just like, good job, guys. You completely fooled your own electorate to fucking just continuously vote against their self-interest. Good job. Because I remember thinking about this back in during Bush 1, where I was it was during the I forgot what year it was. It was against John Kerry, but that was the first time that I was asking one of my teachers about, like, why do Republicans, especially poor Republicans, seem to vote against their self-interest, especially when the economy and like money seem to matter to them. And it's this perpetual, like, well, they're just convinced that one day they're going to win the lottery, or they're going, like, their job is going to make them that rich, so they want to protect their future investments. It's just like, but they're literally living in trailer parks. I don't understand this.
Gates met with Epstein at his Manhattan townhouse a number of times, but
probably asking for money to redact their names. Wow. Legend of Sean. That's actually interesting.
All just does make you wonder, right? But to be clear, there is no evidence of President Trump, RFK, doing anything illegal or even improper with Epstein.
That makes too much sense. Yeah.
But with right-wing activists calling for the release of the Epstein files, it just continues to make me wonder.
It's
because
about being fair.
Sooner or later, they're going to have to deliver at least some of it, right?
Well, the thing is, fairness would indicate that the other side is doing it. You can't just do this thing where you can constantly self-police your own while the other side just lets their own get away with murder. So then we're policing both sides, and then they turn it around on us. It's like, look, they're being crumb bums. They don't like any fun.
And obviously, if they try to cover for anyone,
they don't think they will win the lottery.
Gotta believe.
Yeah, they do. Why do you think they play the scratchies as much as they do?
Someone who's
and I'm going based off statistics of who plays scratch offs.
Seen.
I have looked this one up.
All of the documents. We'll call them out on it, right? Because remember, it was the previous administration.
Yeah, Legend of Sean, careful, you might get scalped by the Trump team to be on Doge and get some monetization ideas.
That had the documents before them. It was the
I want to make an announcement. I've hired the Legend of Sean. Legend of Sean, he has some great ideas. He's going to contribute to Doge.
Other DOJ. So if there was some effort at a cover-up, you can count on the fact that someone else who worked on it would say,
it is funny.
I've seen something that they're not releasing. And, of course, they say the cover-up can be worse than the crime. I don't know, but
the thing is, it is like if you're going based off again, like the rage of the right wing QAnoners, and the Alex Jonesers, all of them, anybody that has ever even had an inkling of being into a conspiracy theory should look at this and just go, what the actual fuck? Because this is the most dude, seriously, if I was still into conspiracy land, this would be it. I would just be like, guys, this is literally it. He just proved to us that he was 1,000% there.
Considering how quickly this administration has moved on so many things, and all you're talking about doing is redacting.
5 reasons MAGA is turning on Trump.
Names.
I kind of want to
Let's even say it's 200 victims. That takes some time, but 2 months?
Oh, balls. Wait. Go back. Yeah. Here.
I can't believe I'm asking.
Good hyperlink. All right.
This, but is the MAGA coalition getting restless, a little antsy? I feel like we're starting to see some cracks emerge. Some normally reliable pro-Trump voices are starting to ask some tough questions of the administration, starting to wonder when the president's going to actually
deliver. This is like a UFO landing on your front line. The ET's asking if you want to get high.
On some of his lofty promises. You got Fox business analysts fuming about the
and me being like, well, it couldn't get any. This year really couldn't get anywhere. Yeah, sure, let's go.
Steve Bannon declaring the deep state is winning, and various social media influencers on the right asking, where the heck are the Epstein files? Is the whole political landscape about to change? I'm Jesse Weber, and you're in the Spin Room.
Jesse Weber has cartoonishly large
your primary job, which is to take down the deep state. People, we are burning daylight. These people are playing Smash Mouth. They're playing hardball. And the deep
Smash Mouth
state is winning right now.
Everybody knocking on the sun.
Not Steve Bannon saying that last year during Biden's presidency or during Obama's presidency. He is saying that right now as Donald Trump sits in the White House. Trump is president and the deep state is winning. Look, there's no doubt most, if not all, of Donald.
It is distracting how large that hair whip is.
Donald Trump's base is still on board with him 3 months into his presidency.
How does he not fall?
But, I mean, how can you deny that?
There's hair gel and then there's just simply defying gravity.
There is a sense of discontent that's been popping up along various MAGA fronts. And here's the thing, MAGA means a lot of things to a lot of different people, right? MAGA could mean, hey, I just want Trump and the administration to succeed, broadly speaking. There are others who want a more radical transformation of everything.
Lucky.
From government to everyday life. But all in all, there is an expectation for
I've always, dude, if I
Trump to do
number one, I wish I had that. Again, this is my fucking mom's fault.
Big things, positive things. And you
Thanks,
gotta
Mom.
wonder so far, maybe his supporters feel they're not
forcing me to have a fucking centered cowlick.
Not getting what they signed up for. Steve Bannon, for instance, is laser focused on taking down what he believes is the deep state, right? Those forces from within, the enemies of the people.
I know I can.
In government.
I can. My wife is, she found my natural one, but it doesn't look right.
And honestly, If you
At least
really
to me.
believe that, would it now be the best time to accomplish this, right? I mean, you got FBI Director Cash
actually
Patel,
over here.
regular Bannon Show contributor, even guest hosted his program on occasion. And yet, for all of Patel's talk about going after government gangsters, Bannon believes the deep state is alive and well.
And I want to give a warning. If the guys around Hegseth, if there's
I'll have her find it, and we'll have fun with that on another stream.
indictments or investigations going on, and there's no indictments, there's no release of the Epstein files, and there's no investigations of Brennan and the 51, and you're not spending your time on that, but somehow gets diverted over this, it is going to be a firestorm from the MAGA base. I think people are fed up with it.
Putting aside, of course, there might be other things more pertinent going on, like, I don't know, running the country, that might take priority. But you know what? Last December, Mediaite, they put out this annual list of the most influential people in media, and the site ranked Steve Bannon quite highly for this exact reason. They called Bannon one of the few people with the ability and willingness to take Trump on for not being conservative enough. So when he warns about an impending MAGA firestorm, that's a warning President Trump probably shouldn't ignore. And you heard Bannon mention the Jeffrey Epstein files there, right?
He's like Johnny Bravo and Donny Osmond had a son.
That has been quite a big point of contention for many on the right, because they want the files, because they were promised it. They were promised the files. Cash Patel, just a few months before becoming FBI director, was out there promising the files on day one.
Has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book.
FBI.
He named it. They got it. They got it.
But who? That is, I mean,
Does this guy have a suit that fits him?
Oh, that's under direct
Cash Patel always looks like he's wearing his dad's jackets.
control of the director of the FBI.
By the way, Black Book. Are we expecting that Jeffrey Epstein has this little black book with every alleged co-conspirator?
Yes, because these people literally live in a fantasy land where everything is produced by Hollywood and writers, like for real.
Or sex trafficker part of it?
Not even good ones.
Maybe.
Like we're like season 3 of Heroes bad.
Maybe not. I mean, the things that have been released so far is he had a large contact list, but just because somebody knew him doesn't necessarily mean that they're a part of all of this or whatever his alleged scheme might have been.
That's why you don't have a Black Book. Or
so the Black Book, it's not just sitting. I mean, that's Hoover power times 10.
Just how is he still around?
And to me, that's a
Glenn Beck has been one of the certifiably dumbest people in broadcasting for going on 40 years now. How the hell is this guy still around?
thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the Black Book.
Well, we're past day 90 now, and still no Black Book, still no client list, still no additional files, because everything that's been released so far is things we already kind of saw. Now,
this is kind of fun because Mediaite was treating Trump and like the Trump team super fair up until this point.
Many on the right, they are starting to wonder.
Fair. I say fair so loosely.
Why? On Tuesday in the Oval Office, Trump seemed to be.
And I mean, from the other side where it's like, no, they were fucking blowing him.
Guard by an Epstein Files question from Reagan Reese, who, by the way, is not from MSNBC. No, she's a correspondent for the right-wing outlet, The Daily Caller.
When can we expect the Epstein documents to be released? The rest of them.
Which document?
The Epstein files.
I don't know. I'll speak to the Attorney General about that.
It's literally that. Oh, I don't know. We'll look into it. You kind of asked me while we were talking about something else. I had another lie lined up. I definitely didn't have that one on my docket today. I'm sorry about that.
I really don't know. I know that we've done the RFK. The Kennedy, Martin Luther King is out there.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, here's all the other names. Why don't you forget about that one?
Very shortly, so we'll find out. But we've really
yeah,
announced.
Dude, I'm not far off.
We're doing them in full transparency. When we did JFK, people would say, "Oh, maybe it wasn't all; it was all." And people actually went up to the office and they looked at some things that were, not really easy.
Can we just acknowledge that little Susie from Johnny Bravo is a feminist icon?
Available, and they were amazed that we gave it all. And I don't know if it solved any problems for people. People still have questions one way or the other.
That's true.
But I'm not. But 100% of all of these documents are being delivered.
Oh, they better be. They better be, because there's a lot of talk right now. Is the delay have something to do with President Trump? That's just an allegation. Have no way of knowing that whatsoever. It's a point of conversation. The longer this gets delayed, and if anything looks like it's redacted or anything looks like it's been kept from the American people, that is going to be the first thing that everybody says. And that also, by the way, is a go-to evasion tactic for Donald Trump. Mention anything else? Mention the JFK files?
This is my favorite. We're all getting it, guys. I was dead on. Was I not calling this just a few minutes ago that we're all catching on? And it's almost like weird that we all collectively went, dude, it's been 12 years of this shit. Maybe, just maybe, we can catch on to some of the things that he says and does and just be like, let's stave this one off, or here's my favorite thing. We can do what his people do is trick him.
Mention the MLK files, wherever they are, the Epstein files get brought up, just mention something else. He did the same thing earlier this year in an interview with syndicated journalist Cheryl Atkinson.
Is that process still on track? I think that's one of the most often questions I've been asked the last couple of days, to release these records on Epstein, MLK, and JFK.
Well, Pam Bondi's done a phenomenal job in every respect. And there could have been some holdback. I haven't heard too much about it, but they could. But the bottom line is the records are getting out. The Kennedy records are getting out. Those are the ones they really wanted to see the most, with the Kennedys. And
Epstein? No, let's talk about Kennedy. Check out this shiny object over here. We don't really want to talk about the Epstein.
Hey, good news. They just ruled that the footage of P. Diddy is actually admissible, so that's going through.
Files right now. You want the JFK files. That's what you really want. That's what we need to focus on. You got them, right? Aren't you satisfied? No, look, this MAGA base, the MAGA base, they're not satisfied with this. No. And yes, people wanted to see what the government had on Kennedy, sure. But there is this urgency for the Epstein files. Why? Well, first of all, it's closer in time and place than Kennedy, but because people believe that there are still alleged sex traffickers out there who are connected to the disgraced financier, people who have not been brought to justice. And so now you actually have right-wing activist groups suing the Trump Justice Department to try and access the documents. Tom Fitton, the head of the conservative watchdog group Judicial Watch, announced their FOIA lawsuit and called out the Trump administration for stonewalling on the Epstein files.
So Judicial Watch just sued for the Epstein files. We want.
That's not how I thought that video was going to start. Let me just tell you that. Got to show the traps before I do anything else.
The client list. We want the documents.
Where is he, by the way?
Documents the Justice Department and the FBI have about this scandal. We've been getting stonewalling, so despite the release of some records, it looks like other records haven't been released yet. Indeed, they haven't responded to our basic FOIA requests for this information. That's why we're in federal court now. The best way to understand what records are available, which records are being held secret, and where did they look for the records is to be in court. And that's where Judicial Watch is, and that's what we specialize in doing. Getting secrets from the government they don't want you to know about. And people want to know about the Epstein scandal, and we aim to get to the bottom of it.
First of all, I got to know what this guy's weightlifting regimen looks like. My gosh, it looks like he can bench press a car. And in every video, he makes a point to show off his physique. And it's like, Judicial Watch these pecs. I'm not proud of that joke. I'm not, but I made it anyway, so just give me the opportunity to say it. But Fitton's group has plenty of muscle in court, too. Sorry, that's going to be the last one. And they've got records for years from unwilling government agencies. But Judicial Watch normally...
I have cow testosterone. I got some high tea, low tea, mid tea.
It's rare to see this.
Sweet tea.
Much more rare to see them challenge a Republican administration like this, Donald Trump's administration, but it just...
Well, we'll go hit the gym together.
Speaks to the idea that many on the right are running out of patience on the Epstein files, and many conservative financial analysts, they are also running out of patience when it comes to the economy. With the market down more than 10% since President Trump took office, and the president's heavily scrutinized tariff plan and policy not seeming to bear much fruit as of yet, the normally sympathetic talking heads on Fox News and Fox Business, they have been quick to criticize the president's actions. Fox
from the lottery
business host Charles Payne called
just look
out
at the
White
areas
House
that participate.
Overhyping the progress that they've made on trade talks without having actually announced any deals.
It's not helping because I think...
By the way, I've met Charles Payne before, super nice guy. I gotta say, I love the way he dresses. I host a show called Always in Fashion. I could do a whole show. That's actually a good one. I should do a show on how anchors dress. Yeah, that's a good one. I think I'm gonna do that one.
I think what you need...
Do it, but then I need to at least be a guest so I can just like I'm not going to rip on your hair. I'm just going to sit there and stare at it for 20 minutes.
Need here is if you're going to start to really have these conversations, give us some real...
Does it not move?
Realistic markers. Over the weekend, Apollo published a piece
that said
the average trade deal takes 18 months to put together and 45 months to implement. Obviously, no one wants or hopes that this is going to be the case this time around. But, you know, if you come up every other day, yeah, we just had a great call with so-and-so and these guys, and it starts to take away credibility. It starts to smack of desperation, and we just don't necessarily need it.
Oof, smacks of desperation? That is certainly not how the man who wrote The Art of the Deal ever wants to be seen in the business world. And look, I'm no economist or financial expert, but are we shifting away from the conversation of this is just a negotiating tactic, just give it some time for it all to work? Are Trump supporters losing patience? Can they not even articulate a justification for what is happening or about to happen? And it doesn't end there, because there's now some hand-wringing from the right about Doge and Elon Musk about the cost-cutting agency not going far enough. Fox Business host Dagan McDowell took a pointed shot at the Doge chief for coming up way short of his stated original goal of $2 trillion in cuts.
The first 6 months of this fiscal year, we ran a $1.3 trillion deficit. So if you run that out just based on the first 6 months, we could have a $2.6 trillion deficit this year. It's absurd. Don't tell me you can't cut. Don't tell me you can't cut.
Well, Doge came up about $850 billion short based on that last cabinet meeting.
The $150 billion that Doge has found in cuts using Elon Musk math it is $9 billion short of our budget deficit last month, Lydia. That's how out of control our finances are and borrowing.
Elon Musk math, that one stings. Look, it's easy to criticize, though, right? What exactly should be cut? First, he was cutting too much, too fast. Now he's not cutting enough. He's not cutting too little, not fast enough. He can't win. He can't win. And by the way, Elon Musk math hasn't been working out too well for Tesla either, because lately, this week, the company reported that profits plummeted by a whopping 71% in the first quarter of 2025, perhaps why he rushed to reassure the company's shareholders that he's ditching Doge and coming back full-time next month. Brit Hume, okay, another reliably pro-Trump voice on Fox, also going after Trump on the economy. And
I mean, that's kind of, I'm not even kidding, man. Like, I was thinking that he was using some kind of, like, hair glue.
Threats.
I mean, dude, I'm not, like, before I was joking about it a little bit. Now I'm genuinely like, what the fuck is he using?
To fire Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Well, there isn't much that's happening right now, Brett, that's going to give investors a peaceful, easy feeling about the state of the economy.
Oh, my God.
And therefore the state of
the guy, I could listen to him for all of 6 seconds before.
Have been turbulent, but mostly down now since the announcement of the tariffs, a month ago. And now the president is calling for the departure of Fed
oh my God,
Chairman Powell, who, whatever you think of
this man is difficult to listen to.
Him, and whether you think
Could you imagine if he was one of your teachers?
Interest rates should be lower, as the president certainly does, or whether you don't.
And in the War of 1812, you had French Canadians thinking that they could overstep.
That's another element of instability in the current financial outlook. And instability is something that markets do not like, and economies really don't either.
Instability. Instability. Talk about a word that maybe is the most appropriate for how.
Why does this guy give off big, like, Nickelodeon host energy?
A lot of people are feeling right now.
Like, seriously, wait a minute. Was this guy the frickin'... What he looks like the guy from Legend of the Hidden Temple.
But that is a tough analysis from one of Fox's senior-most commentators. And he didn't stop there. No, he's been equally unsparing on Trump's handling of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. And more specifically, Brit Hume called out the president for taking it easy on Vladimir Putin.
He keeps pounding Zelensky and saying it's harder to deal with him than it is with Putin. Putin, so far as I can tell, hasn't agreed to much of anything, except, yes, he'd love to annex Crimea, which is part of the proposal that's before him now. That's no concession. That's just all that is taking a gain.
Oh, I know him from Long Crime. That's where I've seen this guy.
Zelensky resists that because Crimea, up until the Russia invaded it 10 years or so ago, was part of Ukraine. So I'm not exactly sure what the president is talking about when he says that...
Which version of Indiana Jones?
That Zelensky has been more difficult to deal with than Putin.
Who's it easier to go against, right? Who's it
The theme song's played with a kazoo.
Easier to criticize. Look, you gotta wonder if maybe that kind of criticism, though, is moving Trump to get a little bit tougher on Vladimir Putin. Why? The president scolded the Russian leader Thursday on Truth Social following Russia's attack on Kyiv, writing, quote, "I'm not happy with the Russian strikes."
I mean, if Brian Tyler Cohen decided to go Super Saiyan, sure.
On Kyiv, not necessary and very bad timing. Vladimir, stop. 5,000 soldiers a week are dying.
Stop.
Let's get the peace deal done.
Done.
Vladimir, stop.
Don't forget, we gotta go.
Vladimir, stop.
We gotta go, and anytime you see gaps, you gotta get louder.
It's not exactly the tongue lashing that Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky got when he visited the White House, but it's definitely a notable escalation in his rhetoric towards the Russian leader. But this is yet another front on which the president has arguably not delivered on what he promised. You remember before he took office, he repeatedly vowed to solve the conflict in very short order.
Talon, it's like, listen, dude, I know that I was doing a little bit of a reductive take on it, but it's mostly poor areas. Like,
we'll have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine totally settled. I'll have it done in 24 hours.
I can tell you for Illinois, most of our poor areas, like especially down south, they are Republican.
One day, 24 hours. You're going to be like, oh my gosh, where's the war? It's gone.
I say that, and I would do that. That's easy compared to some of the things. I'd get that done in 24 hours. I know them both.
I give him credit. I give him credit for trying to want to end this. That's something he ran on. He doesn't want this to continue. I get it. I respect him for it. But sure, 24 hours. That was obviously hyperbole. Well, some people, maybe not. They really believe that he could get it done that quickly. But really...
I love how we've just gotten used to this fucking Trump standard of nothing actually being like... You know what? This is what he meant. This is like...
No one really expected him to actually hammer out a peace deal in a single day, but It's more the lack of progress that's starting to bother key voices on the right. It's not that they expected it to be solved on day one. It's that it doesn't seem like it's any closer to being solved than it was on day one. Remember, the idea was if he comes into office, that power dynamic's going to shift. The fear is going to shift. There's going to be an inclination to end this with Donald Trump in the White House. Doesn't seem like it happened. And these are the issues on which the president is facing pressure. Not the case, by the way, of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, serious case.
The FBI can't seem to get the PDFs, but they sure can get a judge that refused enforcing immigration law, allegedly.
Case.
Yeah, exactly.
The guy was deported to an El Salvadorian prison. Democratic political leaders, pundits on the left, they have been losing their minds over the Garcia case, arguing that Garcia did not receive the proper due process before being shipped off to an overseas prison. You want to have that conversation? Legal debate? Definitely can, okay?
He ends his segment. Burr, burr, burr.
I think there's a legitimate argument. But that case is not going to lose Donald Trump very much support, if any. It's Epstein, it's the economy, it's the deep state, and all the other issues that MAGA voters are most concerned about. That is how Trump loses support. It's hard for Trump to win new support.
Actually, speaking of Steve from Blue's Clues, do you guys remember when he left the show and there was these rumors going around the internet that he had a severe drug problem and that's why he was leaving and shit?
Okay, but what he can't afford, what his party can't afford.
Oh, he's political Ace Ventura. Alrighty then.
Is to lose support.
That's a good one.
Now, to be fair, despite a recent drop in his approval ratings, he's certainly not there yet. Most of the base has given him time to deliver on his pledge to make America great again, but there's certain issues on which he's going to have to at least make good. And soon. Thanks for checking us out here on the Spin Room, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll see you next time.
Let me guess. White Devil, White Devil. Oh, God. One of the rare examples of the second movie being way funnier than the first. I'm just going to go on and say it. Ace Ventura, When Nature Calls, was way better. Oh, I got to let my dog out. Okay, so here. I'm glad that we watched that. Do we have something quick that I can just play? Yes, we do. Cool, perfect. Here. I watched the first few minutes of this, so this is actually perfect. Yeah, did his hair come from a Lego set? For real? I'm not even kidding. Because look at his. The way his sits so naturally, the other one literally looks like he could remove it like a Lego. Literally. Wow. Good pull. All right, here. Let's get some legal eagle insight on some stuff, and then we're going to watch the MR Fun.
Trigger warning, if you are a lawyer, you probably do not want to watch this video. But if you're not, or you just want your daily dose of schadenfreude, let's talk about what happened.
Go.
This is every lawyer's absolute worst nightmare. Yes, a poor lawyer at the DOJ did the unthinkable. Not only did they file the wrong document with the court, that's bad enough, but they filed an internal, privileged memo containing their legal analysis of the case. And spoiler, the lawyers think their case is terrible. Yes, this poor lawyer filed a secret work product memo that explains in detail why they should lose the case. I don't think you can see it under my Indochino suit, but I actually have goosebumps. This is horrible. I am dying of Fremdschämen. This is every lawyer's worst nightmare. And other than stealing from your client, this is probably the worst thing you can possibly do to your client. So this all comes from the Metropolitan Transit Authority versus Duffy case in the Southern District of New York. This is the case where the Trump administration is trying to block New York City's traffic congestion pricing program. And in their complaint, the MTA describes the Central Business District tolling program this way. Quote, a market-based user pay solution that has seen success in major cities around the world. The program accomplishes its aims by tolling eligible vehicles entering the CBD in order to encourage mass transportation and using that money to support the city's transportation infrastructure. In a matter of weeks, the program has already achieved remarkable results. Traffic congestion and commute times have materially fallen, more people in Manhattan's commercial districts and supporting the region's businesses, and the MTA's vital transit system is seeing the benefit of increased funding. Despite its obvious success, however, the Trump administration has precipitously and for blatantly political reasons purported to terminate the program, as then-candidate Trump proclaimed he would do in his first week in office. The administration's efforts to summarily and unilaterally overturn the considered determinations of the political branches, federal, state, and city, are unlawful, and the court should declare that they are null and void. Now, I don't want to get into the weeds on this case. Suffice to say, the program was overwhelmingly popular with New York City residents, loved by urbanists, and hated by the commuters in New Jersey and President Trump for reasons. But the Trump administration's efforts to stop
reasons.
the program were always on dubious legal footing. Most commentators agree that the federal government would not succeed in stopping the state program. So the New York MTA filed suit in February of 2025, seeking to prevent the Trump administration from stopping the program. Fast forward a few months to April of 2025, there have been some various procedural issues, some conferences, an amended complaint, totally normal stuff. And on April 9th, the court issues an order that defendants shall produce the administrative record by May 27, 2025. Defendants shall inform the court by no later than April 23rd, 2025, whether they anticipate the administrative record to include.
I remember one of my first shows, I couldn't say it right, so I looked up the phonetic way to say it.
Any document
Schadenfreude.
Other than
Schadenfreude.
Secretary Duffy's letter dated February 19, 2025. Okay, again, totally normal stuff. The court just wants to know if the defendants want to include anything in evidence as they move forward with motion practice. And the main piece of evidence was Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy's letter, where he lays out a whole bunch of reasons.
Still can't believe the guy from fucking Road Rules is in our government.
Why New York needed to shut down congestion pricing. And New York procedure is a little bit weird in this respect. When you're communicating with the court or you need to make a request, then you basically write a letter to the judge, and if you need to submit a document, then you attach that as an attachment to the letter itself. So on the agreed upon deadline of April 23rd, the DOJ lawyer files letter addressed to Judge Louis J. Lyman from Dominika Tarzinska, dated April 23rd, 2025, Ray administrative record in April 20th, 2025, Secretary Duffy letter. As you can see from the docket entry, it contained the letter itself and an exhibit, the letter from Sean Duffy that was dated earlier. Now for background, this is the copy of the original PACER docket. PACER, or ECF, is the god-awful electronic system that lawyers use to file documents in federal court. It's so bad. It was out of date 20 years ago and it hasn't really been updated since. But the docket entry looks right. But what's wrong is the attached document. It is not the anodyne letter stating that they intend to supplement the administrative record. No, it's much, much worse. The thing that was attached was this. It's a letter with the U.S. Department of Justice letterhead. Okay, so far so good. But the person receiving it is not Judge Lyman. It's Aaron Hendrickson, senior trial attorney, Office of Litigation and Enforcement.
That's so bad.
U.S. Department of Transportation.
Oh no.
Oh God. This is an internal strategy memo. The letter starts
Oh no.
off, quote, Dear Aaron, we write with respect to the above referenced litigation brought by the Metropolitan Transportation Authority against the U.S.
They really
Department of Transportation.
This is
U.S. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, the Federal Highway Administration, and Executive.
All right. Like, again, not trying to just be the, the obvious lefty commentator, but can they do anything without fucking it up? Like, seriously.
Director of the.
Like, the only thing that they're good at is just destroying shit. That's it.
FHWA.
Because, like, have you guys thought about this? Have they actually built anything? Have they done anything? Have they proposed any actual legislation? I mean, we kind of covered this yesterday where you had that one lady that's just like, well, if you actually went to school, you would know that every single Democrat voted against the $5,000 stimulus check that Donald Trump wanted to give us from Doge. Every single Democrat.
Gloria Shepard, to provide you.
When it's like, no, they never have even written a bill with any of this to be brought up. Which somebody else has also brought up how Congress is more than happy with just being lazy and letting him do all the legislating.
With information concerning the litigation risk.
Like, dude, his own party at some point does need to step up and just be like, yeah, why are we here?
The DOT faces in defending these secretaries.
Because I'll tell you what, he may not care about the midterms, but they should.
February 19th, 2025 decision to provide you with information concerning, one, the litigation risk the DOT faces in
I'll tell you right now, if they want to fucking play some games, they're definitely nowhere as near as, safe and protected as,
Defending these secretaries February 19th, 2025 decision.
Just saying, they eventually do have to live amongst us.
Process for terminating the CBD-TP agreement outside of the current litigation for DOT to consider. As discussed below, there is considerable litigation risk.
But maybe, just maybe, they'd actually do some town halls if that was the case.
Defending the Secretary's February 19, 2025 decision against plaintiffs' claims under the Administrative Procedure Act that the decision was contrary to law, pretextual, procedurally arbitrary and capricious, and a violation of due process. For the reasons outlined below, it is unlikely that Judge Lyman or further courts of review will accept the argument that the CBD-TP was not a statutorily authorized value pricing pilot under the Value Pricing Pilot Program. Oh no! This is an objective memo talking about all the weaknesses of their case. It continues. The Secretary provides 2 reasons why the CBDTP is not an eligible pilot project under the VPP statutory language. 1, the program constitutes impermissible cordon pricing, which is not authorized because it does not offer a toll-free option. And 2, the level of CBDTP tolls has been set primarily by the need to raise revenues rather than prevent congestion. Neither of these reasons is likely to convince the court. First, with respect to the rationale that cordon pricing is not authorized under the phrase congestion pricing or value pricing, we have been unable to identify a compelling legal argument to support this position. Oh no, they're admitting that their arguments are bad. Now, if you inadvertently revealed your trial strategy to opposing counsel, you're probably going to want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've gotten in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got one of those data breach letters saying your information might have been leaked, or are dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find you the right attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do. So
his hands are not in proportion to his body.
There's nothing up front. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number on.
To be fair, he's like standing, like the way he films, it is very like it
Screen for a free
gives you,
consultation
like, a
with my team.
perspective.
Because you don't just need a legal team. You need the Eagle team. It continues yet further.
That is one of the best hooks, I gotta just say.
As a result, it is unlikely the courts will narrowly construe the
only better lawyer commercial I have ever heard is Glenn Lerner is the lawyer for you. Call 222-2222.
term congestion pricing to exclude cordon pricing projects based on the long-standing prohibition on tolling alone. Yikes. It continues.
Yeah, now that you've brought that up, though, he does have, like, large hands.
Although DOT's interpretation of statutory language cannot bind a court may still...
I'm not sure how much of that is forced perspective.
Look to the long-standing practice of the government, like any other interpretive aid, to inform the court's determination of what the law is, citing Loper Bright. Now, this is funny just as an aside, because it was a right-wing cause célèbre that the court did away with called Chevron.
Just be like, hey, can you do this real fast? Just, you know, like, you can't see me?
Deference, where the courts would defer to an administration's interpretation of regulations, and the Supreme Court just did away with it.
It does work.
That here, the administration absolutely would have wanted the court to defer to the Department of Transportation's interpretation of its own regulation and law, but they can't now because the Supreme Court says it doesn't really matter what the agency thinks. It only matters what the court thinks. But they continue further. The Secretary's letter further asserts that cordon pricing in this context is impermissible because it, unlike other congestion pricing strategies, does not provide a toll-free option. As outlined above, the legislative history and FHWA's prior guidance implementing the VPPP undercut this assertion. It is very unlikely that Judge Lyman or any court of review would agree with that assertion. Ouch. And the letter goes on. Second, with respect to the argument that the CBDTP is not authorized because the VPPP does not authorize tolls that are based on consideration
CBDTHC what?
Separate from reducing congestion or advancing other road-related goals, there are 2 impediments to this argument being successful. It is very unlikely that Judge Lyman or further courts of review will uphold the Secretary's decision on the legal grounds articulated in the letter. Defending this case on this basis, with the most likely outcome being vacatur of the Secretary's decision or remand to the agency for further administrative process, will only serve to delay FHWA's elimination of the CBDTP. The agency will have to answer the MTA's and interveners' complaints, compile and produce the administrative record, and then the parties will engage in briefing, likely oral argument, and await a decision from Judge Lyman, which is exceedingly likely to be adverse to the agency. I can't imagine filing this memo. I don't know what I would do. I would commit ritual seppuku. I would absolutely just stick a sword in my stomach and just, pull up. This is the most horrible thing I can think of as a litigator. It is the most horrible thing you could possibly do unintentionally to a client to file this strategy memo. And look, this strategy memo is totally normal. There's nothing wrong with it at all.
Empire Today.
The client needs to be fully apprised of the strengths and weaknesses of their case. The DOJ is bound to deal with their client, the federal government, and in particular the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, and they have to zealously advocate to the best of their ability. So it's totally normal that you would put together an objective memo talking about the strengths and weaknesses of your particular case so that there can be internal discussion about the best way to move forward. But that analysis should never see the light of day. I'm shivering. It's so horrible. It's secondhand embarrassment. I'm going to die. But let's keep going. The letter continues. While there is considerable litigation risk in defending the decision to terminate the CBDTP based on the argument that it is not a statutorily authorized value pricing pilot under the VPPP, FHWA may be able to accomplish the same goal for the same reasons, utilizing established OMB procedures for the termination of cooperative agreements. Now, this argument is probably dumb too, but it's not really worth explaining here. And the DOJ lawyers are probably right that it makes more sense to go down that route than it does to actually try to defend Secretary Duffy's original letter. But basically, you get a window into the strategy of the DOJ. The inadvertently released memo goes through their entire strategy and explains that their arguments are bad and that everything the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said was
He looks like a Batman villain.
stupid. Now, I want to make clear here that I don't think the lawyers did anything wrong here other than file the absolute worst incorrect document they possibly could. As lawyers, you have to zealously advocate for your client, and they were probably boxed in by the statements of the Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy into what legal arguments that they could make, and they were trying to make the best of a bad situation by saying that the arguments that he forced them to make were probably not going to win, and they had a better legal strategy that they thought they should use. And even if the original legal arguments were losers, well, sometimes as lawyers, you want to make every argument that you can, and some of them are going to win, some of them are not. So you kind of roll the dice. That's a totally normal thing for a lawyer to do. Now, the lawyer who putatively filed this was Dominika Tarczynska. She appears to be a 10-year veteran of SDNY. She's probably not a Trump hack. She probably just had the absolute worst day of her life. Though it also might not have been her. She seems to be fairly senior at SDNY. It's entirely possible that a paralegal, secretary, or a junior attorney made this particular filing. Lawyers who litigate in federal court give our PACER logins to staff all the time. I myself have relied on legal secretaries and paralegals to have filed many, many filings in federal court. But the thing is, if you give your PACER login away to someone who then files something in federal court, you're still on the hook for whatever gets filed. You have to supervise them. And as I mentioned before, the PACER system is terrible. It's incredibly clunky. It's not surprising.
I don't think they did anything wrong other than, you know, one tiny, most catastrophically big F up possible. But other than that, totally normal.
That things get filed on accident by mistake. And
the
I'm sure
problem is this is becoming normal for Trump, and for the Trump team.
That's what happened here. This is an honest
This isn't just like a leftist take, by the way. The thing is, these guys are comically bad at their jobs.
Mistake, a real screw up. And I feel terrible. I feel so awful to even talk about this. This is the kind of thing that could happen to everyone. I'm sure the file name said, you know, Transportation Secretary letter, and, you know, off the face of the file name, it was probably possible to confuse these two things and just attach the wrong PDF. That absolutely does not excuse the screw up, but it does help explain things. Now, what looks like happened here is that pretty soon after this thing was filed and started making the rounds on social media, it looks like they called the clerk and asked the clerk of the court to take this docket entry down, and the clerk did so. There is no longer a docket entry number 65 on the public docket, but of course the damage was done. If this was private practice, you would immediately file a letter with opposing counsel and the court seeking to claw back any document that was inadvertently released, and you would probably immediately get on the phone with your malpractice carrier and explain that you did a malpractice and that they might need to make some payments on the insurance policy for malpractice. And that's exactly what happened here. The lawyer issued basically a clawback letter explaining everything to the court, explaining that she had reached out to the clerk to take the original docket entry down. Opposing counsel didn't oppose.
It's delicious irony that they're their own worst enemies in so many ways because of their rancid actual lack of ability or intelligence, how much they've gotten on by scams and inherent privilege. Yep.
And moved to
explains a lot.
Seal the inadvertent filing so no one could see it on the public docket ever.
So, of course, any actual test of ability, they fucking faceplant. Yep.
Again.
No, I mean, like, guys, we're not even 6 months in, and every time, they fumble the ball so bad. I swear to God, like with the tariff one, it's like they started playing football and then we're getting closer and closer to the end of it, and somehow they just caught a basketball and now they're like, oh shit, what do I do with this?
Though at that point the horse was out of the barn. In this particular,
they're looking at a hockey net just going, well, how do we make this work?
Litigation, the document was taken down. There was a follow-up filing that included the correct letter.
Not the worst analogy, no, I'm thinking about it.
And I'm sure what's going to happen is that everyone is going to pretend like this never happened.
Yeah, because that's like, yeah.
This is pure legal analysis and strategy. So it's not like they are admitting that they suborned perjury or that they are holding on to evidence that they didn't turn over to the other side. You know, everyone's just going to pretend that they didn't read it after they, of course, did read it. And I don't really think this is going to affect the rest of the litigation. People are probably going to get fired over this. It's unbelievably embarrassing. And like I said,
no, they won't. I mean, if they give them the Pete Hegseth treatment, no, they won't. They'll just double down and they'll stand behind them and say, they're the most credible people I've ever known. What are you talking about? I love them.
It's the worst thing that I can imagine doing inadvertently. The only thing that I can think that comes close to this is when Alex Jones's lawyers accidentally turned over gigabytes of phone data
of his phone data.
They absolutely refused to turn over to opposing counsel.
God damn, that was funny.
And then Mark Bankston cross-examined Alex Jones and used the evidence that his lawyers had turned over. This, I think, is still worse because this isn't just evidence. This is internal trial strategy and legal analysis.
Yeah, it's literally your, like, if you're on an opposing football team and that your coach was just like, you know what? Let's make this real hard on us. Let's do a challenge. And he faxes the game plan to the other coach.
But for the sake of professional courtesy, I'm sure everyone from opposing counsel to the judge will just pretend it never happened. Notwithstanding, I'm sure that this poor DOJ attorney wants to crawl into a hole and disappear from the internet. And luckily, there are people who can help. And that's why we recommend...
All right, I appreciate a good drop for... a good product drop. There we go. Do a live read. Actually, I got to get better at doing that. Speaking of live reads, so I do have to do that. You know what? Screw it. Because I do have to get better about it. Here is the link for Ground News. If you guys want to try Ground News, I use Ground News on the show. I don't know how I would do the show without it. If you guys want to get your news without any of the BS in between and see where your news is sourced from, then try Ground News. You could try it for free or get 40% off of a subscription, which gives you more access to more stories. And it's kind of like a half access to paywalled content, as long as it's not like behind a subscription like Wall Street Journal. That's like the stuff that you can do a top tier and break through that. So if you guys are interested, take a look. And then I am trying to hit the goal on my mom's memorial fund. Here's the link for that. I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Mitesh. Dude, awesome. Thank you. Sylvie, you find, oh shit. You did actually get one. I just noticed that. Cool. Unknown variable. Hey, where have they been? I haven't seen them in a minute. Speaking of doing better, stay connected on the earth with Ground News. There you go. I like that. I like that. I like that. I'm taking it. All right. Well, we get the sound effects. Man, we are 20 minutes out from the 420 fun half. Now, I kind of want to do the Sam SEDER stuff, but man, oh man, it's too tempting right now. I think that we're gonna do the Humanist Report real quick because a right-wing Democrat gets shut down, and by right-wing Democrat, I'm talking about one of my least favorite people on the planet, and that's Rahm Emanuel. He was our mayor. He, as much as he did some like trans protection stuff, which I will say he did the bathroom bill, which made it so they cannot discriminate. So that is, and I brought this up, guys. I brought this up. There are bars out there that they're not technically discriminating. They're just saying, we recommend you don't use this bathroom. Fucking assholes. Like, as I said, never going back to those bars, but yeah, but he's also just like, he gave so many contracts to like his brother. His brother was a early investor in Uber, and he gave a bunch of contracts to his brother to have Uber at airports, which was totally illegal at the time. There was something going on where, so with the transportation business in Chicago and in New York, you have to have medallions, right? They're not easy to obtain. You have to have, a transportation business with so many cars, and like you have to prove that your business has not had, a bunch of like insurance claims against it or any of this stuff. So, but these medallions, it costs thousands to even get. While these guys didn't have to do that. They just relied on the fact that, people wanted to make money, and they didn't know about travel medallions. So they would just say, I'm with Uber. And then per this guy, they had to start letting them in. So it created this, number one, bottleneck at the airport. I actually mean that physically too, where the traffic was insane because they didn't plan on the influx. And also the fact that it's no, to this day, if you were to fly in O'Hare, you cannot get an Uber downstairs. If you're at the bottom terminal, you have to go upstairs and go from the upstairs terminal, which at least they figured that out. But yeah, Rahm Emanuel, he not my favorite person. So let's get a look at him getting roasted.
That is total bullshit. That is buying into the right-wing media narrative. And I'm so
I get this smug prick, though.
sick of Democrats like you selling out and saying this.
He's so smug.
It happened. It finally happened. Someone finally
That is an awesome shirt.
Put Rahm Emanuel in his place. One of the smuggest pricks in all of politics. And
Thank you. God, all right.
I
thought that this was something that I just kind of observed. No, he's legit one of the smuggest people on the planet.
It was going to happen a couple of weeks ago when
I met him at a Blackhawks game and he was smug.
Jon Stewart brought him on The Daily Show, but it wasn't as confrontational as I'd hoped. In fact, it wasn't confrontational at all. They were both pretty friendly and mostly talked about Donald Trump and joked about who was taller. And I've got to say, Jon Stewart kind of let me down here, especially because Rahm Emanuel talked about how Republicans win because Democrats keep disappointing people. But
Yeah. I drove cab in Boulder off and on sometimes, or for some time. We were always kicking Ubers out of our taxi stands.
John didn't bring up his...
Yeah, again, I'm not sure if you guys had medallions that you had to pay for, but yeah, that shit, again, that is covered under that. So, yeah, that was also on the Transportation Bureau of whatever airport or wherever the hell you were picking up to get on that, or the cops.
In Democratic Party disappointment. As the White House chief of staff under Obama, he pushed Obama to water.
I mean, I'll be honest, there was always some dirty shit with that, where, there were guys, in the transportation lots, they would tell me stories about how they're just yeah, if somebody pulls that shit, we'll get their cars towed, or we'll get the cops involved. They have no reservations about narking.
Watered down the Affordable Care Act, even though it was already right-wing legislation to begin with. But he laughably thought that it was too comprehensive. And as the mayor of Chicago, he covered up the murder of Laquan McDonald, a 17-year-old black teen who was shot 16 times by police while he was walking away. So if you're trying to be honest and
literally chased down by a car too,
introspective about the Democratic Party and where they went wrong, you can't not talk about the role people like him play in the Democratic Party's decline. But that's where Jennifer Welch of the I've Had It podcast comes in, because she let him have it, and it was so great to watch. So he suggested that Democrats didn't talk enough about kitchen table issues in the last election, and said that the only room in the House they talk about was the bathroom, which implies that Democrats were the ones who were actually obsessed about issues related to sex and gender to the detriment of economic issues, and not Republicans, which is absurd, and she brings that up. Now, as mayor of Chicago, to his credit, he did pass laws barring discrimination against trans people in public bathrooms, but I feel like that's kind of the bare minimum, to the point where if you do something like that, that's just a basic expectation for any good leader. You shouldn't even get credit for something like that. It's like saying, hey, I'm not homophobic. Okay, do you want a medal for not being homophobic? Do you want me to pat you on the back? You're not a shitty person. Great, it's the bare fucking minimum. But to imply that that's all Democrats focus on, bathroom issues, is weird, considering how Kamala Harris barely mentioned social justice issues at all on the campaign trail. In fact, her campaign website didn't even mention trans people once, aside from the T in the
She's one of the Bravo girls. I knew I recognized her from
LGBTQ acronym. Now, listen, I have my criticism of Democrats, and I certainly had my criticism of Kamala's campaign, but to suggest that Democrats, and the main issue here with them is that they're too woke or whatever, that plays right into the hands of right-wing propagandists who are trying to rebrand themselves as the party of the working class. And the Democrats are the ones who are out of touch because they're hyper-focused on social justice issues. And Jennifer explained all of this to him so well. So without further ado, here's Rahm Emanuel being ripped to shreds by Jennifer Welch.
We were really south on kitchen table issues. We weren't really good about the family room issues.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you 100
Okay, the only room we were really...
I think this is a little cynical, right? Like we should applaud them from barring people from doing legislation like that.
Well, was the bathroom. And that's the smallest room in the house.
That is such bullshit. That is total bullshit. That is buying into the right-wing media narrative. And I'm so sick of Democrats like you selling out and saying this. You know who talks about trans people more than anybody? MAGA.
I love when I get gifted a stream, gifted a sub to a stream that I haven't watched in months.
MAGA is the most genital obsessed.
I think I was actually just gifted a sub to, I forgot who.
Political party.
It's somebody I haven't seen in a while. I was like, oh.
Have ever seen. Kamala Harris talked about home ownership. She talked about kitchen table issues. Yeah. Trump's over there droning on about Hannibal Lecter. Are you kidding me? This is where the Democrats lose because we're playing the game.
That's good framing right there too. See that he's not used to this. He's not used to being called on the carpet. So unlike what's the word I'm looking for? Because it's like he almost expects certain questions, so he has like his pre-canned answers. This is one of the ones that threw him for a loop.
Rule book. They've ripped the rule book up and are crammed it down everybody's throat. And Democrats are upset because Joe Biden pardoned his son. We got to fucking fight. They're the gender-obsessed weirdos, not us. We're the ones who fight for Social Security. We fight for Medicare. And yeah, we're not going to bully trans people. We're not going to fucking do it.
I'm not again. I'm not. Look,
fine.
Hey, let me say this: as mayor, 2016. I dealt with the bathroom issue. It's just not it's not my most important issue. It was dealt with, and I appropriately dealt.
Yeah, you did it because fucking McCormick Place was a big.
Dealt with marriage equality, as I said.
Well, it's certainly important to the Republicans. For me, it's just important not to bully them, and I think this is the death knell
I'm not
of the
disagreeing.
Democrats. It really it upsets me. It upsets me so much.
Speaking of McCormick Place, I got to see something else. They had just tested something where they made their windows not as reflective, and they also installed a bunch of like fake bird calls. Apparently, like they have like almost no bird deaths on that building, which is insane because, dude, I think that they were averaging damn near like 100 a month.
Because we live here in this.
Like you would see them all the time
in this red state, and you see.
Did I cover? The
damage.
That was like that was one of the first stories I covered.
Yeah, but when I see politicians that are supposed to be leaders in the Democratic Party buy into the narrative that Republicans have defined us by, instead of fighting and saying you're the weirdos that are obsessed with it. Yeah, we're not going to.
No, I 2,000% agree with her. The fact that we cannot just shift the narrative easily too, where it's like. Because that's Tim Walz. Tim Walz was really good with that, where he's like, you're fucking weird. They're a bunch of weirdos. And then you got to leave it. You got to love electoral politics where they took that, which was true, and it was something that we could have definitely like continued on, but they over fucking used it. And then they cynically used it. They used it as like a little, make sure you use weird at least 4 to 5 times per
trans kid. And we buy into their narrative. It just, it's why I think we lose. And I have to live in a state where rape victims can't get an abortion because of this bullshit. And so I'm going to fight till the bitter end. And I'm not going to let some MAGA moron define what progressive values are. And I think it's a really dangerous precedent.
No, and they love doing that. They love letting them set the fucking the standard.
Mr. Emanuel, I'm sorry, but
because then they don't have to set one that they themselves have to live up to.
I have to push back, and I'm not some coastal elite liberal.
Listen, you choose to live, but I just got to be honest with you. You keep talking about living in this red state craziness. You know, there is U-Haul if you want to move out, but I would just tell you this.
Did he really just like it or leave it her? For real? Dude, you're such an asshole. You did the same. He was such an asshole when he was the mayor, too, because he would pull shit like that where he's just like, oh, if you don't like the high taxes in Chicago, then you can move. Like, fuck, what an ass. Dude.
There's a whole...
This guy, if he gets any traction in the next election, I swear to God.
Set of issues, and these are side tangential issues. They're not core.
I fucking love her. Jennifer was spot on here. I've seen clips of her before, but this is the first time where she really got my attention. Not that she didn't say anything good before, wasn't entertaining. I've always liked whatever I've seen of her, but this right.
Actually, I think she might be. I looked into her. She because I was like, where do I recognize her from? Where do I recognize her from? She was on Home Sweet Home on Bravo.
Right here, this was awesome. You know, Democrats like Rahm Emanuel, they make it so much easier for Republicans because they keep feeding into their bullshit and they're not trying to change the way things are. They're not trying to be the ones to put Republicans on.
Remember, married man here.
Defense. They're playing defense. They're right where Republicans want them.
I'm going to fight them.
And I love how he had the audacity to tell her that she could move out of her state if she didn't like it, which is extremely insulting. That's your solution, to just move out of your state if you don't like that it's run by...
Oh, no. He's talking about running for president himself. He's getting the confidence that he thinks he can do it.
Crazy Republicans. There are people who can't move out of their states, Ram, which is why it's important to continue to push for change in those red...
That's almost like, just telling somebody to arbitrarily move all of their fucking, family, all that stuff.
States. So
trust me, and this is coming from somebody that has made that same... I've done this. I've literally taken the Sam Kinison joke, and then I had a chatter call me on it, and I changed my mind a little bit where I'm just like, you know what? I'm walking that back a little bit.
Just like dismiss her concerns and say, well, you can move. That's really fucked up. And it's not like, people...
No, it's not just fucked up. I mean, it's the most condescending thing he can possibly say to somebody.
In these states are asking for anything extreme. We're talking about basic human rights. The ability to go to the bathroom in public and express yourself.
Don't like me punching you in the face? Just move, bozo.
However you want. To choose a gender. To get an abortion if you're raped. These are not extreme things. So the fact that people in red states are demanding these basic human rights, I don't think that's too extreme. I don't think that they should be the ones to move. I think that the state should change to give them basic fucking human dignity. But according to Rahm Emanuel, if you don't like it, just pick up and leave. I don't know how this is different than the Republicans who tell us, oh, well, if you don't love it, then leave it, when we criticize the United States. The fact that...
I mean, the nice part is we do live in a nation where we can do that, but the thing is you shouldn't have to.
He brought this up.
Because especially... Let's be real here. The core issue is the fucking lack of decent humanity, where people can't just live and let live. They have to make every one of these cultural issues like their be-all, end-all, which, again, they don't even actually care. They don't actually give a shit, because once the issue's solved, nothing changes in their life. It's the same with immigration. Like, how many people do you actually think immigration is really affecting? Like, really?
Shows how out of touch he is. And at the end, he talks about how social justice issues are tangential issues, meaning that it's a culture war issue that serves as more of a distraction from the more significant issue.
That's why immigration is always used like that, and it's used cynically, and that's why Donald Trump is doing that thing where he's just like, look, I have high approval ratings in immigration, everybody loves me, I'm doing the immigrant thing, and then it's like, yeah, but the economy was the more important issue. Not right now.
And while it's true,
we'll get to that later,
that Republicans use social justice issues to distract voters from their unpopular economic policy.
I mean, I'll just be real. Like, this is a little anecdotal, but just from my own life, there are a lot of Trump supporters, especially in my area, they have not been flying their flags. I haven't heard dick in the last month from any of these people. And the one person that I have to talk to occasionally that is a hardcore Trump supporter, the last time I saw him, the first thing he said was, I don't want to talk about politics. That's telling me something, guys.
That doesn't mean that Democrats...
Are you telling me MS-13 won't take over my Michigan lake house?
Should retreat and dismiss these issues as frivolous, because the culture war is not a victimless war. We're seeing what happens right now when Democrats retreat and don't fight so-called culture war issues. For years, they ignored Republican lies about Biden having an open border, and now immigrants are arbitrarily being shipped to foreign gulags without due process.
This was kind of,
see this happen.
And then not just acknowledging it, but then giving the Republicans, they literally were just giving them shit, that they didn't need. It was like they just bought this new sweater, and then all of a sudden the Democrats were just like, here, have some extra wool.
When the country thinks that things are so bad that mass deportation is okay, and a candidate can run on mass deportation, and voters can think, actually, that sounds good. Like, you can't allow Republicans to monopolize discourse ever on any social justice issue because you think that they're frivolous or you think that there's more important things. You have to push back and defend marginalized people and expose how the right is trying to scapegoat them to hide their real agenda, which is to transfer more wealth to rich people. But this is a serious problem.
Trendy Agua took over my gingerbread house.
With the Democratic Party broadly
Who likes soggy gingerbread?
speaking, where they think that they'll be able to win elections by chumming it up with the right.
When they ask, do you want open borders, just be honest, own it, be like, yeah, I want open borders. I want to go back to Ellis Island days.
Make them look more reasonable, I guess, because we can all see that there's hyperpolarization in the United States. You have the far right, and then there's the far left, apparently, which I guess the Democrats are far left, according to some people, which is absurd to me. But since there's two extremes that are fighting each other, you want to come off as the more reasonable person. And some Democrats...
I don't want open borders. I just want an immigration system that actually works, you know, like having, I don't know, hearings and actually allowing these people to seek asylum.
Democrats try to do that.
I wouldn't say, again, maybe not
And
full open border.
Some of them...
Or we can sell it a different way.
Have gone so far.
This is part of the problem, though, Sylvia, is like I don't like being on the back foot all the fucking time because like they literally find something open border, just the two words alone, then they just repeat, and then it seeps its way into the American lexicon, and like even if it's not fucking true, and then you get the mix of the Democrats just capitulating and not bringing it up, well, that creates some problems.
That they're indistinguishable from the worst Republicans in the country, to where I don't even know if you're trying.
By the way, we are about 10 minutes out.
Trying to appeal to the center anymore, as opposed to just like the right. For example, John.
If you're new here, we do a 420 fun half, and when we do that, we all cheers together, and essentially it's kind of like sitting in a nice little circle, if you know what I mean. And then we watch some fun videos and we have a good time on the back end.
Fetterman, a bloodthirsty genocide.
You got to disillusion them.
Supporter, is now calling on our fascist president to start a war with Iran. I'm not making this up. In an interview with the right-wing rag Washington Free Beacon, he encouraged Trump to, quote,
hey, at least he's wearing a suit now.
Waste that shit. You're never going to be able to negotiate with that kind of a regime that has been destabilizing the region for decades already, and now we...
The problem is you guys fucking put way too much stock into fucking into this guy in the first place. Just gonna say it. Because he didn't dress conventionally, because he said some, shit that you agreed with in the beginning. I'm just gonna say, like, this whole fucking thing of like, oh my God, did you know that this guy, he has different opinions on Israel, and he's not like but then you guys, like, here's my problem. Like this guy, Mike Figueredo, he is contributing to, now Fetterman is doing the thing where he's just like, I might as well just be another Manchin. If you're going to treat me like this, I fucking might as well just run obstruction. I might as well just be exactly what you think I am. Everything that you just told everybody I am.
We have an incredible window, I believe, to do that, to strike and destroy Iran's nuclear facilities. Hey, John, the destabilizing force in the Middle East is us. But never mind the fact that we already did negotiate with this regime. Obama negotiated the JCPOA, and Iran was in compliance with it, according to the...
Russia's part of it too, dude. Like, come on. Listen, this is what pisses me off. Saying ignorant shit like that is blatantly ignoring what was happening in Syria. Because I know that we like to focus on the fact that like what's going on in Gaza, but we did that at the detriment of forgetting about another genocide. We haven't talked about the people of Syria since when? And this has always been my problem with this. Is like, okay, so now it's literally the genocide of the day is the one that that's the one that we have to get behind and do, like, just forget about the other one, and also forget about the facts that, again, Assad, the Russian come on,
international.
Like, I'm getting a little upset about that kind of shit.
Atomic Energy Agency, but then Trump got elected and decided to rip it apart. And now we're in a situation where Iran is once again trying to enrich to the point to get.
And I know. Trust me, I can already nobody has to type it out. The argument is, well, that's not the one that we were funding. It's like, actually, we were. We were funding opposition to it.
Because since they're no longer bound by that agreement,
you could argue that we were on the right side of that one, though.
They think that will be a deterrent from U.S. aggression, which is something we talk about all the time. John Fetterman is talking about wanting to bomb Iran right now, so why wouldn't they want...
Yeah, and nobody's talking about Turkey, Kurdistan. I mean, the fact is, are we talking about the fact that Iran and Pakistan are about to go to war?
Want to come up with some sort of...
Did you guys see that they're arguing over water rights, and there's now a possible hot war about to start over in
of a deterrent.
Pakistan.
It's not that you can't negotiate with them, it's that we choose not to.
And they had a terrorist attack on in Kashmir.
But the senator from Israel, John Fetterman, is encouraging
I was going to cover that yesterday.
madman president to launch a regional war in the Middle East simply because Israel is his real constituent. Benjamin Netanyahu, that's the person who John Fetterman represents, which is why he's aligning with fascists to do the bidding of Israel. But it's not just John Fetterman, because Gavin Newsom decided to start a podcast, as you all know.
Also, this is to continue on this one. How come we don't talk about like everybody like on the left likes to talk about reparations? How come we're not doing reparations to Iraq? How come we're not taking care of all the damage that we incurred during Operation Iraqi Freedom? Like,
where he talks with fascist criminals and literal white supremacists.
India,
I guess, in an effort to appeal to centrists who...
We should. But the thing is, it's not a common issue that's discussed. It's something that it's not even a back burner issue. This is something that, again, like, I have to bring up these things, and like people like me that are just, and I get accused of this where it's just like, oh, well, are you trying to minimize it? It's like, no, I'm actually just trying to bring up how it's like these other things have just become footnotes. And then I'm the asshole for bringing up the fact that we just forgot about these other people who were in the similar position, if not the same position.
Are going to be happy about white,
and then blatantly ignoring that Russia did have a huge influence on the conflict in Syria.
Supremacists like Charlie Kirk. I mean, I'm not really sure what he's going for here, but this is what he's doing to run for president in 2028. He's trying to come off as the reasonable Democrat who's willing to have these tough conversations with people who he disagrees with. But he ended up getting massive backlash because in these conversations that he had, it wasn't so much as a conversation as it was right-wingers running roughshod over him.
Well, yeah, but that's honestly like the fact that he got elected as a senator, dude, he's going to make it to the next midterm and then he's out. Bitching about John Fetterman all the time right now isn't going to change anything. And I'm just going to say, like, we can try and do like shame pieces, but for real, at this point, it is just kind of wait it out and then wait till he's gone. I did the same shit with Kirsten Sinema.
It doesn't seem like he understands why people are so upset with these podcasts that he's been hosting. According to The Hill, quote, "The reaction when I had Charlie Kirk and Bannon on was exactly to me Exhibit A of what I feel is wrong right now with my party, an unwillingness to even engage in platform."
No, it is actually because it wasn't you guys weren't substantive in the criticism. You weren't criticizing him for, like, I don't know, saying, like, bloviating him and just being like, well, my son loves you. But instead, you did the thing where you're just like, how dare you platform? Like, that I disagree with.
Listen, the California governor said. Democrats, he said, wanted it to be a debate, take the guy down, as opposed to these two voices had a disproportionate impact on the voice you're hearing every single day in the megaphone in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So maybe we should pay attention and at least express the desire to absorb and learn from what they're doing and how successful they've been, Newsom added. Well, let me help you out here, dipshit. The reason why you have to challenge...
It's kind of funny how we follow a lot of the same stuff. Nice.
Challenge people like that if you're going to platform them is because they are fucking wrong. But you didn't do that. Instead, you praised Charlie Kirk. You gave him a sloppy BJ. He's an open racist. And you told him how much of a fan your son is of him, which is a failure as a father on your part, by the way.
When I heard that part, I was just like...
And you agreed with him that trans people should be second-class citizens. You also let Steve Bannon spew lies about the 2020 election and didn't push back. And what you're doing is not helping Democrats. You're helping them grow. Right? This isn't going to make Democrats seem more reasonable. You're going to make them seem more reasonable. It is legitimizing them and priming your liberal...
Yeah, it's the problem that Bill Maher had, or like that people have with Bill Maher, and that's what Larry David was saying about Bill Maher. Which I don't want to say too much about that because we're going to go into that in the fun half here.
For listeners to think that their antiquated beliefs are actually valid since the governor that they trust is platforming them and listening to them and even praising them. There's a reason why right-wing podcasts rarely ever bring on liberals and lefties. And when they do, it's always confrontational because they understand the value in setting the agenda, and apparently you don't.
Yes.
And don't pretend like...
Yes, he's not necessarily wrong about that, because like that, as a left-wing creator who's been invited on right-wing, like right-frame shows, whether it be a debate show or just even a right-winger show, I know what they're asking me there for and what their intent is. That's why it's on me to kind of be like, all right, well, don't let them just use me as this fucking punching bag. Call them out if they do, because that is something that should be totally called on the carpet, where it's just like, dude, stop inviting me here just to have a safe argument, just because you think that it's just like, oh, in the marketplace of ideas, this guy's going to be easy to get one over on. Like, trust me, I've seen that.
Like, this is about anything other than you pandering to the right in an effort to get them to vote for you in 2028, because even CNN sees through your bullshit.
By the way, not one person ever in my office has ever used the word Latinx.
So can we? Yeah, you have.
Finally
put that to bed.
Yeah,
we agree.
No, he did.
Where did that even?
No more Latinx, everybody.
Well, I just didn't even know where it came from. I'm like, what are people talking about?
But there was a person who used Latinx. It was actually a really
Go Aaron Barnett. I love the fact that it's her doing it.
important person. It was him, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, this is the one I saw.
And look, these aren't minor shifts. These are progressive issues that Gavin Newsom used to champion until fairly recently, and now,
I mean, to be fair, the Latinx thing is stupid. But
he's not just walking away from them.
And this is coming from my Latin friends.
He's sort of acting like they were never legit.
Because I remember, like, the first time I used that, and they looked at me like I was, like, crazy. They were just like, what the fuck did you just say to me?
Admit with that clip talking about Latinx
One
in
minute
the first
countdown.
place. But let's take Latinx. We did find somebody who used it repeatedly in his office. Let's take a listen to this.
I hope we can really paint a picture in terms of our consciousness of how impactful this has been on the Latinx community. The Latinx and Black communities.
I can't stand this guy. I've always not. I haven't been able to stand this guy forever.
Banning not assault rifles, but the word Latinx. They're not even serious.
Yeah, so if the party is serious about changing for the better, they have to start by ridding themselves of self-serving opportunists like that. People like Rahm Emanuel, John Fetterman, and Gavin Newsom, and others that we haven't named today, they think that the Democratic Party's ticket to victory is to become right-wing themselves in order to adapt to what they believe is a broader cultural shift to the right. But Republicans will never vote for diet Republicans when they can have the real thing. So if you're already conservative, you're not going to...
That's not necessarily true. I mean, don't ignore the fact that there is a contingent out there that thinks they are more popular than they like.
Suddenly consider
really
a Democrat who's saying right-wing things, you're going to think that they're pandering to you and then vote for the Republican anyway. And this isn't just me saying that. Political science studies show that this strategy isn't just ineffective, it's actually counterintuitive, because when center-left parties shift to the right, they alienate their own base. And towards the end of her campaign, when Kamala Harris shifted to courting Republicans almost exclusively, with Liz Cheney stumping for her, there were signs that the left was feeling alienated and growing disillusioned with her campaign, and sure enough, turnout for Democrats was low and she lost. And the left was already frustrated with her since she refused to break with Biden on his support for Israel's genocide. So when you ignore issues that are important to your base and you try to court the other side, you hand them a giant victory. When you boast about how you're tougher on the border, perhaps even than Donald Trump, you can...
Bowl just spilled on my stairs.
Communicate to voters that Republicans were actually right about immigration all along. When you ignore trans issues and don't defend trans people from GOP attacks, you let Republicans fill the void with their hateful rhetoric.
So one of them tried to be like, is that one of those like California things they're trying to make a thing? I was like, I guess it is.
You won't beat Republicans by becoming Republicans. You'll beat Republicans by offering an alternative to Republicans. And that is why it was so cathartic to see Jennifer Welch rip Rahm Emanuel a new asshole, because this strategy does not fucking work. And it's about time Democrats get that through their thick fucking heads. And the ones who already understand that need to do their part to cleanse the party of these right-wing ideologues, saboteurs more specifically, who keep pushing this strategy. Any Democrat who tells you you need to move to the center or the right to court moderate voters is setting you up to lose.
My thing is, I don't think you even have to pivot. Like you don't have to shift your politics. You have to shift your messaging and just what you're focusing on. Again, if we just like hammered the healthcare issue, we wouldn't have time to fucking focus on these culture war issues. But again, maybe that's just me being simplistic with my way of thinking. But, here, actually, you know what? Here's a random story that I can put on while I run upstairs real quick. and then we're going to start the fun half. You guys know what that means. Sam Seder time. Sorry, I know I've been teasing it for a while here, but we're doing it. It's time.
Now to a significant development in the Bears' potential plans for a new Arlington Heights stadium.
Political reporter Paris Schutz is in studio with details. Paris.
Yeah, Dawn and Scott, the Chicago Stadium site appears to be fading from the conversation as the Bears, along with Arlington Heights officials, plow forward with plans there. They say the larger economic picture is starting to come into focus.
It's obviously a significant milestone in the project, and therefore it's now necessary to re-engage with our consulting teams so all this information can be properly vetted and evaluated.
Village officials announced the team has submitted studies that show how a new development will impact the town's economy as well as its traffic management. Now the town plans to move forward with its own independent review of the study.
The Bears have agreed to work together with our consultant to make sure that the numbers are accurate and they can come to kind of a meeting of the minds in terms of the financial projections and economic impact. And so we're very much looking forward to that collaboration with the team.
Outgoing Mayor Tom Hayes says the Bears will reimburse the town for the review. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson says he refuses to be pitted against Arlington Heights in the Bears stadium battle. He says he still advocates for a lakefront plan, one that would most certainly face a lawsuit for violating the lakefront protection ordinance.
At the end of the day, the Bears and their ownership, have a financial decision that they'll have to make. I feel good about what's been presented in the city of Chicago, and we're going to continue to work with ownership. We're going to work with the General Assembly to find.
The nice part is the reason this is happening is because Pritzker said that he's not going to allow taxpayers to foot the bill.
A way to keep the Bears in the city of Chicago.
Part of that financial decision, what kind of public money the team can get.
Yeah, see, shit.
To help them.
They're already capitulated on that,
with their development. Lawmakers in Springfield have all but shut the door on financing for a lakefront stadium. The House Democrat who...
Oh, shit, so they're...
represents Soldier Field's district said the team will also be hard-pressed to get any help for an Arlington Heights development.
Okay,
what I can tell you is that there are 30 members of the Chicago delegation in the House and 14 in the state Senate who would probably take umbrage with paying that type of state money for the team to leave the city.
Arlington Heights officials say this review is going to take several weeks. And by the way, you can watch that full discussion featuring State Representative Cam Buckner and others tomorrow night at 9:30 p.m. on Paris on Politics.
By the way, my guy's wearing jeans.
Leaders in Arlington Heights say they are inching closer.
That was a weird, he was literally doing the streamer setup right there, except just on the news. That was ballsy. Shit. All right. Well, sorry. That was mostly for me because I just wanted to see what was going on as far as that decision, because we've been talking about that for a few years now and we just keep waiting and waiting and waiting. So we'll see what happens. But all right, guys, it's time. Without further ado, it is time to watch a portion of the Majority Report Fun Half that is something that I really love, is when Bill Maher makes an ass of himself, and then Sam is there to point out how much of an ass of himself he's making. So, or any comedian for that matter, but Bill Maher seems to be the one where it's oh, Sam has a special way of roasting him. So let's go.
Let's do number 7. Fuck this.
What? What?
I can't. This guy drives me crazy.
Okay.
This is number
wanted to make comedy illegal,
Oh yes, let's do this.
And now.
This is amazing. I wasn't going to play this. I'd forgotten about it. I saw it at one point, and then I just, I think this happened during my vacation, so I didn't pay that much attention to it. I don't remember. And then Larry David wrote what I thought was actually a pretty funny piece in the New York Times.
He's a funny guy.
About his dinner with Hitler.
Yeah.
As if he was back in the 30s. Now look. Well, let's listen to Bill Maher first before we talk about it. I think he responded to, now the Larry David thing happened.
Yeah, we should give just a little bit of a timeline for people who aren't caught up on this. So Bill Maher had dinner with Trump. then talked about it on his show, like for, I guess, 15 minutes or something like that, about how he's actually like pretty funny behind the scenes and he's a really nice guy. And so then Larry David takes out an opinion piece in the New York Times called My Dinner with Adolf.
Can I just read the first couple lines?
Yes.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939 a letter arrived at
Oh,
my
wait,
house.
let's do this afterwards, okay?
Okay.
Because first we're going to do what Bill Maher.
That's what we in the business called it's called burying the lead there, Matt. Damn it.
Did in announcing that he had done this.
Right.
And understand the tremendous whitewashing that's going on here of Donald Trump.
Mm.
Well, let's play this first.
Okay.
He's like, let's play it.
The guy I met is not the person who the night before the dinner.
All right, now I have to watch this carefully because HBO randomly decides, like, hey, you're not supposed to be playing that.
Shit tweeted a bunch of nasty crap about how he thought this dinner was a bad idea and what a deranged asshole I was. I read it and thought, oh, what a lovely way to welcome someone to your house. But when I got there, that guy wasn't living there. Now, does Trump want respect? Of course, who doesn't? My friend said to me, what are you going to wear to the White House? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that.
Zing, get it? Disrespectful framing.
Pause it for 1 second.
Oh, yeah, Tim Pool. Wait a minute. What about Beanie Boy?
Here's the thing. And
he doesn't even know who he is.
This is sort of inside baseball. But back in the day, I did a lot of live sitcom tapings. I've been to a lot of shows like Bill Maher.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Insider Sam.
Audience member, sometimes I've worked on. I used to do little bits on Conan.
Oh, he's about to break kayfabe, guys.
That first person you hear laughing works on the show. And their job is to juice the laugh from the live audience because they don't want to use canned things.
It's like my job here.
And if you, exactly.
I was about to say, I mean, Howard Stern.
But if you hear it, like, you do it well. This guy's.
Yeah, you do it well.
like it's just like, almost like it's probably, it could even be one of the right.
Dude. The fact that he called.
He's just trying to push the stuff, but go back.
All right. I really do love the banter between Matt and Sam.
Listen how forced the laughter is on this. This is Zelensky. I mean, it's just so. All right, but then go ahead. I know this is petty.
What are you going to wear to the White House? I said, I don't know, but I'm not going to dress like Zelensky, I'll tell you that. But, okay.
Wow.
Just for starters.
Actually, there.
He laughed.
What happened to Ryan? I don't know.
I'd never seen him laugh in public. But
he was here 2 days ago.
He does, including it himself. And it's not fake. Believe me, as a comedian of 40 years, I know a fake laugh when I hear it.
That's that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, I think I just lost air from that. Oh, no.
Okay, example.
The cringe hurts.
In the Oval Office, he was showing me the portraits of presidents, and he pointed to Reagan and said, in all seriousness, you know the best thing about him? His hair. I said, well, there was also that whole bringing down communism thing, waiting for the button next to the Diet Coke button to get pushed and I go through the trap door. But no, he laughed, he got it. I said to him at one point, Mr. President, you know the dog, that's unusual in the White House. He said, well, a lot of the presidents, they had a dog for political reasons. I said, no. People love dogs. That's what that is. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's true.
All right. I mean, that was just unintentionally funny.
I'm telling you what happened. At one point, we were walking through his amazing,
we don't need to hear
amazing tour.
We don't need to hear about this. Because here's the thing. Who gives a shit? He is on this is a political show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Sam. He's speaking his truth.
I know he's speaking his truth, but the fact of the matter is that all he's doing is saying that don't pay attention. There is another side to Donald Trump you don't know. And I say, who gives a shit? Because he's the president of the United States. What's relevant to people is what he's doing. Do you think like Mahmoud Khalil cares that there's another softer side? He's a real human, Donald Trump.
Are you talking about the ones from Sam?
He laughs. Or,
at least the lead guy, he got that right.
Whether it's Palestinians in Gaza, whether it's a scientist who's lost their jobs, whether it's, go across the entire board. Like, this is specifically for his little project of pretending like, don't get that far engaged in politics. I'm okay, you're okay.
Right. And all those liberals that I've grown to detest because I'm an old rich guy and this is kind of the standard trajectory. They have Trump derangement syndrome. Don't you know? He's actually a really nice guy. It's like, it is the equivalent of the Hitler loved dogs thing. And that's what Larry was obviously riffing off of, it seems like.
Yeah, let's read some of this Larry David piece, because this is the point. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump is actually better, up close, because, who cares? Who cares? It's completely irrelevant.
It's also irrelevant if he...
Oh, I have a list of WWE lore videos if you want those, Legend of Sean.
Even believes in his ideology, right? Like, Donald Trump could be a secret, liberal, woke, social justice warrior behind the scenes. Doesn't matter. What matters is what he says.
Fooled you.
As in public and his actions as president. I don't care about.
It was an all genders bathroom out of dog.
His as a person.
Bill, I want to show you something. Look, underneath my shirt, I wear a Che Guevara t-shirt.
Yeah.
Isn't that impressive?
Right.
Okay, shh, don't tell anybody.
Yeah. And that would be irrelevant because it's all about his actions. But what Larry does so well in this Times thing is nailing just the level of self-involvement, the level of narcissism, of thinking that this is something that you should say publicly. And two, like, you should, he doesn't even make an attempt, Bill Maher does, to claim that he challenged Trump in any way.
Listen.
The interview.
If Bill Maher wants to go to dinner as a comedian and have dinner with Trump, that's his business. I could still think he's a piece of garbage, but who cares? The bottom line is he's going out there and he is whitewashing Trump. Mm-hmm. There was a reason why people had a problem with Jimmy Fallon mussing Donald Trump's hair.
Yeah.
Because,
dude, yeah,
you are humanizing a person who
forgot about that.
Whose power is greater than any other human on the planet. And certainly, at this time, greater than any other human on the planet, or maybe there's a handful of others, to immiserate people.
I can think of at least one.
And to create and to destroy structures that are crucial to feeding people, making people's lives better, et cetera, et cetera. Whether he's got a sense of humor or he laughs is wholly irrelevant and does nothing.
No, you won't, Mitesh. Just wait for the first Pep Talks meetup.
But try and make people who are critical of what Trump is
hopefully then we'll be able to wingman you.
Doing and what his administration is doing, make them seem like they're the ones with a problem.
Dude, oh my God. If you could find your wife like through being like, oh my God, through Pep Talks, that'd be crazy.
But read this Larry David thing.
Imagine my surprise when in the spring of 1939, a letter arrived at my house inviting me to dinner at the old chancellery with the world's most reviled man, Adolf Hitler. I had been a vocal critic of his on the radio from the beginning, pretty much predicting everything he was going to do on the road to dictatorship. No one I know encouraged me to go. He's Hitler. He's a monster. But eventually I concluded that hate gets us nowhere. I knew I couldn't change his views, but we need to talk to the other side, even if it has invaded and annexed other countries and committed unspeakable crimes against humanity. 2 weeks later, I found myself on the front steps of the old chancellery and was led into an opulent living room where a few of the Fuhrer's most vocal supporters had gathered: Himmler, Göring, Leni Riefenstahl, and the Duke of Windsor, formerly King Edward VIII. We talked about how some of the most beautiful art on the walls that had been taken from the homes of Jews. But our conversation ended abruptly when we heard footsteps coming down the hallway. Everyone stiffened as Hitler entered the room. He was wearing a tan suit with a swastika armband and gave me an enthusiastic greeting that caught me off guard. Frankly, it was a warmer greeting than I normally get from my parents. That was my favorite one, just like the narcissism of that. And it was accompanied by a slap on my back. I found the whole thing quite disarming. I joked that I was surprised to see him in a tan suit because if he wore that out, it would be perceived as un-Fuhrer-like. That amused him to no end, and I realized I'd never seen him laugh before.
This is just so fantastic.
Suddenly, he seemed so human. Here I was, prepared to meet Hitler, the one I had seen and heard, the public Hitler. But this private Hitler was a completely different animal, and oddly enough, this one seemed more authentic. Like this was the real Hitler. The whole thing had my head spinning.
I'm the guy who's impressed that someone seems more authentic in person than they do like at a Nazi rally.
It's shocking. People get the idea. And Dave from Jamaica did Shank write that. Did Shank write that? Okay. And then I like this when Hitler's joking around. Göring immediately grabbed a slice of pumpernickel, whereupon Hitler turned to me, gave me an eye roll, and then whispered, "Watch, he'll be done with his entire meal before you've taken 2 bites." That one really got me. Göring, with his mouth full, asked what was so funny, and Hitler said, "I was just telling him about that time my dog had diarrhea at the Reichstag." Göring remembered. How could he forget? He loved that story, especially the part where Hitler shot the dog before it got back into the car. And then a beaming Hitler said, "Hey, if I can kill Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals, I can certainly kill a dog." That perhaps got the biggest laugh of the night, and believe me, there were plenty. And so, Larry David, I encourage me. We'll link to it. It's very funny. And then Bill Maher apparently takes offense to this.
It hurt his feelings.
Here he is sitting on what's the name of his show?
It's actually Piers Morgan's show.
Yeah. But filmed on Club Random premises.
Oh, I thought this was what
So that means that they did a dual interview.
What's it called? Alcoholic Weekly. Sorry, joke, Bill.
I'm not sure if you guys saw in the Discord, I dropped the photos of me cosplaying. It was my costume with my wife as Eddie and Christy from Stranger Things.
Oh, it's on Pierce's? Oh.
Get to see a beardless pet.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
They're just in the Club Random.
Okay,
I mean, does Bill leave the complex?
I don't think so, but this set is bizarre and weird looking, but anyway.
Larry David, because you're friends, aren't you? Were you friends? Are you friends?
Yes, of course. I mean, this wasn't, my favorite moment of our friendship, but, look, I don't want to get in too much into that, but I think the minute you play the Hitler card,
that's what I think.
You've lost the argument.
Yes.
And also, I must say, come on, man. Hitler, Nazis, nobody has been harder about and more prescient, I must say, about Donald Trump than me. I don't need to be lectured on who Donald Trump is. Just the fact that I met him in person didn't change that. And the fact that I reported honestly is not a sin either. But, to use the Hitler thing, first of all, I just think it's kind of insulting to 6 million dead Jews, that should kind of be...
You gotta be effing kidding me. Are you effing kidding me? He's now policing comedy use of Hitler? Why don't you bring Mel Brooks over?
Yeah.
Ask him about Springtime for Hitler.
Yeah.
Why don't you bring over...
I mean, I get where he's going with this, but I kind of see what... I hate to say this, I kind of see what Bill was saying there, where he's just like... It's like if you're playing the Hitler card, comparing a person to Hitler.
what do you...
It's not about making fun of Hitler.
Why don't you bring over every Jewish... comedian who has plowed the road for you to even have like any semblance of a career, and ask them like, you joking about Hitler? I don't know if that doesn't seem appropriate.
Do you think?
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Like, how dare he?
Yeah, I know.
His entire career has been politically incorrect. Yeah. We can't police God. And now he's saying this. This is one of the most.
# make comedy legal again.
And I've been doing this for 20 years. One of the most hypocritical, disingenuous. Like, I can't believe that no one in his life said, Bill, wait a second. You shouldn't say that.
But that's the problem. Who is in his life? Like, he doesn't have a family.
There you go. He doesn't. I mean, honestly, there must be nobody. Like, Bill, do you really want to criticize Larry David for a satirical piece bringing up Hitler?
Yeah, Bill, are you sure you maybe just didn't get a big rush off your first socialization in 4 years when you went to Mar-a-Lago? Are you sure it was Trump?
And this is the thing, too. Like, aside from that being just, so delicious and frankly nutritious that I feel like someone living on a desert island could live for years off of just how incredibly, like, the amount of chutzpah on that, I think honestly could.
And to say that to Larry, too. I mean, like, Larry David is a Jewish man. This is absurd.
It's just such a disgrace to make a joke about the Hitler to the Jews.
The Hitler card.
Okay, like, he just played the Hitler card in an incredible way. But to say that you honestly reported, like, if you really want to honestly report, I think there are probably some things in Bill Maher's personal life that he could honestly report on that would be genuinely honest. I mean, there's a lot of stuff escapades that Bill Maher has had.
Oh, certainly.
Is he reporting now on his personal trips to eat out with people? He should really broaden that. There's probably a lot of interesting personal story reporting that he could do.
There's like so much I would love to know about being a 21-year-old girl.
I mean, I am sure there's a lot of really interesting, but is that all he was doing?
We should go back. People, we covered this on the Thursday, maybe like 6 or so months ago. People should go back and watch our coverage of him bringing on a bunch of children onto the Club Random set and asking them about pornography and Stormy Daniels.
Oh, I think he has even more interesting stories probably that are not on camera. But since he's just going to that's his job now, honestly report his experiences. I mean, give me a break. Take some responsibility for the garbage that you spew on everybody. That is really impressive.
He's clutching his pearls now. I thought the left wanted to make comedy illegal.
Comedy's legal now, isn't it?
I thought so. He didn't say the R word apparently under Trump.
That is amazing.
And that's what comedy is.
You can't make fun of anything.
I'm sure, yes. Paste Lowell, why wasn't Bill Maher outraged about this Soup Nazi episode? Oh, I'm sure he really was. I'm sure he really, really was. I seem to remember that, yes, on Politically Incorrect, where he stopped the show and said, I can't believe, how dare Larry David and Seinfeld say this about 6 million Jews.
Yeah. Maybe if Larry had said that the Nazis were courageous, that would have been okay with Bill Maher.
The chances, and I don't want to go too far on a limb here, but the chances that Bill Maher has never used the word Nazi to describe someone less than a Nazi, I would put somewhere around 0. Maybe 0. Somewhere between 0 and 0, I would say. But the bottom line is that, yes.
I can't think of any bits off the top of my head, so.
The Hitler.
Joke policing is rich coming from somebody who made his career off a 9/11 joke. Yep. Yeah. Dude, his show is called Politically Incorrect.
Trump is not Hitler.
Him getting canceled was what got him his HBO gig.
But there is this literary technique where people use analogies. And sometimes what they'll do is they'll use the most extreme version of something to show how actually outrageous it is. Like that is a often used technique. In fact, in even the jokes that he's telling. UK had full-on sitcoms about Nazis. Yes, I remember a sitcom about Hitler being in the next door neighbor. I can't remember. It was like Heil, Honey, I'm Home, I think it was called.
Really?
Or something. Yeah, something like that. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just absurd.
What?
It's just absurd. I mean, it's the Three Stooges. I mean, like, this goes back decades. Decades.
Oh my God, he's right. It was a show in 1990. One season. That's crazy.
Unbelievable.
His feelings were hurt.
His feelings were hurt. Someone held me to account.
I thought they were talking about Hogan's Heroes.
For what I did on my show. The hundreds of thousands of dollars I made that night don't feel as comfortable as they did before. Amazing. That is, just the idea that he's complaining about.
Last year he compared folks who I believe may have vandalized, or there were some protests about the Brooklyn Museum, and he compared them to Nazis.
Oh my God.
Says the Nazis used the yellow triangle, so I guess they just changed their colors and the language.
Oh my God. Is that true? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Ramona Frankenstein, Sam, your criticism of Bill Maher is making me think you're an anti-Semite. Bill Maher is being so brave, sticking up for De Fuhrer, and you're teasing him. Bill Maher, I'm only anti-Semitic towards Bill Maher for half of him. The other is my anti-Catholic streak. I'm torn. That is just fascinating that he could say that. It is just
Sam's on
fascinating.
point today.
Can we bookmark that? Can we save that?
I got that in the hard drive.
For the 5,000 other times in the future that he's going to... unbelievable. People at the Brooklyn Library are Nazis, but
Larry's beyond the pale.
Beyond the pale.
The pro-Palestine protesters, yep.
Amazing.
All right.
Heil, honey, I'm home. Someone just sent the theme. I mean, it was a funny show. Like their next door, I think it was like the next door neighbor was Hitler.
Like an undercover Nazi sort of thing.
I don't think I think he was like in uniform. It was from like the 90s, and I think I saw like 1 or 2 episodes. I don't think it was on for very long.
I just saw a Daily Beast headline from 2016 that says Bill Maher compares Donald Trump's children to Nazis.
Put it up on. Will you go pop that up? Oh my God! Really?
Man, Ross
It's
coming
beyond
in.
the pale.
Is it Ross or Russ?
I'm worried about seeing that.
Really? Really doing the Hitler thing?
Are we really doing that?
We're doing the Hitler thing now?
Hold on. You save this, actually. Let's hear somebody else whine about it. Let's go to clip number 9. Let's go to clip number 9.
9.
Look, folks, you should really... It is wrong.
See what I did there?
For comedians to be shut down when if you can't make fun of people who have mental challenges and use the R word, and you can't make fun of trans people, then America, it dies in the darkness. But for a comedian to use Hitler as a joke, oh my God. Oh, let's watch this.
My biggest issue is critics of Trump's need to come up with new material. Like the Hitler thing is getting a little played out, to be honest with you. Like that's such a tired, parallel to draw. And yeah, he was comparing Trump to Hitler. I'm not stupid. Like if you read the piece, that's clearly what he's doing here.
Yeah. I mean, even if it's an analogy to Hitler.
Yes.
and he's less criticizing Trump than he is criticizing Bill Maher for talking to Hitler, the equivalent of Hitler. But nevertheless, it is a Hitler reference. There's no question about that. So, I mean, Larry David's a super smart guy. So don't insult our intelligence. And don't be patronizing. If you're going to say something, say it. Right. Mm-hmm. And so, look.
Pause it. Wait, was it patronizing? Was it? Did these guys think that it was like unclear what Larry David was saying?
He was trying to be sneaky with the "My Dinner with Adolf" piece in the New York Times.
That was a little subtle. That was a little subtle for my taste. I mean, Larry David is satirizing someone in his comedy community, but it seems a little. What was he trying to get at here? I mean, honestly,
just say what you mean, Larry.
Can't you write a comedy piece that is not so like literary and
comedy-y?
Here's the problem I had with the Larry David piece. It seemed too ironic. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, just come out.
And perhaps he was using Hitler, an example of one of the most evil people to ever live, as an exaggeration for emphasis because it was a piece of satire.
Also, Musk is doing Nazi salutes. Did they have that up in the side of it? Like, why? Or is that added by whoever clipped this?
I think it's shout out. I think it's Hank. Hank clipped this, so
Okay,
Hank
right.
must have added it. Yes.
That's a good contrast.
Yes.
'cause,
Yeah.
Criticizing Bill Maher for talking to Hitler, the equivalent of Hitler. But nevertheless, it is a Hitler reference. There's no question about that. So, I mean, Larry David's a super smart guy, so don't insult our intelligence.
I'm sorry, it's a Hitler reference. The title has Hitler in it. Yeah.
Well,
I think we picked up on it.
That's evidence number one I would give that it's
the
a Hitler
code.
reference.
It's a secret code.
Yeah.
And it's like he's insulting our intelligence by what? By doing it in comedy. You know, listen, folks, when you're going to do satire, one of the things that you learn very quickly is you put an asterisk like at the top and say, incidentally, this piece is a satirical knock on Bill Maher. Now, also understand, caveat, parenthetical, I'm exaggerating a little bit for effect. That will give it a comedic, what we call flair.
Right.
Like a comedic je ne sais quoi. And then another parentheses, je ne sais quoi is like, I don't, like a French way of saying like a pizzazz or something I don't know what.
Right. Honestly, maybe Cenk's just still smarting from the fact that Francesca Fiorentini put together that video with Curb Your Enthusiasm music in the background on the gulags, right? Where Cenk was laughing at the idea that there.
I'm not sure if it's anything that they necessarily threatened him with as promised him.
There would be concentration camps for immigrants. And Francesca put that Curb music behind it, which was the reason that she was banned from TYT and all TYT shows. He seems to maybe have a bit of a Larry David problem.
So don't insult our intelligence.
Yeah.
And don't be patronizing. If you're going to say something, say it. Right. And so
he said it.
Look, I just think that they're on the wrong track.
Where the shit is Cenk broadcasting out of?
And the thing that I keep going back to.
Who's the they here? Wait a second. Like
the left, like Larry David.
The left, Larry David. You know what this sounds like to me? Someone's desperately trying to get on to real time. That's what's going on here. I guarantee you.
You can go and look, and I remember these conversations. You can go back and look, and Cenk was always very upset that Bill never invited him on the show.
Okay, let's continue. Oh, I'm sure they're still pitching it.
Yep.
While they think they're on the moral high ground, folks like Larry David, they're all Hitler, don't talk to Hitler, etc. I think that they're being deeply counterproductive because by not talking,
I should also
by
tell
not
you,
trying
like,
to influence
they're all Hitler. I think he's being specific about a person.
Yeah. And again, not drawing a one-to-one comparison, saying Trump is exactly like Hitler, using a historical example to underscore the narcissism of Bill Maher's position.
And I also have to say, like, the issue isn't that you went and had a dinner with him and you it was a personal dinner. It's not like you're going out there and lobbying him to save, like, to to release prisoners or to stop the attack on Social Security. Like, what did Bill Maher lobby in his conversation? Like, oh, I'm the one who actually got Donald Trump to try Carpaccio. I'm the one who, the reason why Donald Trump now, likes Carpaccio is because I got him to try it. We need to talk to each other.
And also,
to be fair, you didn't play the rest of that clip.
So what happened to the critique of corporate media and access journalism? Bill Maher is a member of the media. I mean, his show is on CNN on occasion. He delves into politics. He may not be a journalist, but he went to Donald Trump's to have dinner with Donald Trump and seemingly just engaged in flattery and chit chat, as opposed to holding the most powerful person on the planet accountable. Isn't that just kind of basic journalistic ethics at this point?
Keep playing this.
Or ethics as a member of the media.
Hilarious. Don't talk to Hitler, etc. I think that they're being deeply counterproductive because by not talking, by not trying to influence people, by not getting involved in the conversation, you're letting in his analogy, you're letting the brown shirts, the SS, the Gestapo run wild with no opposition. How does that help?
What?
At least Bill Maher went in there to try to help, and you're trying to push him in the right direction.
What?
What? Wait, but
where's the evidence of that?
Why didn't Bill Maher tell us about how he advocated for not cutting Medicaid? Or
yeah, I'm starting to think that his assessment about wanting to be on Bill's show is right because I mean, dude, there's there's charitable, then there's just what the fuck?
Or
there's no
I
reason
really
for
think that it's the bad idea for you to be having your ICE people snatch people off the ground.
Yeah. Well,
the brown shirts are right. So Trump is the brown shirts. The brown shirt.
Oh, TK, what up, dude?
This metaphor is.
It's odd. Also,
Cenk doesn't know.
Why isn't he being more explicit? What is he saying with brown shirt? I don't get it.
But it's also bizarre because
what difference does the color of people's shirts make? I'm so confused.
But if you are using that and saying oh, we have to defeat them, what you mean? You have to defeat them by going to dinner with them and getting into their inner circle and
if only more
flattering
people
them?
accepted Hitler's invitations, the brown shirts wouldn't have been able to run around doing all that.
If only there was a historical example of what appeasement did to the Nazis that we could basically draw on.
I don't even think those people got dinner. Good.
How does that help? At least Bill Maher went in there to try to help, and you're trying to push him in the right direction. I don't see Larry David doing that. So, he's perfectly clever, but Larry, show me how you helped, because now for the first time I see how Bill has helped. So I score one for Bill Maher, and because normally I love Larry David, and I take Larry David over Bill Maher on almost any other issue. But on this, no, sorry, Larry. I think you're definitely wrong, and you're being counterproductive. And let the brother try to do some good in the world.
What? What good?
What good?
Unless
What did he do?
I wish I could watch the full clip. I really wish.
Oh, you don't. He's building bridges. He's building bridges.
I mean, I didn't get a knock from that, so maybe I can.
Oh, that's right.
I love to be stepping on rakes all the time, telling everyone else they're on the wrong track and counterproductive.
God. Oh, here, put up. What did you find? Where Bill Maher Bill Maher compares Donald Trump's children to Nazis. Oh, Bill, why would you have done that? There was so much. We had such an opportunity. And look at that. Back in March, Louis C.K. penned a passionate screed against presumptive Republican nominee Donald Trump, labeling Hitler and the American public to Germany in the 30s. And then HBO, Bill Maher took it upon himself to compare the Trump children to Nazis. Oh, Bill, you missed an opportunity to reach out to Trump. Maybe that's why Trump did all those things the first time around.
Yeah.
Go to that video I just that someone just sent us in the IMs. Which IM? I put it in the in our DMs there to executive producer. Oh, wait, what? I put it into the wrong place. Who?
Russ is executive producer.
No, that should not be open. That one.
Okay.
Here, put it into.
Is Geraldo?
Geraldo.
Yeah, go to 619. I just put it in there. Go to 619. This is apparently where I think Geraldo may have had. Here we go. 619. There, you there? Yep. Got.
Sleazy crime family.
Sleazy
and can't stand this man.
Crime aren't necessarily the same thing.
No, they're both.
You know Trump is my friend. I've known Trump for 40 years. I don't have
I
to.
knew
I don't have
OJ.
to. I don't have to.
He didn't.
So did Trump.
He didn't.
So did Trump. I interviewed Trump
He
about
didn't
OJ during
remain
the
my
trial.
friend when I felt he had a certain moral lapse.
Well, in my family, my wife agrees with you. She doesn't like his policies on so many things that I already listed, so she just can't stand the guy. I'm different. I can separate the man who's always been gracious to me, always been nice to my family. You know, we were on Celebrity Apprentice together every day for 6 weeks. I've known him really through every
Gives a
aspect.
shit. He's running the world now. What does that matter that he was nice to you at Thanksgiving? Geraldo, I'm not trying to be an asshole to you. You're a smart guy. This befuddles me.
This is an older clip. I'm not sure if you've seen him recently. He's walking with a cane. He's not looking that great.
I looked up to you.
You know,
I mean, I don't think I could have said it any.
Plus, it didn't help, or it may have helped that he always looked old. Like he looked old in the fucking 90s to me when he was on Geraldo.
Better than Bill Maher said it.
Yes, thank you, Bill.
You
Thank
said
you.
That's what's
like
insulting
Because he's like of the old guard. When he was 30, he looked 50. So like he just aged into it.
to intelligence.
Exactly.
Acting like that stuff is at all relevant.
Exactly. You have a private relationship with him, and keep it to yourself. Tell your friends when you're off TV. But TV is a communication medium, and you're blasting out to millions of people. What you do has an impact. And if you deny that, you're the one. You're the one who's insulting people's intelligence. You're the one who's hiding the ball, essentially. And at one point, Bill Maher understood that until he gets invited to the White House. And then all of a sudden, comedians aren't allowed to talk about Nazis.
I kid the Trump
I'm still mad about that empty Al Capone vault.
children.
Dude, you realize that was a Chicago legend?
Don't you love
like
them? Perfect Ivanka and little Tiffany and Eric Don.
So I'm not sure if you've ever heard of the place, but Al Capone's Hideaway, one of my best friends, he used to work there. And he swore up and down that it was haunted, but it was funny because he had mentioned how he was like, dude, there was more in the attic and the basement of the Hideaway than there was in that vault.
Junior, they're like the Von Trapp family. You know the sound of music. Instead of running away from the Nazis, they joined them.
There you go.
$6 million, Bill. How could you?
Well, that sound signifies the end of the.
I love how he's just like, yeah, we didn't take any calls. It's okay. Oops. Dude, no, all right. That might be in the running for my favorite Majority Report bit all year because, as I said, man, watching Sam just rip into other comedians, and then for some reason, Bill Maher, he's really good at calling out Bill Maher on his bullshit. So yeah, that was. Can I just say that was wonderful? I enjoyed that. So I hope you guys are sharing my joy in this one because, man, and there's nothing funnier than hearing Bill Maher. Yeah, you can't say anything anymore. Why would you call me a Nazi? Like he really is that double-edged guy, or like the double standard guy, where he's just like, well, it's fine if I say it, but if you say it, then that's not okay. But as I said, I hope you guys enjoyed that segment. All right, we got one in the bag, yo. Woo! All right. Music. Build up to nothing. I mean, dude, I'm not wrong. Like they were building up to that for like what, a few weeks? Because I'm pretty sure that they were showing like that on the news, where they were just like, coming up, we're going to reveal Al Capone's vault. Also, just the obsession with Al Capone. I had mine. I mean, I did. I visited both his graves, his real one and his fake one. Because if you go to the one in the graveyard, that's his fake one. He's actually buried at the church. Yeah. All right, so we got another thing for the fun half here. Although I'm not sure how fun this news is because it's something I didn't expect. This one is about how Cenk is starting up his PAC again, which I didn't see that coming, so let's take a look.
And getting progressives to challenge incumbents, they win, and then if they go in a different direction, well, what are you going to do about it? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And here it is. This is the totality of the plan, just so we're clear. The takeover of the Democratic Party. So this year, launch candidates promotion for initial group, expand partnerships with media, organizations, and influencers. There it is. You know, this is not me talking shit. I'm not fucking dropping some real hot tea here. This is just literally what he said out loud. And then in 2026, what can you expect? Ramp up the media outreach. Increase media engagement. Did you mean to keep that? He's just saying it out loud. Apparently has a super PAC that he is launching. Once again, the Rebellion PAC. Check out more about rebellionpac.com and the populist takeover of the Democratic Party on News Nation with Chris Cuomo. And we're taping an interview on the Breakfast Club tomorrow. All right. These are pretty big shows. Kind of weird, the Chris Cuomo one being Chris Cuomo and all. But either way, it's been announced. And so it's big news. Let's learn.
Damn, you got an old-ass CRT downstairs? Tell me you have some, like, old Nintendos and shit, like, hooked up to that if you got that Miss Pac-Man.
A little more.
It's Cenk Uygur. Cenk, how you doing?
Good, Anna. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
All right. I'm in New York, as you can tell, in a fun hotel room here. Big announcement today. We are launching a populist takeover of the Democratic Party.
Hey, it's my first time here, but I think it's great content. That means everything. Thank you. You made my day.
We're doing it through Rebellion PAC, rebellionpac.com. So what does that mean? First of all, what are we concentrating on? Economic populism. So we are going to find candidates, and we already have, and I'll tell you who some of those candidates are, that believe in doing real populism, not the kind of fake populism that Donald Trump and Elon Musk did, and obviously not the establishment. So,
well, I mean, that's a wild pitch, considering you're one of the people who promoted the idea that they could, there's a chance they could actually go through with some of their populist policies. You did the trains are going to run on time, and you fell for it. And then,
oh, nice. I got my 64. It's in the other room.
Afterwards, you're like, it's wild. They actually.
I still got Smash for it.
They are kind of just doing this whole
Super Smash Brothers is my favorite game of all time.
Barreling towards fascism thing.
I have to say that.
Who could have seen this coming? I thought that he, wouldn't be a fake populist because MAGA would not tolerate that. Because
GameCube, good one too.
MAGA are basically just working class people, people you could have a beer with, and at the end of the day,
competitive game.
He's making a lot of great announcements. Apparently, Donald Trump was going to cut the military budget of the United States in half. And then he was going to try and get China to do the same thing. That would be historic. And so we should praise him for that, because he's even taking, and by he I mean Elon Musk, is taking advice directly from Cenk. So that's cool, little Cenk Uygur.
The way he was just like, ooh, don't mind if I do.
Suddenly has the ear of the world's richest man. I mean, the Democrats, or the left, the so-called left, they never respond, never reply. But they did.
We're at the very center of the Democratic Party. The 6 policy proposals are incredibly popular. They all poll over 2/3. They're the most popular positions in the Democratic.
Okay, let's see what they are. I got to go to the Rebellion PAC website. The takeover of the Democratic Party. Launch candidate promotional for initial group. Expand partnership with the media organizations and influencers. Ramp up media outreach. Increase media engagement. Host virtual town halls. Cool. So that's the whole plan. I mean, that's pretty easy. It sounds like it's going to be a lot of promotion in other media outlets about specifically, I would assume, Cenk and TYT. But there is a mission. The populist plank. Here we are. The plank. Higher wages. That's good. I'm on board. Negotiate all drug prices. Ban private equity firms from buying up homes. Nothing controversial. No more wars.
I like that one.
That's really...
I actually really like that one. I mean, again...
Vague. Yeah. I mean, they're all kind of super vague.
There's, again, ban private equity firms from buying up homes. That one's not vague. And honestly, just because you may have like a disagreement with this is where I don't like the framing issue with guys like Lance, where it's like, okay, so you have problems with Cenk. You have problems, like, you have to be on the other side of this. I get it, but to just gloss over that one and just be like, okay, I can agree with that. Like, that's the shit that really annoys me.
Higher wages. Cool. To what? And for what? Are you talking about basically raising the minimum wage to a livable wage, like $20 or $30, or what are we talking here?
Dude, quit being disingenuous. This is just as valid as the 11-point plan that was on, oh my God, Sabby Sabs.
Paid family leave. Still wild that the United States just doesn't have that by virtue of being a citizen.
Okay.
Getting money out of politics. Also super, super vague.
I don't like this. This is a bit of disingenuous framing from him. Just going to go out on a limb and say that.
That one's a little strange because you're doing this through a super PAC. That you're fundraising.
Now that I will, yeah, that's the whole reason I'm here.
For a super PAC.
Your criticism of the actual, like, laying out their platform, like, honestly, this is what pisses me off again. Like, if this was on any other site that he agreed with, he'd just be like, based. But because it's like he has to do this thing where like he's playing to, it's either his audience or maybe he really just thinks this way now, where he's just like, I must be the anti-TYT. I have to make Cenk bad guy all time.
Ooh, neat. I mean,
party has, and so our revolution.
I mean, that is kind of like his presidential run, the one that he just did. I don't know if everyone forgot about it. The one where he was running on a campaign of.
You mean his book tour?
Donald Trump.
That's what I call it. It's literally his book tour.
Was a fascist. Wild.
Not even tour. Like, that was just the way that he was promoting the justice is coming.
Well, that just suddenly changed. Donald Trump is a fascist. This is a break glass in case of emergency campaign. I am now going to be taking your hard-earned money. Please give me money so that I can stop Donald Trump and his fascist agenda. Well,
but hold again, the disingenuous fucking framing. This is how you build political campaigns. You gotta get money. What?
That didn't work. Hey,
bruv, like, again, with all due respect, if this was you, would you have the same criticisms? If this was somebody that you agreed with? Stop it.
Donald Trump is actually...
God, this isn't helping anybody. And honestly, does he get to, like, look back at this and feel any, like, less smug or like he's actually, like, making a point here? Because honest to God, this is the stuff that really does bug me.
A populist, and we should be having conversations with MAGA and sitting down with people like Charlie Kirk.
No, there is a fine in between here, though.
Yeah, the white supremacist, Charlie Kirk. How are you doing, giant white supremacist Charlie Kirk? I'd like to have a beer with you. Not Sam SEDER. That guy is an extremist, I tell you. The radical left and the radical left agenda trying to call me a Nazi.
Ideas. Why don't we do them first? And let's get a giant coalition to do this. And we're planting our flag and saying we think the Democratic Party should go towards economic populism. And so we have an incumbent that is a sitting congressman who's with us and has already joined the rebellion. We have several candidates who have joined the rebellion. And as you'll
So this is Justice Democrats light.
see, they're about as populist as it gets. So,
because he already did this. Am I wrong?
Some portions of the party, the establishment, are basically
populist as it gets. I love how that's just like his word of the year. He loves it. He uses it all the time.
He does.
Yeah, they're not real populists. I know real populists. Those ones.
Well, he did this with the term progressive too.
Are fake populists. I'm all about populists. We're gonna have a populist position that's very popular.
Basically in the do nothing camp, and some good folks are in the do everything camp, Maximal's position. We're in the camp of do the right things and build up power and leverage, regain the country. And Anna, most importantly, in 2026, let's go win in blue, purple, and red districts. Let's take power back from Donald Trump, and then build the credibility and the leverage to be able to help. And
Wolf Pack, the Wolf Pack with the Justice Democrats. That's what it was.
Picking a
Thank you for that.
2028.
I knew it.
Candidate for the,
because he was pretty vocal about that too.
Democratic primaries, take back the Democratic Party and take back the country. And so this is a practical plan. It's a real plan. It involves real candidates. And again, one of the most popular positions within the Democratic Party. Let's go win. Let's take power back for the people.
So how is this different from what was done through Justice Democrats, for instance, right? So Justice Democrats started or launched with you, by the way, being one of the people who pushed for it. And the idea was to get progressives to challenge Democratic incumbents. And that's how we have people like AOC in the House of Representatives. How is this different?
Yeah, so
which is good.
Great question. So I was one of the co-founders of Just Democrats, and as our audience knows, we launched Just
with Kyle Kulinski, right?
Democrats right here on Young Turks, and Ro Khanna again was the first person to sign up. He's you lead by leading, and that brother has a lot of courage. And
oh my God, wait, you're gonna honestly sit there and be like, I'm disappointed in AOC and her role in Justice Democrats, but Ro Khanna, you're gonna sit there and just be like, oh yeah, I'm very happy with the role he played. Come on, he was just as bad. God.
And he's had the right idea all along, economic patriotism, and I am proud to announce that Ro Khanna is now part of the rebellion. So
part of the rebellion.
Happy to have him on board. He believes in new economic patriotism. That's his term.
New economic patriotism.
And I love it. And he's in California 17 and is always
happening?
The co-chair, of course, of Bernie Sanders' presidential campaign. So thrilled to have him with us. There's another face that you'll remember in a second. But Anna, to your question about how this is different this time around, two things. Number one, back then the timing was right to win some stunning victories as we did in the AOC race, and then arguably in Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and Ayanna Pressley. And so, but unfortunately, the Democratic.
This is honestly, it's really sad because that was one of the things that even when, TYT and Cenk and Anna were crashing out, I was in the most respectful of terms, as was everyone, by the way, like David Dole, Mike, Olaimi, like every single person was always like, I would like to acknowledge just that TYT has done a lot of good stuff in the past. And that's usually the example you would pull up is like ideas like the Justice Democrats, which you can also give credit to Kyle Kulinski for that. But the idea of simply like, we shouldn't just be an independent broadcasting network. We should actually try and involve ourselves and try to get change enacted through politics. And like that in and of itself, great idea. But considering where he's at now and what he's become and how this is just like the most bizarre, sad and depressing version of TYT I think that's ever existed. Like even their like edgelord early YouTube like TMZ days at least like had entertainment value. Whereas now it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? And everyone around you is being like, what the fuck are you doing? You gotta really have a hard look at yourselves if you are willing to have a beer and a sit down with a white supremacist extremist like Charlie Kirk, but Sam SEDER is your enemy. And the rest of like all the other people who are considered progressive and beyond are all your enemies because they're all max lefting and they want to be the real true left, and they're all about demanding purity from you and just won't let you be. And it just seems like, every person of color who works at the network has eventually at some point or another left, or every LGBTQ plus person has eventually left because, again, you keep saying like, oh, we tolerate speech, and I'm all about disagreements, and I love having employees I disagree with until I don't. and until they say that maybe you shouldn't cozy up to a fascist, and you're like, "Whoa, so I'm a Nazi? You call me a Nazi, eh? Nazi, Nazi, Nazi." No one said that. No one's ever used that word.
Party and the Democratic voters weren't quite ready for a takeover. They still had faith in the Democratic establishment. Now, obviously, we tried to warn them. Bernie tried to warn them for year after year after year, saying that this establishment is never going to win. You guys are missing it. It's not just that they don't have the right policies and they've been too corrupted by money in politics. This is
How many super PACs does it take to get money out of politics? Am I right, fellas? It's like that fucking old George Carlin quote. Trying to achieve, what is it? Peace through war is like trying to fuck away virginity. Like I'm butchering it, I'm sure. Sorry, George. Rest in peace. But like, it's just like so utterly absurd to be like, by the way, we got to do this, yearly or bi-yearly, or I don't know how often he's going to be pulling this, but like super PAC drive to fundraise as much money as possible from the working class, by the way, in order to push what we are now calling our economic policy rebellion. Your economic policy rebellion, which again, up until today, was spearheaded by Brianna Wu. And I'm going to talk about that in a second. Now, that has changed. I think a lot of people bringing attention to it, particularly people like the Vanguard, for example, online, and a number of other people who I'll show you, maybe had something happen behind the scenes, because Brianna has since made an announcement that she is no longer going to be in charge of Rebellion PAC. I'll see this. Quick announcement. With my ongoing vocal issues and multiple surgeries this summer, I'm taking a step back as ED of Rebellion PAC and going on a health leave. And so right before that happened, if you want to know a little bit of the side story, multiple people, including Barbarism Critic, were very quick to point out this is pretty fucked up. Thousands of dollars are going to paying Brianna Wu, who has become probably one of the most racist and aggressive, pro-Palestinian genocide spokespeople on the internet in terms of public figures over the course of like the last year, including shit like this. Look, obviously I don't like Trump, but I deeply appreciate an American president making it clear we will go slaughter these freak terrorists stuck in the 6th century if they don't give back the Jewish civilians they kidnapped. There's no reason Democrats can't have balls too. Genocide balls. What the fuck? Okay. No one surprised by this saw the show Cops in the 90s. This is literally just an arrest. She planned the occupation of a private building for a terrorist political agenda, and it ended in violence. She's not a citizen. I don't want these people in my country. This kind of seems like the kind of stuff that, again, if you are, as Jink has been, stating publicly that you are a supporter of the Palestinian cause, that you are in opposition to the genocide that Israel is doing to Palestinians, that this is stuff that you probably would not want to have any association with. And I know it's why, hey, come on, my employees or the people I work with, they're free to have their opinions and disagreements are important. Yeah, this isn't like what is better, burger or sandwich. These aren't like light disagreements. This is pretty much getting to the root of the fundamental principles of your morality right here. Because it is like something that if you do consider it to be the highest evil that can be committed by a nation to another group of people, then this is something that you certainly do have to take a strong stance on. This is the person in charge of Rebellion PAC. Jenk's Populist Party enthusiastically supports imprisoning Mahmoud Khalil. Armed mass goons kidnapping people for speech is rebellion, but a union started to get healthcare and PTO must be crushed, lied about, and covered up. Got it. This is from Hank Thompson, previously someone who worked to try and unionize TYT, and has a documentary on that process available on YouTube if you want to search for it. What's his name? I'm in Israel this week. Do you think I'm organizing divisive protests to divide the country? Of course not. I am a guest, and I'm acting like it. He led a group that violently took over a college campus. We have every right to enforce our national security. This is the Zoran, by the way, saying Mamu should be at home in New York with his wife and newborn son. Instead, he's in a prison cell 1,000 miles away. Of course, some goddamn communist doesn't understand any of that because they don't live in reality.
Oh, Brianna Wu? She's pretty reprehensible now.
This was up until people started making...
She really, she's like the door closer. You know what I mean?
He noise, by the way. So
it's like immediately the once she got what she needed out of everything, and then she had her plastic surgeries. Like for some reason, at that point, she started pivoting, and she's taking the Blair White angle on shit now.
Well, again, I think this is
gross.
Similar to, say, like how right now Elon Musk is stating publicly that he wants to take a step down from his Doge duties because he is just simply not enjoying the effects that, say, being the president of the United States is having upon his many ambitious companies and stuff like that. So a lot of people brought a lot of attention to the fact that Brianna Wu is very, very racist and has obviously been doing a lot over the past course of the year to not warrant wanting to work with or be in charge of a fundraising mechanism or organization that you are building, like a rebellion one. Also, right now on the channel Israel State of the Nation with Elon Levy, Israel's fighting alone for democracy, tackling anti-Zionism with Brianna Wu. We will not be watching this. I just want to say. This, by the way, is one of the stories that is happening simultaneously. This is not a picture of a dead child. This is a live child, and I'm not trying to shock anyone and show people, horrifying war crimes and atrocities on a regular basis, because I know a lot of people have been deeply affected by seeing them. This was a story that came out today of a child that lived through a bomb that went off in a building and was blown onto the roof of another building. Again, it's like every single day, one of the worst or most horrifying things you could possibly imagine happens, and then it's just it's outdone by yet another one of the worst and most horrifying things you could possibly imagine happening, just like in tandem. Like it's now, while people are paying less attention than ever to what is taking place in Gaza, we're getting like multiple stories a day. Like check out Drop Site News or Ryan Grimm's feeds right now, and the amount of stories that they're trying to bring attention to. But it's like 22 children killed, fucking hospital bombed, school bombed, orphanage bombed, 56 children have become amputees, 52 children died as orphanages struck, tent bombed, fucking hundreds of people died. This is happening multiple times a day. And now, of all times, it would be like of the utmost importance to bring attention to anyone who's continuing to support this fucking horror show. And there are people who are not only supporting it.
Are you serious? Brianna and Blair had a debate on trans issues. I had to stop watching. I almost threw up. How much of it was it just them agreeing with each other?
But our vote,
like I'm actually dead serious, and I'm asking because I don't want to watch it.
All about it, incredibly vocal. Yes, I'm sorry. I would find that to be something for which I would have difficulty, at the very least, working with someone else who is openly now stating, the kind of rhetoric that Brianna Wu is doing. And so a lot of noise and attention was needed, I think, before, whatever took place behind the scenes to get, Cenk to have to make statements about it. Cenk, we're tired of both sides being so willing to fight Israel's wars. No one is getting behind anything associated with Brianna Wu. If you think I'm going to be too soft on Israel, you haven't been paying attention. But I'm not canceling anyone over their opinions, especially on this issue, where our side has been canceled forever. We agree on the populist plank. We're allowed to disagree on everything else. You're just straight like saying it out loud. That's absolutely wild. And I have absolutely no idea what took place behind the scenes. I guess no one will, outside of both, Cenk and Brianna. But I'm pretty astounded that still to this day, and this was not for lack of knowing. People were blowing up Cenk's account with like, hey, did you know that Brianna is saying this kind of stuff? Here's a whole bunch of examples. Like, he's seen it. He knows.
We're in a populist era. And if you keep running the most corporate, most establishment candidates, you can't win.
Honestly, it's
But at the time, the voters were not quite ready to hear that message. After the debacle of 2024, with what happened with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the Democratic voters are in a very different place. And number two, we're sticking with our most popular issues, and what we're giving a solemn promise that we are going to pass those bills.
If they go in a different direction, well, what are you going to do about it? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So is there, an enforcement mechanism in what you're trying to do here?
Yeah, for sure.
Wait, that you control? Oh no. Well, I mean, up until today, it was going to be Brianna Wu who I guess would control that enforcement mechanism. But now it's whoever's going to be taking it over.
And so, look, if you get into office and then we go, okay, paid family leave is up first, and everybody can go on TYT.
My cat's using his claw pad, if you can hear that.
.com to see the populace playing, but you can also go on rebellionpack.com now to see the populace playing. It started on TYT.
It like slaps against the ground, so it's just like dong, 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 dong.
It's just an idea. Now it's being put into practice as a real plan. And so if we say paid family leaves up first, and people then go, oh, okay, we're not going to fight on that. Our candidates. After we put blood, sweat, and tears into getting them elected. No, you're out. No, this is not optional. So, unfortunately, I wish we had a better
out of the Rebellion PAC fundraising recipient list. Is that it? So the enforcement mechanism is effectively you're just going to be like, I will no longer give you money. The money only goes to the people who follow the PAC plan.
Fight in last go around. And so here, I'll give you a specific example. I'm not trying to, go after anyone
He's
here.
Talking about democratic centralism as an organizing model.
I'm gonna,
which is what my org does. Nice.
Just put this out there.
Get on my level, Jake.
I don't think media figures should be the ones determining this, or even if they're not going to do it directly. It's like, hey, I wash my hands of this. I'm not the one who's going to be leading it. It was previously Brianna Wu, but it's going to be someone else now. So someone else is going to take it over, and it's going to be up to them to be able to again crack that whip and decide whether or not people do or do not get our support if they don't follow our strict rules. And then it's like, yeah, but I mean, it's still just a company directly under the umbrella of TYT. I think that this whole thing is a strange project.
And how we're going to try to prevent it next time. So in the first bill that Biden proposed, COVID relief bill, they had $15 minimum.
Can you consider to divide us? I think that this is all being done in part because it's also going to be a very strong mechanism to be able to get more media attention. I think at the core, like you can already see on the website, right? It's like what are the directly laid out plans when we go to the plan. And here it is. This is the totality of the plan, just so we're clear. The takeover of the Democratic Party. So this year, launch candidates promotion for initial group, expand partnerships with media, organizations, and influencers. There it is. This is not me talking shit. I'm not fucking dropping some real hot tea here. This is just literally what he said out loud. And then in 2026, what can you expect? Ramp up the media outreach. Increase media engagement. Did you mean to keep that? He's just saying it out loud. Metric line go up. More views, more subs, more subscribers. Yeah, and what about the populist takeover? Hopefully that happens in tandem. I mean, who knows? But either way, yeah, increase media engagement. Host virtual town halls. I mean, that's good. I think town halls and directly speaking to the people is good. I think the vagueness, but the heart of what you're trying to push in terms of the things you're saying in the plank are generally good things. Except even though getting money out of politics through super PAC seems like a strange idea. But who am I to say? But again, they're just vague enough that like for you to be able to say there's going to be an enforcement mechanism to be able to get the elected officials that align with your idea into power, like, well,
the wage in there, and then they took it out. Well, the minute they took it out, that is when all the progressives in Congress should have risen up and said, no, that is our bare minimum ask. If you're taking that out, you're saying you're not going to do any of the progressive priorities. No, we said $15 minimum wage. We meant $15 minimum wage. We're voting no unless you give us $15 minimum wage. And if they had done that, they almost certainly would have gotten it passed. But they chose not to. And that
I mean, the Democrats also have this strange disease where there's always one or two secret Republicans who are just part of the party. Hey, Kirsten Sinema, she's got a long history working for environmental issues. Certainly, she's got to be more left-leaning. There's no way that she's going to vote down the $15 minimum.
Yeah, but again, it's almost like they didn't do a good enough job of also shaming the fuck out of them into not making those damn decisions.
Minimum wage.
Like, I have to say, like...
Oh, she just did.
Yeah, Kirsten Sinema was the most egregious. The one that everybody saw was Joe Manchin. Like, the fact is, he was a Republican who just decided to go with the Democratic ticket because he saw that he could definitely do more damage to the Democratic Party if he was part of it. So he was just like, yeah, well, I'm from a red state that would vote for a Republican anyway. I'm going to make them like me, and then they're going to vote for me, and then I'm gonna just vote against them.
And she,
like a good Democrat, I'm a Republican.
Tried to girl boss it too, even like, yeah. How about that?
It was
weird.
Applies to all Democrats.
It was annoying, but it's been taken care of. Like, she got shamed out of the party, pivoted independent, and then she did exactly what we all knew she was gonna do. Get kicked out of politics and go be a lobbyist. That's exactly like what, again, this whole thing where we have to spend the next decade being like, wow.
And of course, 8 Democrats. I
want to see this.
Like, honestly, at this point, learn from it. Don't do it again. And then we move on. That's why also I don't think, like with Fetterman, like the fact is, at this point, he's doing the, like, he's making it a single issue thing where he's just like, oh, so you're anti-Semitic? Fine. And like, this is how he's punishing like his constituency, which again, I hope they punish him by voting him out. Yo, Kenzie, what up?
Super PAC bring back planking. Good point.
It's been a while. Life's been crazy. Yeah.
Did you all know that Tom Green invented planking?
Life is crazy. I hope everything's good though.
Planking. Or at least he claims to take credit for it. Green. Planking. First recorded incidents of it in 1994. There it is. So the meme was born.
Okay. That last bit was like, okay. Well, let's hope this one doesn't turn into the Justice Democrats, which, if Jake's involved, it's going to. Trust me, it's going to. How is he so bad at this? I don't get it. Oh shit, Hassan was on Adam Freeland? What?
Boy, it just seems every day, sometimes more than once a day, there's a new jaw-dropping story about Pete Hegseth's incompetence and recklessness at the Department of Defense. So yesterday we learned that Hegseth had an unsecured internet line installed in his Pentagon office so he could continue to use the commercial messaging app Signal, leaving him vulnerable to potential hackers who might be interested in what the head of the DoD is up to. Of course, we also know that Hegseth has used his personal cell phone, which I got to stress in the government is like a real no-no.
Hillary Clinton literally
to discuss
was doing?
sensitive information
Like,
about.
Fuck off, God.
Imminent military strikes, again, using Signal in multiple chains.
At what point does anybody in Trump's administration just go, you know what? No, this guy's an embarrassment. Like, can we stop? Because every time they stand up for this guy's fuck ups, they are kind of showing their ass where it's like, oh yeah, we're willing to just allow any incompetence to happen, and we're just gonna allow it because we don't want Trump to look bad because he only hires the best people. Like they're gonna listen. Somebody said it earlier. He's gonna find a way to be like, I need to recuse myself of my duties, therefore I'm going to resign.
Today, New York Times reports,
he's going to do it in a way that's going to make it look like it was official and like totally planned.
Hegseth's personal phone number was easily accessible on the internet and public apps as recently as March, potentially exposing national security secrets to foreign adversaries. Helene Cooper covers national security at the New York Times, where she was one of the reporters who broke this story, and she joins me.
Why does she look like she's like ready to go fight crime with Batman?
Yeah, great reporting, Helene, you and your colleagues. First, I want to start with just the idea of the personal phone for every member of the government, not the least the head of the DOD. You're told, like, do not do anything official, certainly nothing classified in your personal phone, right?
Hi, Chris. Thanks for having me. It's true. I mean, even low-level government officials. I have a friend who works for NOAA, and she does not do any government business on her personal cell phone. And so you can imagine we're talking about the Secretary of Defense here, who is probably one of the most targeted people in the world when it comes to what.
There was another person that's like high up in security that was saying the same shit, where they're just like, listen, we get targeted because of our positions. The fact that this dumb mother effer is using his personal phone like this is so egregious. And no, it's a well, Daddy said it's okay.
Hackers or what foreign adversaries, when I say target, I don't mean target to kill, I mean target to surveil.
The saddest part is that if this was a kid and his dad, this would be handled.
He would be one of the.
This is all about protecting Trump's ego and just being like, no, we don't have somebody that's going to be a guaranteed sycophant the same way.
The one of the people,
and they know that they can't like get somebody that isn't going to then stand up for Trump, because they have to get somebody that's more official in the intelligence agencies. And the thing is, people that even qualify for this position are too fucking educated to just be sycophantic to some fucking fascist regime.
People who
would
be the top 5 or 6 in the United States when you're looking at officials that foreign adversaries would want to get a whole.
Why does he look like the guy who used to be like, I'm a Mac
of his communications
and I'm a
device?
PC.
So the issue is not
PC,
that Pete Hegseth
right?
has a personal cell phone.
Justin Long was the Mac.
Everybody does these days now. The issue is that that personal cell phone is easily findable on the web, and he's been doing government business on it. He's been involved in signal chats in which he texted the flight plans of American fighter jets and when they're going to take off to strike Yemen. So he's clearly been engaging in government business on his personal cell phone, and that phone was very easy to find. That number was easy to find as late as March 27th, when a German newspaper, Der Spiegel, was able to surface that phone. What we found out in our story now in doing this is we were able.
I have watched this video now at least 4 times, and each time his kids' faces get more and more uncomfortable, because after finding out these are his kids, that made me happy.
To acquire the exact phone number that Pete Hegseth used in the signal chat. Our researchers found the phone number on the web earlier, so we knew that this was Pete Hegseth's personal phone. But then what we found out this week is that same phone number belonging to Pete Hegseth was the exact phone number that he used in the signal chat. So there you have the actual going from point A to point B, where he's actually doing government business on it. And that was sort of mind-blowing.
Right. Hard confirmed that it's that number, the number that you can find online, the number of his personal phone, the personal phone that has a signal, where he's sending these messages. not in sort of the classified channels to people like his wife and his brother. And there's a great quote in here from Mike Casey, former director of National Counterintelligence. This is what he says. There's 0% chance that someone hasn't tried to install Pegasus or some other spyware on his phone, Mike Casey said. He is one of the top 5 probably most targeted people in the world for espionage. And just in case people don't know Pegasus, I mean, there exists software that can be remotely put into your phone that will essentially dump everything in that phone to an espionage agency, even if you're using an encrypted app, because it's grabbing directly from the phone, right?
Exactly. It's called zero-click technology, where you don't even have to open all you have to do for it to grab is you don't have to open anything. It will just see you. It will see what you are writing as you are writing it, as you are texting it. So Signal, for instance, is encrypted at the moment that you're sending it.
It's fucking insane that we do not have, like, people, dude.
As you're receiving,
old people with track phones are somehow better encrypted than our government agencies right now. That's wild.
Once you send it, it's encrypted. Yep. Once you receive it, it's encrypted. But what you can't, what there's technology that's able to do is it's almost as if it's got a camera, on your shoulder and it's looking at what you're typing. So if anything like that is on that cell phone, then, Pete Hegseth this would be an intelligence breach. And it's hard to imagine if you're Iran or if you're Russia or if you're China. And China has proven that they're able to do this. So has Russia. China had that. There was that big salt typhoon case last year. They've proven that they're able to do some of this, and that they wouldn't be targeting the Secretary of Defense's cell phone.
Yeah, and I just cannot stress enough. Like, this stuff is day one.
Cancer wrestling
throughout the entire security apparatus of the United States, from contractors to federal workers to anyone with classification to anyone in any of the military services. Day one, all of this stuff. Like, it really can't emphasize enough how much of a breach this would be if you were low level. It's remarkable reporting you and your colleagues have put together. Helene Cooper at the New York Times. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That's
insane. And this is the guy that's like, yeah, the judge is the problem. It's the judge, not the guy who's leaking information and like literally a potential fucking security risk. But no, like again, dude.
Good evening from New York.
The part that's really getting to me is just how bad they are at this. Like, dude, every fucking week, like they're so incompetent. How did we forget this as a nation? Like, there's the ones like we knew and we definitely remembered, but even I forgot the level of incompetence that they were capable of.
I'm Chris Hayes. This is the county courthouse in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where protests have broken out over the Trump administration's latest assaults on American liberty. Hundreds of people gathered in front of the building in Milwaukee to protest the arrest of County Circuit Judge Hannah Dugan. She's a 9-year veteran of the bench, and in a criminal complaint filed yesterday, the FBI has accused Dugan of allegedly assisting an undocumented immigrant in avoiding...
I'm outraged about this, but I'm not sure if I'd ever go to bat for any judge ever.
ICE capture
I'm sorry.
After he appeared in her courtroom last week. Now, I got to say, I'm not a lawyer. I've read the complaint.
I have been in court too many times for me to be like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to go sit. Nope.
Sorry. I can't speak to whether her actions are actually what's alleged, and if they are alleged, violate the statutes they say they violate. But much of what this is about, which became almost immediately clear, is making an example out of her for other judges around the country, and not just on the narrow question of immigrants in courtrooms. It's to make an example to the dozens of judges that have ruled against this administration, up to and including the justices of the Supreme Court unanimously. Yeah. And for one thing, the Department of Justice, the FBI made a big...
The thing is, as I said this before, this could be their undoing because they don't understand what they just did. Because these people, they literally studied this to be in the position that they're at. Meanwhile, we have a bunch of college dropouts running our fucking country.
Arresting this judge in a parking lot, like slapping the cuffs on. as opposed to what they do for lots of high-profile defendants, including, say, Donald Trump, right? Filing charges, allowing them to report to court for booking and arraignment. Now, according to the complaint, Dugan was arraigning a man named Eduardo Flores Ruiz on domestic violence charges when ICE agents appeared in the courtroom hallway to arrest him on suspicion of being in the country illegally. They claim Dugan, the judge in question, then escorted Flores Ruiz and his attorney out of her courtroom through another door, a jury door. ICE agents did arrest him after a foot chase. Today, about 8:30 a.m. local time, as Judge Dugan was headed into the courthouse for work, the FBI...
Oh, did the fat little fucking pigs have to go and get a little bit sweaty? Oh no!
Came back for her, intercepting her in the parking lot, arresting her,
I hope they all get a coronary when they're fucking chasing them.
Transferring her to the custody of the U.S. Marshals.
Seriously.
Dugan's legal team put out a statement saying Judge Hannessy Dugan has committed herself to the rule.
The fact that these guys are cop dropouts, like, dude, the standard for becoming a police officer in the United States is already so low. These dopes are that bad at it that they dropped out of police school.
Of law and principles of due process for her entire career as a lawyer and judge. The judge will defend herself vigorously and looks forward to being exonerated.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, again, did they forget that before being a judge, she was also an attorney, and that as a judge, she also, like, knows this shit? And, like, they didn't even have enough evidence to just be like, this is why we did it. Like, good luck, man.
Now,
good fucking luck.
The real way you know that her arrest was part of a propaganda move is from the administration's propaganda. As Dugan was being arrested by the FBI, Trump's FBI director, Kash Patel, was tweeting about her case. We believe Judge Dugan intentionally led federal agents away from the subject to be arrested in her courthouse, allowing the subject, an illegal alien, to evade arrest. Patel called the man a legal alien before he's had his due process. The judge was running a pre-trial conference for this man on criminal charges in her court when ICE agents came in without a court warrant issued by a judge. That's a tactic that ICE agents use all the time, but are now using in courthouses across the country, which is new. Basically, daring judges who are used to controlling their courtroom, who's in and who's out, right, to stop them. But there's no question what message they and their partners on Trump TV are trying to convey here.
So they're Gestapo. They can now break court rule. So they're Gestapo. They're literally fucking SS. Can we just stop? Can we stop? Let's not call them ICE anymore. Let's call them the fucking Trump SS.
When you see these judges trying to obstruct
the Trump SS,
your efforts to make this country safer, what is your message to them? We are going to prosecute you.
Did these people drop out of an Easter commercial? What the fuck?
And we are prosecuting you. I found out about this the day it happened. We could not believe, actually, that a judge really did that. We looked into the facts in great depth. That's her picture up on the screen, Hannah Dugan, who is now in custody. You cannot obstruct a criminal case, and really shame.
That's not a criminal case, and you have absolutely no standing. So good job, Pam. Good job.
On her. They're deranged is all I can think of. I cannot believe. I think some of these.
Again, dude, I'm not an attorney. I'm a fucking high school dropout. But these are the things like, dude, the spin machine is so bad at this that they can't even convince me, a high school dropout, where I'm like, oh, maybe, just maybe, they actually have a good case here.
Judges think they are beyond and above the law, and they are.
No, that's not. No.
Not?
No, actually, they're proving that ICE is not above the law. It's kind of funny. This is you just telling on yourself. Weird.
And we're sending a very strong message today. If you are harboring a fugitive, we don't care who you are.
Again, even under the facts as alleged in the criminal complaint, I'm not sure harboring a fugitive is true about this judge in question. Pam Bondi putting independent judges on notice. And if the message is still too subtle for you, the flurry of posts from Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, and his Homeland Security advisor, Stephen Miller, should make it clear. No one's above the law. Don't cross that line. Again, the context here is they see the judiciary and due process and legal protections as competition, as something to vanquish and overcome.
Jeff, the fact that you're worried about that should tell you everything. That you're maybe, just maybe, you need to start going out and protesting because you're living under a fascist regime and you shouldn't be okay with that.
This morning, the USA Today obtained and published.
Like, this is it, guys. this is it. Now's the time.
A copy of the Attorney General Pam Bondi's directive giving law enforcement power to pursue suspected gang members in ways that absolutely obliterate the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. That, of course, requires warrants for searches. That memo says that under this, somewhat obscure, dubiously invoked 1794 Alien Enemies Act, again, we're not at war, Trump administration says we are, that judicial or administrative arrest warrant.
Okay, if we're in wartime, okay.
Is not necessary to apprehend a valid.
Then don't be surprised when he tries to stand for power and then also subvert the election in 2026 with martial law.
Validated alien enemy. How do you know they're validated?
Like, guys.
An alien enemy before you encounter them? That's a great question. It also adds, this authority includes entering an alien enemy's residence to make an apprehension. In plain language, if a cop or a federal officer is on the lookout for Tren de Aragua, a gang you probably never heard of before the Trump administration decided they were invading us in an act of war, and that cop decides there's a gang member in your house, Pam Bondi says they can just search your house without any warrant at all.
Yeah, not Nazi at all.
Now, it wouldn't be
not Nazi at all.
Much of an exaggeration to say that fury at the British practice of illegal searches and seizures was the thing that sparked the American Revolution.
Jeff, with all due respect, it's none of your business.
Trump and Bondi and all of them want to throw those hard-fought rights out the window. Like, they don't like them. They want to destroy them. They're very clear on that.
It's your kid. Let him be happy. Or miserable. But it's for your kid to be. Like, you're his dad. You can just love him and just be like supportive of him and whatever the fuck's going on.
They're clear about all this, right? I mean, they couldn't be clearer. Every single day, Donald Trump and his inner circle are committing impeachable abuses of power, attempts of establishing a dictatorship, unconstitutional abuses that, at the minimum, were the subject of Richard Nixon's impeachment. For instance, an obsession of using the machinery of the federal government to go after political enemies. 3 times, Trump has now directed Bondi and the Department of Justice to open criminal investigations into people or groups solely for angering him. Earlier this month, it was Miles Taylor and Chris Krebs, 2 former government officials who committed the grievous offenses of just telling the truth about Trump's first term and the 2020 election, which Trump lost and pretended he won, and Chris Krebs said, no, the election was fine. Now he's ordering a criminal investigation. And then yesterday, in an even more audacious power grab, but clearly illegal, right? Trump directed the DOJ to go after ActBlue. That's the main fundraising platform for the Democratic Party. Now, Trump claims ActBlue could be used to launder foreign donations, which is kind of funny when you think about, like, the meme coin he's peddling, but...
Yeah, I was about to say, you mean the thing that he just literally, like, he fucking rug pulled and then, yeah, okay. And then he just pardoned a bunch of fucking other crypto scammers, but he's gonna, okay.
Again, there's no evidence.
No, I just love how egregious they are with this, like, and how blatant it is. But you know what also, like, I absolutely love how we have a good contingent of this country that's more than okay with this.
Evidence of wrongdoing by ActBlue. What it is a very...
And then the other part that's just kind of confused, don't know where to go.
Successful fundraising platform for the opposition political party, which he wants to make illegal the way they do in dictatorships. And keep in mind that the recourse that all these targeted entities have, that Trump is going after illegally, unconstitutionally, un-Americanly, the legal recourse they have is to go to the courts, which is what they've largely done. Dozens of judges have blocked his executive orders, his funding freezes, his attacks on DEI, his illegal renditions of migrants and U.S. residents, his ban.
No, honestly, there needs to be a little bit of pushback from the judiciary now where it is like, okay, if you guys are going to threaten us, then we're definitely going to start going after and just ruling against you with a little bit of,
on transgender service.
Oh God, what's the
members? He's losing in the courts at literally a historic rate.
Fuck, I forgot the
So
term.
what are they doing now? What has Trump done in the past? He's put judges in the rhetorical targets, right? Invade against them. But now they're escalating their war against the judiciary by physically arresting in a parking lot a judge and going on air to tell everyone watching, we are coming for you next.
Yeah, but honestly, if I was that judge too, I would get every one of those ICE agents charged with false imprisonment, and then I'd get them in my courtroom.
Although you can see from the scenes on the street in Milwaukee where that judge was arrested.
Because you know what? The Supreme Court has now established precedent that they do not have to recuse themselves. Good job.
At least
use the fact that they're being corrupt against them. Use it.
Americans are not accepting
anything that they are deeming that they can fucking do it. Use it against them so they close it off, or you fucking win on it.
Trump's dick.
This is the new rules. We cannot be playing by the old rule book when they just threw the fucking thing out, rewrote it, and then just decided, hey, this is the rules we're playing by.
Dictatorial moves quietly. Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley joins me now. Mr. Crowley, thank you for joining me.
God, as a miniature gamer, this is actually something that I could speak to because of the way that they change rules so often to fit the metas and shit. Honestly, it's very similar to adjusting the way that you have to adjust your mindset for that.
I'm curious how you first learned about this today.
I first learned about this actually planting trees in one of our parks. It is Arbor Day. And when I learned about this, quite frankly, I was quite shocked. I couldn't believe what I had seen. I was horrified by the actions of the FBI coming onto our county courthouse grounds, literally going after a sitting judge who's not a flight risk, and literally bringing so many officers to arrest her. I truly look at this as political showmanship, and there's absolutely no reason for the FBI to have carried out their actions the way that they did today.
The argument that the folks in the Trump administration are making is, hey, no one's above the law, including judges. This is an impartial and fair application of the law.
Well, I absolutely agree that no one is above the law. But that also means that no one is beneath its protections as well. And so we don't need to litigate this case out in public. We know we're going to.
I don't know who this guy is, but I do know that Sterling K. Brown could play him in a movie.
See this happening throughout the court system. But regardless of the facts, this was put on to be a show. This is really to show intimidation of judges across the entire country because we know that Republicans in Congress have not been standing up to these terrible policies. It's been our judiciary. It's been our justice system. And so now they're under attack, and it's important now than ever that we're not only protecting due process, but talking about the need.
Did you see the prime accuser against Epstein was found dead by suicide? No, I didn't.
To protect our democracy. Our democracy is built on 3 different branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial. And when one of those branches are falling apart, that means our democracy is falling apart as well. So we have to stand up and really talk about this and bring these issues to light.
You're the county executive from Milwaukee County, which contains the city of Milwaukee, if I'm not mistaken. And I want to ask you this. You represent a community that has lots of folks who are undocumented. And this is true in New York and true in Chicago. It's true in Omaha. It's true in the Central Valley in California, all throughout this country, right? Sometimes those people will be either victims of or witnesses to crimes, sometimes serious crimes. An undocumented person might see someone try to shoot someone else. They, in fact, might be the lone witness who can ID the shooter.
Oh, yeah, because that was definitely suicide, guys. Yeah. Now they're going, yeah, cool. Cool. We live in Russia, guys. Cool.
What does it do?
She was in Australia, by the way, so that was a offshore hit.
To the safety of the people you represent, to the administration of justice, for the ability to secure convictions of people who've engaged in violent crime, if every single one of those people is scared to come to a courthouse where they might be nabbed by ICE?
I want to be very clear, Chris, that this does nothing to instill trust into our judicial system. Matter of fact, this makes our community less safe. And if we want our community to be less safe, places like our courthouses.
Trust me, man. Do you know how many times I've been seeing this online where people are like, okay, so if our president doesn't need to follow the law, why should I?
Should be places.
Like, it's getting that simplistic.
of safety, a place of refuge, where people are coming to participate in our judicial system. And quite frankly, this sows doubt into our judicial system. That's something, quite frankly, that this Trump administration would like to do. They don't want people participating in our justice system, and they don't want people participating in our system in general when it comes down to voting. And so it's important, again, that we're protecting our due process, protecting the judiciary, because they have been protecting us from these bad policies that he's been trying to put in place. And that's why they're under attack.
All right, David Crowley, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
David Crowley. This is getting a little, I mean.
I'm so proud to be here with you.
Let's take a look. I hate Maxine Waters. Maxwell Frost. I thought it said Maxine Waters. I'm like, I hate Maxine Waters.
This isn't about Democrats versus Republicans. It's about the people versus the problem. Donald Trump is the problem. Elon Musk is the problem. And if you're here and you voted for Trump in the past, my message is simple. I'm sorry you were lied to, but welcome to the team.
See, that's something I can agree with, and I've been saying this about Trump supporters versus Trump voters.
Welcome to the team.
That was Florida Democratic
we're keeping with Chris. All right.
Congressman Maxwell Frost speaking to voters in North Carolina's 9th District. Now, Frost
He has such smart glasses.
Not represent those folks at that town hall. The guy that actually got voted into that district is that man you see right there, Republican Congressman Richard
Republican Howdy Doody
Hudson. He is the one who told Republicans across the country to stop holding in-person town halls after they all started getting tough questions. So, Congressman Frost, along with Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, showed up instead, along with nearly 800 constituents, and listened to questions from folks in Congressman Hudson's district.
The reason that your congressman isn't here, the reason that he is hiding, is because he doesn't represent you, right? He believes that the only people
I'm going to just go out and say this is smart.
who matter in this country are the billionaire class.
And Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat of Connecticut, and Congressman Maxwell Frost, Democrat of Florida, joined me now. Good to have you, gentlemen. Senator, I'll start with you. Just tell me about why do this event and what was it like?
Yeah, it was a crazy crowd, standing room only. There was overflow outside. We were limited only by the capacity of the venue. But listen, I mean, this is a national fight, and Republicans think that they can get away with this thievery, this corruption, this destruction of democracy by hiding. We have some really important votes coming before the Senate and the House this summer. Republicans are planning to vote on this bill that would throw millions of people off their health care, including lots of them here in North Carolina, in order to fund a tax cut for the billionaire class, people who don't need it. And Republicans are kind of hoping that in their backyard, their constituents won't hear about the truth because they're refusing to hold town halls. So Maxwell and I are committed this spring and this summer to be all over the country and hold town halls where Republicans won't. We only need to convince 3 or 4 Republicans in the House and the Senate to vote no against these cuts to save a lot of lives. Maybe we can find one here in North Carolina or one tomorrow in Missouri. That's our job, to bring this fight all across the country.
Congressman, I liked what you said there about, if you voted for Trump, sorry you're lied to, welcome to the team.
No, I like that.
Because it seems to me that, we're seeing erosion in his numbers. Mm-hmm. And for the public to...
Dude, he lost all of his independent support. Now he only has the most sycophantic.
Turn against...
Which they're the loudest, so we're going to hear them.
...him at the scale that would be necessary to stop the harm that is being engineered. You're going to need folks that voted for Trump.
Exactly. This movement, and to win, we're going to have to be about addition, not subtraction. So it's not about telling people I told you so. It's not about shaming people for making a decision we disagree with, but it's about saying, I'm sorry you were lied to. This is why you've been lied to. This is what Trump is doing, taking away health care, taking away the things that working families have earned in order to give billionaires and mega corporations a tax cut. And then we can't stop there because it's not just about defending, but then it's about showing them our vision of the world. And the great thing about these town halls is it's not just Democrats here. We have Republicans, Democrats. We have people who haven't voted before, all types of people who are upset with what's going on right now. And I'm sure you've seen this recent Fox News poll that shows that Donald Trump is completely underwater with his approvals, but also people do not trust him on the economy, on tariffs. People don't trust him on immigration. And so we have to continue to bring this message across the country. But I think it's imperative that when we say it with open arms. That's the whole point of this. We want to bring people into the coalition and not push them out.
Senator, we started talking at the top of the show about the polling that Congressman Frost was just talking about. And you just made a point that I think is really important, which is all of the stuff, that Trump is doing essentially unilaterally, often I think unlawfully and unconstitutionally. There's this weird kind of like tacit arrangement with Republicans in Congress who kind of like what he's doing but never have to vote for it. So it's like no one ever has to vote to defund a 30-year health study of postmenopausal.
Well, no, it's like I was saying before. The fact that Congress isn't involved, they love it because it's not going to reflect on them. No matter what happens, they can just posit that was Trump. That was Trump. I don't have anything to do with that. He closed us out.
The women.
That could be by design.
No one has to vote to do all this stuff, which they like because they're not popular votes. But that era is ending. Because they are now going to have to vote. And even if he's a lame duck or Trump's a sort of sui generis figure, do you think the polling in politics matters for your colleagues who are going to have to do the voting?
Yes, of course it does. Right? The worst thing that they are contemplating doing, probably the most unpopular thing they are contemplating doing, is this budget bill in which they are talking about $1 trillion of cuts to Medicaid. That's just throwing people off of their health care insurance overnight in order to fund $1 trillion of tax cuts for the richest 1%. That's deeply unpopular. And what we saw in 2017, Chris, is that everybody thought they were going to pass the repeal of Obamacare, but they didn't. They didn't because they had really slim margins in the House and the Senate, just as slim as they have now. And we were able to throw enough sand in the gears, mobilize people nationally just enough so that we defeated that measure. But the stink of that effort to repeal Obamacare still stuck with people. That was why they lost the midterms. And so politically, we should root for them not to get away with this because, if we stop the Medicaid cuts, it'll help a lot of people. But it's not as if the voters will excuse them for trying to do it, even if they don't get away with it. So, yes, we're here in North Carolina because there are a couple swing votes here in the Senate and in the House that might save a whole bunch of lives if they do the right thing when this bill to cut Medicaid and fund tax cuts for billionaires comes before the House and the Senate.
Yeah, Tom Tillis, your colleague in the Senate, is in cycle, meaning he's up for re-election in 2026. That is a state that Democrats just won statewide offices in this last election, even as Trump was being elected. And Congressman Frost, those margins are very slim in the House. Up until now, it seems that the sort of combination of Trump, Musk, and their kind of discipline approach, Musk is going to come in and primary you, drop $20 million on your head if you cross him, all that has kept them in line so far. And I wonder whether you think any of that starts to erode or they're still pretty tightly together.
No, we're starting to see some of it erode, and it has to do, I think, a lot with the people power we're seeing, a lot of the events we're doing, a lot of our other colleagues are doing across the country, and amping up that pressure. About a week ago, 12 Republicans sent a letter to Mike Johnson saying we can't vote yes on a budget that has massive cuts to Medicaid. I promise you they would have not sent that letter if it wasn't for activists, organizers, citizens going to these town halls, making sure they hear from them, the phone calls, things like what we're doing. All of this adds up and puts pressure on these people. And I think, honestly, the Wisconsin Supreme Court race, I think, showed that you can put all this money in, which is horrible. We need to end Citizens United. One billionaire shouldn't be able to put unlimited amounts of money into an election. But he can put $20 million in a Supreme Court race, and he can't buy it because the power of the people is more powerful than that amount of money that he wanted to put in there. And I think, honestly, that race is showing a lot of these Republicans that maybe I don't have to be as scared of Elon Musk and Donald Trump as I thought I had to be. But we can't completely rest on my Republican colleagues find the courage to do the right thing, and that's why we're out here and we're mobilizing the people.
Yeah, that letter of the 12 signatories, that letter saying these Medicaid cuts are going to be a bridge too far. We'll see if they hold to that. But that was, I thought, very significant. The math doesn't really work without it, but we'll see how they negotiate going forward. Senator Chris Murphy, Congressman Maxwell Frost. Thank you both, gentlemen.
All right. Well, that was fun. Sweet. It's game time.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes.
Nope. Actually, here, you know what we will do?
Donald Trump is unpopular.
Oh, you know what? Screw it. We'll do an MSDNC bit here, too. Here. Get that as a smaller screen. All right. Let's see. There we go.
He's trying to force through an unpopular agenda and kind of hoping no one notices. But sometimes, once in a while, he gets caught and he has to retreat. Well, today's one of those days. Last night on this very program, we brought you this story. A story about the Trump administration announcing they were going to gut the Women's Health Initiative, a groundbreaking 30-year study into preventative health care for postmenopausal women. It's funded by the NIH, National Institutes of Health. It costs only about, get this, $10 million a year in the trillions of dollars in the federal budget. Now, the Women's Health Initiative has done a bunch of really important research on subjects like breast cancer and heart disease and osteoporosis. By the government's own estimate, it has saved countless lives and billions of dollars in medical costs. But Trump and Elon Musk tried to end it. And last night, we put a spotlight on that and we asked, who exactly voted for this?
You son of a bitch.
Well, it turns out no one did. After spotlighting that story, lo and behold, get this. Administration reversed course, announcing today they're going to keep funding the study. Federal officials saying, don't worry, don't worry about that. Now, if only the same could be said for many of the other countless destructive budget cuts, like just for instance, eliminating inexplicably funding for National History Day, a competition where middle and high school kids share their love of history. But fundamentally, what they're banking on is that they're doing so much in so many different parts of the government that are so destructive, no one could just pay attention to all this stuff, right? It's going to go past most voters. Because what they are actually doing is really unpopular. Now, the key here is that Donald Trump wants you to believe desperately that he is popular. It's all part of the con. Just because he managed to win a plurality of voters, which he did, with very poor approval ratings and 4 criminal cases tailing him, including a conviction in state court. And he did manage to win the popular vote, unlike in 2016. It's the first time in 3 tries. But all of a sudden, after that victory, the conventional wisdom quickly congealed that America was Trump country, that he was a political colossus. Remember, the guy won by about 1.5 points, hardly a landslide. He was inaugurated with basically the highest approval rating that he has ever had, which also happened to be the second lowest approval rating ever for a new president, topped only by himself the first time around. He has never been very popular. And his approval rating has only gone down since. Nate Silver tracks the average over on his Substack. Full disclosure, some of the graphs on that site are really difficult to show on TV. They require lots of explanation. This ain't one of them. See that there? You can see what that's doing. The line just keeps going down. Even Fox News has no choice but to face this reality.
If you look at our new Fox News poll at 100 days job approval compared to other presidents, there you see the president at 44%, and you see his first term at 45% at this mark, the 100-day mark. We have other new polls that are revealing some concerns about the economy. Boy,
that's a tough graphic if you're Donald Trump sitting in the White House watching Fox News all day.
Oh, shit.
That's the kind of clip that really gets Donald Trump yelling at the TV. In fact, he's now calling for Fox's pollster to be fired. Also says the Wall Street Journal sucks. We're not even 100 days in, and Trump is already at the polls are fake stage. But again, they show what they show, even at the granular level, right? When you dive into it and you look through the numbers, you break his approval rating down by issue. Things don't get any better for him. I mean, he is underwater on basically everything. Let's start with the economy. That's supposed to be Trump's bread and butter. Traditionally, it's been his biggest strength. That same Fox News poll has 56% of voters approving of Trump's handling of the economy. 38 approve. Underwater by 18 points. And it's not hard to see why. He ran on making things cheaper on day one. That was his promise. But maybe you've noticed things are not cheaper. They are not. Instead, he started a trade war, tanked the stock market, is about to make everything more expensive. A new Reuters Ipsos poll shows disapproval of Trump's handling specifically on the cost of living at 57%. That Fox poll shows him with a 59% disapproval rating on inflation and a 58% disapproval rating on tariffs. A new Pew poll has disapproval of the tariffs at 59%. The data here is real crystal clear, right? Keep in mind, and this is key, stuff hasn't even really started to get more expensive yet. The fallout from the tariffs takes time. There's a delayed reaction before we start seeing shortages and price hikes. Now, if that happens, it's sort of an interesting question about what happens to Trump's numbers. Can they go lower? Can they break through the previous floor? But here's the thing. It is not just the economy, even on immigration, right? Where he likes to pretend the country is just overwhelmingly united on his side. He's slipping. A bunch of recent polls show him underwater on issues of immigration, ranging from about a point to as much as 5 points. That was not the case a month or 2 months ago. That Fox News poll provides some interesting insights because when voters were asked about border security, Trump is doing very well. But when they were asked about immigration at large, look at that. His approval was underwater. That, I think, is due to his neglect of due process. The stories of Kilmar Brigham Garcia, the young graduate students here totally legally who've done nothing wrong at colleges, getting abducted off the street and put into prison.
Actually, you know
what? The people deported to a foreign gulag with no trial because they had an autism awareness tattoo.
Oh, shit.
Not very popular. Look at this, okay? A new Economist YouGov poll. Half of all Americans say Trump should return Kilmar Brigham Garcia to the U.S. Only 28% say he should not. Even Trump's so-called war on woke, that was a key component of his campaign and a huge part of what they're doing in the government, even that is underwater. Look at this. His attacks on DEI, which are really attacks on civil rights law.
I'm getting a pressure headache from the stress. I've been getting those too.
Are unpopular.
You know what? Maybe
he's
that's
down 9
exactly
points on
what
the
it's
issue,
from.
according to one poll. Now,
Watching
instead
this
of
crap.
changing course, Trump is doing more of what voters say they dislike. In fact, yesterday, he signed an executive order that seeks to just straight up annihilate a key provision of the Civil Rights Act. He's basically ordering the federal government to ignore what's called disparate impact. That's when some institution does something that on paper may look neutral, but in practice ends up discriminating disproportionately.
Oh, really? Chris Hayes' tone actually annoys you? No shit. He's one of the few that I actually enjoy, so that's kind of odd. Well, I gotta be honest, that is interesting to me, though. I have to say. Here, let's just
One against
finish
one
this
group
real
or
quick.
other. It's part of the original Civil Rights Act. It's a bedrock civil rights principle. It's something that Martin Luther King Jr.
Actually, you know what? I'm bored. Fuck it. I'm done with it. I was playing Smash anyway. That's the politics tone. Yeah. I hope I don't have that. Some people are decibly challenged. No, I get it. No, I mean, I get it. Kirk, I'm kind of that way. If people like have a certain like way of talking, I get bothered by it. Oh, John from San Antonio. John from San Antonio, who calls into the Majority Report, is legitimately he annoys me, and it's his tone. It's the tone of his voice. Hi, I'm just calling. This is John from San Antonio. I just wanted to call, and I wanted to read off my 20-minute long diatribe about having all the poll numbers. So let me start specifically with the polls from North Carolina. So in North Carolina, the polls, they show that the governor's down by 10 points. It's like, I'm sorry, that's that is legit one where I'm just like, I'm definitely challenged for people with super rasp. Like, oh, sewer rasp. Wait, swear. I don't know what that is. But no, you inspire me. Fuck it. We're done with politics tonight. That's it. That's it for the politics. Now, the question is, do I want one more round of Super Smash Brothers? I kind of do. So, all right, here. We're going to play Kirk's latest song since he's still here. He's probably going to hate me because he doesn't like listening to his own stuff or something like that. I don't know. But I'm playing it, dude. I'm playing it because you gave it here. Night, y'all. Meds are kicking in. Good night, dude. I appreciate you. All right, well, let's play your sad song while I whoop some ass in Super Smash. What do you guys think?
It ain't the same without you. My life's so turned around and I ain't so proud of the things that I do since you left me, babe.
Nah, sorry. I love me some Samus.
To find my way. I took these pills so they help me forget all the things you did and you said. I felt like things weren't really that bad with us, and now I'm stuck inside of my own head. Sometimes I wonder if you going through the same type shit, but I don't know because you left me on red. I seen you chilling with that guy, you always told me he wasn't nothing but just one of your friends. No, why'd you do what you did? Took a chance and you fucked with my head. You said some things are better left unsaid, but I don't care, I need to know why you left. So many things I don't know. I took my chances with the wrong asshole. She took my heart, ripped it out of my soul. I can't believe that she could be so cold. I got nowhere to go, and no place that I call my home. This house ain't really felt the same since you just decided to go. No. Fuck with my heart on the low. Back to the streets is where you ought to go. Throw out the memories me and you made so you don't have to cope. Racking up reasons to leave, none of these seem like they legit to me. Telling your friends and your family I am the reason you even decided to leave. Breaking my heart into pieces. You play with me like I was worthless. You make excuses to feel less, like you was the problem, like you didn't want it, but you was the one who had been left. No, why'd you do what you did? Took a chance and you fucked with my head. You said some things are better left unsaid, but I don't care, I need to know why you left. So many things I don't know. I took my chances with the wrong asshole. She took my heart, ripped it out of my soul. I can't believe that she could be so cold.
Ha. Sorry, Lucas. Oh, crap. It literally ended just one. Well, not one, like 5 seconds too soon. Samus. All right. By the way, this is going to be more of a regular thing too. Getting back into playing Smash. So if I didn't mention before, it is one of my favorite games. So all right, guys. Well, we hit that point. I have got to go and eat. Man, I tend to do this to myself a little too much. Which it's okay. It's not the worst thing. The one thing I notice with people, they're afraid about how loud they are. Don't be. I've been told I don't project my voice enough when I sing, so I don't know. I also I don't like people that like project too much and they can barely sing. I don't know. Plus, I hear my voice and I'm not exactly thrilled with my singing voice. I know you're talking to Sylvia. I'm chiming in. I'm doing that annoying thing where it's like, I heard you guys having a conversation. I'm gonna make this about me. Hee. Ah, man. Sleep meds. Yeah, I got you, brother. I've got to go eat. I got some food upstairs that is calling my name. I'm at that point where it's just like, ugh. I waited a little too. Oh shit! Actually, here. You know what? Give me one sec. This is from my mom. Yeah, we're gonna dedicate the end of the show to her. There we go. The one. Oh yeah. That's an issue for me. There's always somebody at home because of how I always keep people around. Sets off my anxiety when I'm trying. Hate it. Oh. Well, hey, we'll work through this all together. You know, the fact that you guys are coordinating and getting some stuff like you get. I mean, the collab shit is awesome to me. Like, I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for you guys. Like, this is awesome. And I can't wait to hear it. Like, I'm so excited. But like he was saying, Kirk, you're on sleep meds. Me, I need to eat. My body's just telling me. It's like, bro, it's been too long. So, all right, let's do that. But real quick, I want to just say how much I appreciate y'all. Thank you for, hanging out, being so cool. I will be on tomorrow, so look out for the show. Keep your notifications on. I'm toying with going live at 2, so otherwise, I'll be on at 4. So, all right, guys, I will catch you all later. Peace.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.